A very good morning to all our viewers of Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, with me is Shel Bhatnagar, and this is Market Today. We come in earlier to you today because what has happened overnight is of extreme importance. In a big retaliation against the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 lives, the Indian Armed Forces, as part of Operation Sindoor, struck the terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir early this morning at 1:44 a.m. The precision strikes hit a total of 9 locations in Pakistan: Bahawalpur, Muridke, Gulpur, Bhimbar, Chak, Amru, Bagh, Kotli, Sialkot and Muzaffarabad, believed to be involved in orchestrating the attacks against India. Lashkar headquarters, Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Asar's hideouts were among those targets as well. The first indication given to India was by the Indian Army on Twitter, a 5-word message: "Justice is served, Jai Hind." That was tweeted by the Indian Army this morning. What we've seen is that soon after that, the government statement also came in, talking about how none of the Pakistani military facilities were targeted in this retaliation. It's a watershed moment as India has responded to the ghastly Pahalgam attack. What a night and what a morning. Good morning, Shel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. We start Wednesday, May 7th with a word of caution as far as markets are concerned. Of course, 3 strikes have been done on the infrastructure of Lashkar-e-Toiba and 4 strikes on Jaish-e-Mohammed infrastructure in the 9 locations that Sakshi has mentioned. We'll start with the GIFT Nifty, ladies and gentlemen. The index at the moment is down just 57 points. This is a very, very sensible reaction that Indian markets are showing at this point of time. The intraday low for the GIFT Nifty was 24,277. It is now at 24,360, which essentially means a 90-point uptick from what was a knee-jerk reaction early morning at about maybe 1:50 a.m. Now the markets will open to this as far as 9:15 is concerned. But what is more important is that at 10 a.m. there will be briefings by 2 sets of government agencies, one by the armed forces and then of course by the government. More importantly, Pakistan has called its meeting for its National Security Council at Pakistani time 10 a.m. Post that, will the markets react to these 2 statements? More importantly, a Pakistani response is what is most likely to happen. If sane senses prevail, this will be wrapped up today. In case it escalates beyond 1 or 2 days, only then will the markets react. You have to be sensible. We will show you data of the last 5 such military incursions between India and Pakistan. Each incursion has seen a knee-jerk reaction in the market, but the markets have improved dramatically in the next 1 month or so. So these are day 0, as you can see. And Sakshi, what's really interesting is that the Indian market from April 22nd, the day of the dastardly attack on Pahalgam, is up about 378 points on a net basis, which is 1.5% on the Nifty. I'll request the PCR to kindly put out the chart of the Nifty. And if you compare the top, it is up 2.4%, which is 578 points. This is the Nifty graph over the last 1 month or so. And from the low of April 7th, which the PCR has marked very well, 22,161, ladies and gentlemen, we are up 2,700 points. So this is what the market has with it. And maybe you will see some of it going back to the market, but remember, buy this dip. Sakshi.
Absolutely. So the Nifty is up in as many days as Shell has pointed out, but Pakistani stock exchange has dropped by 4.5% as well. We'll keep that in mind. Also, apart from this, remember, Indian markets will continue to react to a lot of global cues that will come in. Of course, the geopolitical tensions. There is heavy shelling at this point in time at the LOC. What we are given to understand from early reports that are coming in by way of our sister channel, that's India Today, is that at least 3 civilians have, lost lives in that, heavy shelling from Pakistan that we've been seeing along the line of control. That's happening as we speak at this point in time. Indian armed forces are prepared for any kind of a retaliation at this point, even though this was just a targeted attack on the terror camps, on the terror infrastructure within Pakistan and POK. It was not a reaction to or a retaliation with the Pakistan army. None of the military facilities have been hampered, but the Pakistan government has been calling it the act of war, and they have been spreading a lot of lies, a lot of fake news at this point in time. So I would urge all our viewers of Business Today to be very well aware of the news flows that are coming in. There are fake news suggesting that they are probably hitting Indian armed forces planes at this point in time. That's untrue, and probably also striking within the boundaries of the country. That's also untrue. So keep in mind that a lot of fake news is getting spreaded as well. Only believe the top news that's coming in from the government and official channels at this point in time. But of course, we will keep an eye out on what's happening along the globe. A lot for markets to react to. Overnight, even though the US markets did slip in trade for the second day in a row. Remember, this also comes in as Donald Trump and, of course, the officials in the US government are in talks with the Chinese government officials as well to de-escalate any of the tariff talks at this point in time. We are also seeing how China has now reduced its policy rate and lowered the amount of cash lenders must keep in the reserve as well. So that's leading to Chinese market reacting positively. US futures are positive as well, even though the US markets ended lower last night. Asian stocks did hold up in the morning trading session as well. Japan's Nikkei, Topics, Kospi, Kostak, all of them were hoping to see some green. Gift Nifty, as Shell is pointing out, is probably indicating to a slight negative reaction. That's a more sensible one at this point in time, looking at what's happening closer home at this point. But of course, apart from that, last evening's historic milestone that Prime Minister did call about, the free trade agreement signed between India and UK will also be very, very important to track as well. And of course, tonight in the US, we see the US Fed meeting for the next policy decision on the rates.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get Mr. Gaurang Shah into the conversation. He joins us on this momentous day in which the Indian armed forces have reacted very, very strongly to the terror attack in Pahalgam. And the Gift Nifty at this point of time is again down just 40 points. Actually, I would not be surprised if we have a positive opening on the markets. नमस्कार गौरांग जी, स्वागत है आपका. पहला रिएक्शन.
धन्यवाद शैल जी, आपको और साक्षी को और सभी दर्शकों को, बीटीटीवी के दर्शकों को प्रणाम और शुभ प्रभात. और कल देर रात और आज प्रातःकाल में जो खबरें आई, सकारात्मक खबरें, और शीश झुका करके नमन करता हूं हमारे सभी रक्षा बलों को और जिन्होंने भी इसमें हिस्सा लिया है. 9 ठिकानों पर ठोके हमने जा करके, और ठोकना बाकी है अभी. और मैं मानता हूं कि अगर फिर से कोई गलती सरहद पार से, मैं तो नाम भी नहीं लेना चाहता शैल भाई उस देश का या फिर उनके प्रधानमंत्री का, मतलब घिन आती है कभी कभी ऐसे लोगों से, तो हमारी जुबान क्यों कड़वी करे उनका नाम लेकर के. तो सरहद पार से अगर फिर से कोई ऐसी हरकत करने की हिमाकत करते हैं तो मेरे ख्याल से बखूबी उत्तर दिया जाएगा. और पिछले मेरे ख्याल से 12-15 दिनों से जिस प्रकार से गतिविधि प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यालय में हो रही है, तीनों सेनाओं के प्रमुख, चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा सलाहकार दोवल साहब, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह जी और बाकी जितने स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनको मेरे ख्याल से जो गतिविधि हुई, मुलाकात हुई, एक निर्णायक रणनीति बनी है शैल भाई इस बार।
जी
ये ऐसा नहीं है कि पिछली बार की तरह होगा। इस बारी मेरा ये मानना है, शायद मैं सही हूं या गलत हूं मुझे कितना नहीं पता, लेकिन जो भी समझ मुझे आती है उसको देख करके लगा रहा है कि पिछले 10-15 दिनों में जो भी तैयारी की गई है भारत की तरफ से,
जी जी
वो सिर्फ इसके लिए नहीं थी कि हम 9 ठिकानों पर जाकर के ठोके। ये इसलिए है कि हमें पता है कि सरहद पार से और भी कांड होगा, और उसके लिए तैयारी हो रही थी, क्योंकि 1971 के बाद ये पहली बार हुआ है कि इस प्रकार की मॉक ड्रिल्स और ट्रायल रन्स किए जा रहे हैं सरहद में, खास करके जो छोटे छोटे गांव कस्बे या शहर है और बड़े शहरों में। तो आज एक सकारात्मक सा जवाब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के रूप में हमने दिया है, और आवश्यकता पड़ी तो इससे भी बड़ा जवाबी कार्रवाई होगी, ऐसा मेरा अनुमान है।
Very good morning to you, Gaurang sir. And we had been discussing all across last week in our previous conversations as to what we can anticipate. Something was definitely being already anticipated by Indians at large. We had in our hearts that Indian government really has to take the revenge, and Operation Sindoor, as the name suggests, has really been personal. We have been hearing emotional speeches from the victims and their families as well at this point in time. Sindoor, we as know that in the Indian context, in the Hindu mythology, in the Hindu religion, has a significance that cannot be ruled out. Many families, many couples went to Jammu and Kashmir right after getting married. They were honeymoon couples, first time putting on sindoor, and the name has clearly been personal in that aspect, as a revenge for those 26 women who lost their husbands in Jammu and Kashmir. I want to understand from you, like you pointed out, this has been a befitting reply. We stand tall with our Indian Armed Forces, more power to them. How should Indians really look at this aspect, and what are we prepared for in case a retaliation happens at this stage? How would you really look at the things change?
Oh, thank you, Sakshi. I think it's a moment of being proud, honestly speaking. And I don't see any reason why the market should succumb to this overnight operation that the armed forces did. I think it is time to rejoice and celebrate. Not celebrate, I think it will be a little bit too early, but the answer that was given for whatever misadventure that was done from across the border, whether it was guided by China or US or whoever it is, I think common sense should prevail upon those jokers over there across the borders, that whatever they are doing, it is finally going to end up in their disaster. And already they have a handful of problems to take care. Forget about with India, Balochistan, and the kind of economic state of affair that is there in Pakistan. You should grow up. I mean, that's the only simple advice that I have to give you. Get your common sense in place, get your wisdom in place, and start thinking rationally. You've been
yes sir
sucking around with this kind of misadventure for the last many years. I think wisdom and common should prevail upon them. I hope it does, honestly speaking, but unfortunately they don't seem to
right
learn
Gaurang, we'll
anything
just
even after Kargil, or even after the Pulwama attack. Even before that, we had many
we are now joined by Mr. Rubinder Sachdev. He is an expert in foreign affairs. A very good morning to you, Mr. Sachdev. Thank you for joining us so early in the day. What do you think would be the reaction of major powers as far as this escalation is concerned? And where do you think this escalation is headed, if at all?
Thank you so much. Good morning. I think the reaction of world powers to some extent.
Are you on mute by any chance?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Mr. Sachdev, could you please unmute yourself, if at all? We couldn't hear you.
I am unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you now,
Please
sir.
continue.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. As to the question, as to how the world powers would be reacting, I think to some extent the script would and should have been already written. At least, more than half the script as to how they would react should have been written and would have been written and would have been exercise undertaken by our foreign ministry. I mean, basic point being that India would have told the US, especially, and others I'll come to, that our doctrine now is tit for tat. And that is a language, which President Trump and his advisors, they understand in that American lingo. Okay, uh, we've been hit, we have to hit back. There is no, there's no other way out of it. So we will hit. Now, Mr. America, what you do is you exert all your pressure on Pakistan and tell Pakistan that when we hit Pakistan, it should not retaliate with an overly big dimension. Because if Pakistan reacts overly, that's exactly what we have to see now, then it would mean that we would also hammer much harder, and that could lead to an all-out war, which could lead to non-state actors getting to Pakistan's nuclear arsenal. See, Americans would understand their own worries, right? Sure, they don't want war. That's a big principle, moral principle. But what is it that they fear also? They fear that the nuclear weapons, be it dirty or otherwise, should not fall into the hand of non-state actors, at least. So that would have been our message to America already. And I would hope that America would be acting on it to some extent. And similarly would have been our message to the Saudis and the Arab Emirates. Because these are the other two, levers who really hold levers over Pakistan. That, step back, maybe, definitely, yes, retaliate, maybe even some sham missiles in jungles or whatever, or LOC artillery firing, but spiral down. So the answer perhaps to your question is that what would be happening in world capitals and the reactions? I would think this script should have already been written, because this is one strategic move that India must have made.
Now, Mr. Sachdev, very good morning to you. I want to understand from you, what would you say and what is your reaction after Donald Trump's statement? Now, he's talking about how decades have been passed with India-Pakistan. Why isn't he being very strong in saying that, yes, so far the statements came in from him that he's standing with India. But why, when, finally we have taken a retaliation measure against the terrorists, hasn't he, been very strong in the message with India and against Pakistan, sir?
A great question. I think, I've written a book on Trump, and in that book, I wrote one full chapter, about 20 pages, about the language of Trump, right? So I may be biased from what I understand. I would understand, if you ask me, I would think that it's okay. It's absolutely okay. Trump, in some senses, is distancing himself, giving us the space. Do what you want. Remember, with regards to Bangladesh, also he had said that I leave it to India to figure it out, right? That's there, but on the other level, our strategic, cooperation is huge right now with the US, and they will stand, and they are with us. The US is with us. It's not, so that would be very clear. Another thing that we have to convey, and we would have conveyed to the Trump administration, which would, which influences how they look at the whole situation, that this attack on India was not only an attack on terror and divisions in India of Hindu-Muslim, it was an economic hit on India. The Trump tariff programs are requiring American companies to move out of China into some other locations. India is one prominent candidate. Some companies are looking to come to India. Now, with these war clouds happening in India, many or some of those decisions would get delayed, or instead of India, they have to choose quickly. They will choose Indonesia or Thailand, right? So this is defeating the Trump game plan of cornering China. So it's an economic hit on India, it's a success for China, and it's a downside for your Trump trade world order.
Right. We'll also bring you some information that is coming in from Indian government sources about the kind of terrorist infrastructure that has been hit, and of course the loss of life at there. And remember, these are all terrorists, so there's really no loss of life. This is loss of people, which is a very happy event as far as the Indian state is concerned. So about 80 to 90 terrorists have been killed in Indian attacks on Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir on terror camps. This is something which is coming from Government of India sources. Around 25 to 30 terrorists each have been killed in Bawalpur and Mudrike, which are the two biggest sites in this operation. Remember, JM infrastructure was targeted in Bhavalpur, and of course in Mudrike it was Lashkar-e-Taiba that was hit. Mr. Sachdev, a question to you. 10 a.m. Pakistan time, the National Security Council of that useless country would be meeting. What do you think will be the outcome of that meet?
Well, a great question, no doubt. Oh, absolutely right. Now, maybe the most important one. Uh, we don't know. I mean, what we could expect is a rational actor and rational leaders. So, going by that, they would, I think, see, even they are under pressure. If you go to look at really Pakistan in that sense, there would be pressure on the Pakistan government also to act. There would be pressure on Pakistan military also to act. Now it's up to them how to divert that. They've created this, devil Frankenstein, and they have to now figure out how to divert it. Otherwise, what will happen? The Pakistan military and elite will be obliterated. They'll be finished. Okay, so it's a matter of their self-survival also now. I mean, it's like a come-to-God moment for the Pakistan elite, army, and the politicians, I think. So that said, one other scenario which plays out, which is very worrisome also, could be, the government in its structure or the army from the high level may decide something, okay, to de-escalate, let's say. But there could be a rogue element, a rogue battalion, a rogue brigadier, who could set off something else, who may be, totally consumed by jihad and against India. And because there are many such, they want to be Ghazis or something like that, right? In the Pakistan army itself. So that is the other danger to watch out for. So, I mean, we cannot say, but I hope that a combination of the pressures of the US, Saudi, and the Arab Emirates, and a realization that if Pakistan retaliates in a bigger manner, it would really mean a very big war. And that would be a war that Pakistan would lose, not only lose badly, it will get, flattened or some portions and total chaos in the country. Do they want to do that? I think that's the question they would be thinking now.
So stay with us, sir. I just want to mark out for all our viewers, importantly, remember that the Airports Authority of India has announced the closure of Srinagar Airport with no commercial flights operating in the region. Also, Delhi Airport Authority has released a passenger advisory urging people to contact the respective airlines for their updated flight information. A lot of areas are a no-fly zone right now. Many flights will take longer to reach your other locations. Keep in mind that Air India has cancelled all flights to and from Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh and Rajkot until 12 noon on Wednesday. And more companies and airlines are actually coming out with more advisories on that front. So keep in mind all of that as well. Now, I also wanted to understand from you, Mr. Sachdev, and I want to understand because both India and Pakistan are nuclear powers. And I think the biggest concern and the biggest question that Indians and Pakistani civilians will have at this point in time is what could be the extent and intensity of in case a war has to intensify from the current situation, sir?
Come again, are you linking it to a nuclear war?
Yes.
Okay, very, very hypothetical. If for the users we would like to share. See, nuclear bombs, their sizes, 1 kiloton bomb kills around, sorry to use the cold terms, around 10,000 people instantly. In the Hiroshima Nagasaki, bombings, the two bombs were 20 and 15 tons, 35 tons total, and within 2 days, over 300,000 people were, obliterated. So that means average, just we have to see. Now, India and Pakistan both have about 150, 170 nuclear bombs. Okay, many of those bombs are smaller, known as tactical, but even a tactical was like at least 10, 20, 50 kiloton. So even if a 20 kiloton bomb were to fall in any normally populated area, okay, you can do the math. A 50 kiloton would wipe out 500,000 people immediately. So, I mean, that's the cold numbers if we are talking. But I mean, of course, we are not there, and we are absolutely not there. We could be there, yes, but that would be at a time when the Pakistan elite army or the last remaining general is in a bunker, kind of a thing, and then it's for him to suicide and be a suicide bomber.
I don't think so. We are headed that way, as Mr. Sachdev said in his opening remarks that sensible reaction is likely to be from the Pakistani side. Meanwhile, it's the Israeli ambassador to India who has reacted. Mr. Reuben Azar, he says Israel supports India's right for self-defense. Terrorists should know there's no place to hide from their heinous crimes against the innocent. We'll just put that out in the graphics right there in front of you. Mr. Sachdev, thank you so much for your very practical and great insights into how Indian and Pakistani military minds, as also the global political elite, think about this operation. We'll be coming back to you repeatedly to understand how this situation keeps on moving. Meanwhile, Karishma Asudani joins us from the Finance Ministry for an update on the changes in the Indian aviation sector she is hearing about from her sources in the government. Karishma, over to you.
Well, what I'm picking up from officials in the aviation ministry is that DGCA, which is the regulator, is keeping a continuous watch on the current situation. The airlines were also instructed a week ago regarding the impending losses and issues that they could deal in terms of their operational revenue. In fact, Air India last week had also given a letter to government requesting some kind of stimulus support or subsidies that could be given to them, because a week of ban on the Pakistan airspace was also increasing the revenue losses to the airlines, and today flights being impacted until 12 noon will also add into the losses. But however, the broader view of the Ministry of Civil Aviation is that safety is the national priority currently. Safety is paramount, and no airline would risk to fly because of the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. And DGCA is going to extend all the support to airlines. There may not be financial support that is being extended to them, because it is not in the purview and power of the government in order to extend financially to airlines. But they're keeping a close watch and will take action as and when necessary.
Okay, thanks Karishma for all that update, and we'll keep taking all those updates on various airlines coming out with the advisories and the new information on various spaces that they are either slowing down or reducing the number of flights or cancelling them, so that all our viewers are well informed on that front as well. Let's go back to Gaurang to understand more about markets and how should we really look at the strategies then. Gaurang, for retail investors, what's the strategy during such kind of conflicts that they should adopt on markets?
First of all, don't give a damn to what you are hearing from Pakistan. And of course, the
Correct.
Campaign that they have started in terms of misinformation and false videos. And I have always said this, Sakshi, that, please keep yourself away from this unsolicited international universities of Google, WhatsApp, YouTube, Insta, X, Y, Z, whatever, you are enrolled to. And more importantly, to this news flow, like I was mentioning, I think we all should be proud. There is absolutely no reason why we have to fear about anything. Point number one. Point number two, as far as markets, as Shell was mentioning a while back, I think market should recover after initial knee-jerk reaction. What happens next? Let me say this again. You were asking a question to the earlier guest about the nuclear war. Sakshi, even if, first of all, that possibility looks very bare minimum, because Pakistan doesn't have the infrastructure or the strength or the capability to go ahead and do that. Point number one. And before they can fire, I think our Indian arsenals will go and destroy them. Because right now, you heard one joker minister of Pakistan talk about India doesn't know where the nuclear arsenals are. I think he should wake up and smell coffee, to be very honest. They have hidden them. That's what he said, right? If I'm not mistaken, if I heard him right. Bro, even if you've hidden them, we will go and get them over there. There is no need to even get it out. So, forget about, and, imagine, what I was given to understand on a lighter note, the manual to operate a nuclear bomb is in Chinese, and Pakistan don't know how to read Chinese, or in a language which they don't understand. So, I would again repeat, please do not fall prey to any kind of false, misrepresentative news or videos that are being thrown across various media by the counter country across the border. And I again will repeat, we should be proud of what our armed forces have done.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the pre-open is with us. 1.3% down, 24,000 is a level which seems will get respected. Again, remember, this is a knee-jerk. As the markets move towards 908, this 309 number will improve for the better. Now, let's look at TCS, down 140 rupees. Infosys down 61 rupees. I'm just talking about the index heavyweights. ICICI Bank down 43 rupees. HDFC down. HDFC is actually up 56 rupees, and Axis Bank up 37. This is just a knee-jerk reaction as we speak. This is improving for the better, and you will see at around 9:08 a.m. this is somewhere like a downtick of about 30-50 points, and then the market most likely will move into positive territory. Everybody is waiting with bated breath for 10 a.m. India time, when the Indian debriefing happens for the nation, and also of course a little later when the Pakistani National Security Council meets. Bharti Airtel up 3% there. Gaurang, a first cut from you. What is on your buy list in case the market opens dramatically lower?
I think cements, Shell would do a very decisive sectorial pick.
Yes.
And of course, there are reasons also. One is, of course, in this all, geopolitical hodgepodge with a joker country neighboring us. Yesterday, late evening, we got the news that India and UK have managed to reach to finalizing the foreign trade agreement, which was work in progress for many, many months and years now. Finally, it is done. Yesterday, we also heard about zero tariff between India and US for certain category of products like auto ancillaries, steel and aluminium. There was a statement made by the US president on this. So, just look at this, one hand we are handling tariff related issues. On the other hand, we are handling absolutely uncouth and willing to go to dogs kind of a country as our neighbor in terms of geopolitical situation. And on the other hand, we are able to manage to crack deals and sign and finalize FTAs with UK and more importantly, very soon with US. Mr. Trump mentioned that India would be one of the first countries to do that with United States post 2nd of April tariff announcement. So I think cement is a sector that I would definitely look at. Not only that it is isolated from the tariff related, overhang or sword, but also the kind of capex and the kind of infrastructure creation theme that the government and the center government and the state, and more importantly, shall turn around in the real estate sector. So I think cement is great. A mid cap or a large cap would do well. Large cap would be Ultratech given the capacity, and a mid cap idea would be in form of Dalmia Bharat.
We'll keep an eye out on all those cement stocks. But I want to understand from you, sir. You have been our biggest voice on the defense stocks. Yes. All along last 1.5 years. And you have maintained that this is one space that every investor must keep in their part of core portfolio, not just for next 5-10 years, but for generation and for the next generation at large as well. Now tell us, sir, most of the ammunition that was used in this, retaliation towards the terrorists this time that India has used, HAL, BEL, the likes of our shipbuilders, Cochin, Mazagon. How would you really look at all of them amidst this, sir?
Well, I would reinforce my confidence on the defense sector. I think I would not be wrong in using those words or statement, reinforcing my confidence, especially post the unfortunate incidents in Pulwama, JNK by across the border, and of course the counter retaliatory action that India has done. And along with that, Sakshi, I think it was, my good friend Shell will help me if my memory doesn't serve me right. I think it was in 2016 or 17 that the foreign direct investment policy was opened up by the government, FDI and defense. And by the virtue of that, we did not understand the scope or the magnitude of opportunity that will lie. But look at it post that we had multiple PSU companies hitting the street, creating wealth for long-term investors and continue to create wealth for long-term investors. Our companies in defense, whether it is public or private, not only caters to the local demand, but also has capability to export with the kind of news flows and the order book that are coming through. And my sense is that this kind of opportunity will definitely grow more in terms of make in India, made in India. And I think there will be many more prohibited list from the Ministry of Defense in terms of imports that we are doing that we put onto restriction and thereby opening more avenues and opportunities for the defense sector and companies in India. I continue to maintain a positive view, and I think I will reinforce my confidence on that.
Right. And as Sakshi very rightly points out that Gaurang has been perhaps the biggest bull on the defense space over the last 24 to 30 months ever since we've started coverage on markets at Business Today Television. And who can forget the great call on Garden Reach, Cochin Shipyard, and of course Mazgaon Docks, not to mention HAL, BEL, BDL, and BEML. These stocks, ladies and gentlemen, are also available via two mutual funds. So for those who have a slightly practical view in life for markets, look at the defense mutual funds. You will be better placed, sleep easier. And of course, those who have a higher pulse like Gaurang, they can take direct exposure to these stocks, of course with the requisite checks and balances. Remember, all these stocks have appreciated between 20 and 40% over the last month or so, ever since they had bottomed out, and of course will be in action from now on. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the state of play as of now. I'll request the PCR to fire the pre-open Nifty for the moment, and you will see that the knee-jerk reaction is improving for the better. The Nifty had opened 300 points down. For the moment, down just 146. We have another minute left. You'll see this improving as well. Apart from defense and cement, what are the other sectors that your research team is throwing up as far as a decent purchase can be made at this point of time, Gaurang?
So, Shell, I think cap goods engineering will be the other one. Financials, Shell, I think we should not ignore that, especially post the fourth quarter earnings. Whatever we've seen, there are few that are still yet to come out with the fourth quarter earnings. So banking, finance, both public, private, strong NBFCs should be on your radar. I would definitely take a bit longish view on consumption related themes. Now, when I say consumption, Shell, it not only focuses on FMCG, but also on two more larger themes, discretionary and non-discretionary. So your non-discretionary would be FMCG related stocks, and your discretionary would be consumer durable, white good appliances like Blue Star, Voltas, Symphony, Havells, etc., etc. I would also keep a focus over there because I think whatever happened in the budget, 12.75 lakhs, no tax, would start percolating into grassroots green shoots from October, November, December this year, calendar year. So I think FMCG, discretionary, non-discretionary should be on your radar.
Absolutely. Well, apart from this, let's since you're talking about financials, just wanted to get on to what happened with Bank of Baroda yesterday. Sharp fall after the earnings. How would you really look at and Kotak Mahindra Bank? What happened there in the private sector space? How are you navigating through what has to be kept on radar and what has to be avoided at this stage?
So Sakshi, I would definitely concur that it was a disappointment, but I would write it off as one-off. Look, I mean, any sector, and within those sectors, any company, whether it is small cap, mid cap, large cap, or an MNC company, can see headwinds in terms of some one quarter, disappointment in earnings. But does that really mean that you have to decisively take a call and exit from that investment from a long-term point of view in case if you got invested? I would say definitely. Give it time. There are difficult times for any company, any sector, however big or small those companies are. But then eventually you have to look at the capability and the capacity of those companies and the management, whether they are able to recover from those kind of, unfortunate situation and circumstances which led to disappointment on numbers front. So we maintain a positive view on both the names that you mentioned, Kotak Mahindra Bank and Bank of Baroda. Let me tell you, Kotak Mahindra Bank before the numbers was one of the mid to large cap private sector banks which actually outperformed since last 3 to 6 months, because it was languishing at 1200, 1300 for a pretty long period of time. And then slowly, steadily, we had a lot of positivities coming through, overhang getting pushed into history. And as a result of that, you saw the stock even going to the levels of 2200, if I'm not mistaken, before correcting post the fourth quarter numbers. So we have a positive view on both.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the market has settled in the pre-open, and as mentioned earlier, it's a sensible quote as of now that you will see on the Nifty, down 0.6%, 24,233. Again, this will improve for the better. The markets will be in some sort of suspended animation between 9:15 and 10 a.m. when the briefing starts in India, and of course a little later in Pakistan at 10:30 a.m. their time, when their National Security Council meets. Remember, that's the apex body that decides on foreign affairs and other important reactions that that particular country needs to do. So for the first 1 hour of trade, probably you will just see a sideways trend. Defense stocks will be in focus, and this is as good a time as any to look at the major one. In particular, HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the frontline counter which takes care of the Indian Air Force, 4454, down 2%. Of course, we'll look at BDL, BEL and BEML. BEL is down 1.4% in opening course, BEML 1.9%, BDL flat at 1527, and the three shipyards, which is Cochin down 1.2%. You have Garden Reach in the green, 1834, and of course the biggest one of them, Mazagaon Dock, which was at a record high at the moment, is somewhere right there in front of you, 2958, down 0.5%. So this is the knee-jerk reaction that is happening in the market, and this is how it is for the moment. Gaurang, a view on NBFCs, and before that, a very, very important message coming in from politician Asauddin Owaisi, which is right there in front of you. I'll read it out to you. मैं हमारी रक्षा सेनाओं द्वारा पाकिस्तान में आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर किए गए लक्षित हमलों का स्वागत करता हूं। पाकिस्तान डीप स्टेट को ऐसी सख्त सीख दी जानी चाहिए कि फिर कभी दूसरा पहलगाम ना हो। पाकिस्तान के आतंकी ढांचे को पूरी तरीके से नष्ट कर देना चाहिए। जय हिंद, #Operation Sindoor. Sakshi.
Absolutely. So solidarity must come in. As S. Jaishankar did point out, the world must stand solidated against any form of terrorism at this point in time. So we have to, stand with the Indian Armed Forces, and what they've carried out is as a mark of respect. We will continue to show you these visuals throughout the course of the day, and we will continue to celebrate the actions with the families of Indian Armed Forces. We thank you for sending our brave men out there to, avenge what was absolutely needed at this hour. Let's look at the markets yet again. And, of course, you pointed out, Gaurang, about the India-UK FTA in your initial comments. And let's come down to understanding that a little bit more in terms of how should investors be looking at some of the sectors that are immediately going to be reacting. The Alcobev industry and the textile industry at large. How would you be really looking at this FTA and the impact on these key sectors, and what should investors do?
So the initial framework is what I know about, Sakshi, honestly, because there is, I don't have much knowledge or input about what the fine print or, the understanding of the in-between lines. But yes, my sense is that textile, autos, metals, to certain extent would tend to get benefit. And of course, not to forget, with the tariff lingering on China and Bangladesh, benefit India as far as textile sector is concerned is something that I'm optimistic about. We have some positive coverage on likes of Raymond's, Vardhaman Textile, etc. on the textile front. But I think these are initial news flows. Does not mean that from tomorrow, day after, or within a very short time frame, these companies, the companies in these sectors would start getting benefited. And of course, like I said, we need to understand the fine print of the FT as well.
Right.
Right. We'll go to the opening quote, Sakshi. And as was told, the knee-jerk reaction is getting better and better. Nifty is down just 61. Bank Nifty is down just 25. I'll mark two important stocks. HDFC Bank and Reliance are in the green, remember. They are amongst the three most heaviest weighted counters on the Nifty. Reliance now flat at 1420. HDFC Bank in the green, 5 rupees 80 higher at 1938. In the green is Tata Motors, 657. A very, very quick look at defense. This is something that will be in top form today. Okay, BEL is flat, 310.45. Now in the green, 1% higher. Mazgaon in the green. Midhani, which makes important alloys for all missiles and all, is 305 in the green. Hindustan Aeronautics in the green, 1% higher, 45.46. You have BDL in the green, 0.3% higher, 15.33. And you have Garden Reach Shipyard in the green, up 1.4%. Bank Nifty is in the green, Sakshi. A very mature, a very positive reaction by the market. Nifty will also shortly be in the green. Gaurang, a big thumbs up. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Jai Shri Ram, Bharat Mata ki Jai. And that's what I was saying, Shell, that after the knee-jerk reaction, I think we should see our market settle down.
Yes.
And glad to see that. And I don't think, not only for today, Shell, going into the future, we don't know how the jokers across the border are going to react. Useless, without any common sense and wisdom. But in case in future a similar situation arises, I think we have to, at least we at this side of the border, should be matured enough and use our wisdom and buy into the dips into the market. Markets give you opportunity. Shall I give you one more number? 7th of April, that is exactly a month back, after the announcement of tariff on 2nd of April, markets were at low, 21,800. Correct me if I'm wrong. No. And from those levels, we are at 24,300, 24,500. So I think we should understand the inherent strength that we have and not to succumb under some kind of false or misrepresentation as far as the current situation is concerned.
Absolutely. We could be seeing a green now, slightly on the Nifty, 24,378, and we'll be coming up, Nifty Bank is already about 0.5% higher now, 54,491, and the Nifty also shortly could be turning green at this point in time. The textile stocks are in focus. Today Gokul Das Exports 8% higher, KPR Mill up about 6.5% higher in trade, CRM Silks that's up in trade as well. You can also see Arvind Limited, SP Apparels, all of them that are moving up in trade. Remember, this is as part of the India-UK FTA deal that has been signed yesterday. As part of the deal, 8 to 12% of the UK import duty on textiles and garments will be eliminated, making Indian exports more competitive compared to both Vietnam and Bangladesh. And that is being seen as a positive reaction across the textile space. Your top choice in the textile basket, Gaurang?
So Sakshi, like I mentioned, Vardhaman Textile and Raymond's, I would, that's where our fundamental coverage is, and by the virtue of the regulation that is put in place, I cannot go outside those boundaries or borders. So we have positive coverage on Vardhaman Textile as well as Raymond's.
In the green, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
the Nifty is 5 points higher. It is not a question of 5 points. It's the knee jerk that has been observed and absorbed by the market. Remember, Nifty opened 60 points lower and is now in the green, 24,380. Stocks that are pulling it up are HDFC Bank up 0.5% and Tata Motors. Sakshi, one of the biggest beneficiaries of the UK FTA will be Tata Motors. Remember JLR. Gaurang, a quick one on Tata Motors. I remember we've discussed these stocks about 1,000,000 times in the last 10 years. Now available about 40-45% below its all-time high. A view on Tata Motors.
Shell, I will never get tired of answering any question on Tata Motors. That's my commitment. That's my, confidence getting reinforced. Yes, I mean, from level 100 to 600, almost like you mentioned, 40-45% down. Look, go and buy it if you've not bought it. If you bought it at higher levels, if you have investable amount, stagger your investment because we are in uncertain times. I never advise anybody to put lock, stock, and barrel into the market. Always have a disciplined approach. So we are positive. 850 kind of targets currently.
Yes.
I'm sure with the kind of developments on the positive side, earnings will improve and that will make us revise our targets on Tata Motors. But we have positive.
Okay.
And a unanimous vote on the demerger of the CV business as well, now that we have as a trigger for Tata Motors as well. So how do you see that?
So I think it's work in progress. But yeah, I mean, if everything goes well, value unlocking will definitely happen for long-term investors. And I think then post that, there will be a focused effort from both the teams, CVs and PVs. And you will get best of both the worlds, I'm quite sure.
Okay, two very important information coming in. One, the press briefing that was to start at 10 a.m. has now been pushed to 10:30 a.m. That's the latest that we have. And more importantly, there has been a bomb threat on a flight operated by Indigo from Chandigarh to Mumbai, 6E6382. As per protocol, all standard operating procedures have been followed and the aircraft was taken to an isolation bay. This is also the right time to mark Indigo, the stock that is the flagship company as far as aviation is concerned. Indigo down 0.5% at 53.21, and you can see the volatility again back in the green. A very, very sensible reaction coming in on this one. It opened about 5157, that's the low, and is now at 5332. So again, as I have been pointing out, the dip is getting purchased. So the action, ladies and gentlemen, will now begin post 10:30 a.m. as far as the briefings are concerned. But for now, a very, very sensible reaction coming in from the market. I'll again request the PCR to kindly file the long-term chart of Tata Motors. Let's discuss this in a bit of detail. Remember, the stock hit a high of somewhere like 1150 rupees. This was way back in the month of July 2024. From then on, it has corrected to the extent of 53%, a low of 654, and now we have this view coming in on the UK FTA. So ladies and gentlemen, you are buying a fabulous blue chip at about 40-45% lower from its all-time high. Again, consult an individual and independent financial advisor, but Gaurang is the best guy to talk about Tata Motors. Gaurang, against the backdrop of this kind of a correction, what are the valuation parameters of Tata Motors?
Sushil, I think before that, one news that was earlier when the tariff came in, that JLR had stopped shipment of JLR cars to UK. I beg your pardon, to US, but I think it has again resumed it, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what I read. So that's one positive. In terms of valuation, I think, look, first of all, like Sakshi also mentioned, and all of us know, splitting of business, PVs and CVs. This management also had guided towards making balance sheet zero debt, if I'm not mistaken. That work in progress. I'm not saying that you will get reversal of what has happened in terms of positivity immediately. There are headwinds for Tata Motors. I fully agree with that, and I have no reason to not accept it. But in terms of valuation wise, I think, look, and more importantly, I think this year, whatever remains of calendar year and next year, we've heard multiple launches of new models, of models which were there in form of Tata Sierra. Is going to get relaunched in a new avatar, new form, possibly an EV. and the existing models that are there in across categories are getting relaunched with better features. So, it still continues to dominate that, top ranking in terms of compact SUV, in terms of mid-size. Work is in progress. So my sense is that you don't have much to lose from here on in terms of downside. And in terms of upside, like I mentioned, 850 kind of targets. We'll revisit these targets once the earnings starts improving, but opportunity definitely there.
Right. Record highs on Radico Khaitan, 1.7% higher, 25.84. Remember, liquor stocks will also benefit from this India-UK FTA, while incoming scotch will be cheaper. Gaurang is also not a part of this discussion as far as, good things in life are concerned. They are limited to 2 and 4 wheelers. So we will not ask a view on his consumption patterns as far as liquor is concerned, because he doesn't consume them, but of course he tracks liquor companies. With that, we'll request the PCR to show United Breweries, United Spirits, Radico, as well as Alcobev, which is Allied Blenders, and check with Gaurang what is the top pick in the liquor space as far as Geojit Securities is concerned.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. Yeah, so my sense is that we have coverage. We do like the high spirit stroke liquor sector as such, and I think there is a lot of opportunity. Shell influence, incidentally, I happened to read some reports that Indian single malt whiskies have gained pride for India at international level. They have been ranked number 1 and number 2, even as far as certain other hard liquor is concerned. I think it was some gin or something, if I'm not mistaken, which bagged the number 1 spot in one of the categories. Continue to have dominance not only in Indian markets but also opportunity in the export. The company that we like in this particular sector is United Beverages. I think this particular company product, first of all, has got mass appeal. Temperatures rising, consumption is definitely going to follow. And along with that, you have a possibility of earnings improvement as well. So United Beverages is something that we like in this sector.
Okay, 24,400 back with us on the Nifty, and slowly and gradually there is an improvement that we are seeing on the markets and the sentiment across the board. Most of the sectors are turning green. I think apart from, say, the IT, pharma and consumer durables, slight losses on FMCG. Rest of all the sectors are now pulling up. PSU banks, autos are driving the show at this point. Large private sector banks, NBFCs and even the broader markets are supporting the sentiments. Just before we let you go, Gaurang, tonight's US Fed meeting will also be extremely important for the markets to track as well. What is your suggestion there? Will it be a standstill policy this time around, or could things change yet again?
I'm sorry, Sakshi, your audio was breaking. I couldn't hear you.
US Fed meet tonight. What do you expect from there, and how should investors be looking at it?
I think first of all, Mr. Trump should stop making his comments on Mr. Powell. It was unfortunate, the kind of statement that he made. And my sense is that with the kind of uncertainty that lingers on the US economy, possibility of a slowdown and then a recession, I think all wisdom will prevail upon Mr. Powell to take a pause like he did last time. Because, that 90-day window makes a lot of things uncertain, not only for America, but also for the rest of the world and 180 countries plus on whom tariffs have been spoken about by President Trump. So I think it's going to be a pause, status quo. Commentary is something that we would be eagerly waiting to listen into and interpret. But I don't think there's going to be any major change as far as US Fed is concerned. I'm 100% sure it's going to be a pause, given the situation that US economy and the policies are.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Gaurang, with that, thank you once again for taking time out earlier today on such important a day. As always, Jai Hind and Jai Bharat. Thank you again for your excellent comments on the cement space, as also defense and of course the banking sector. The Nifty, as is there in front of you, 53 points higher, and Sakshi, it's gathering steam.
Yes.
Across the board, all that I see are stocks that are hitting days highs. So the dip has been purchased, as we've been pointing out ever since we started coverage early morning at 8:30 a.m. Look at the advanced decline ratio, Sakshi. We started with just 350 stocks in the green early morning. Now the number stands at 777. Just 1400 stocks are in the red. So the advanced decline has improved dramatically from 1:3 to 1:2. We tracked 19 indices for you. 16 are in the green. And in the NSE 500, the broadest measure that we have, 272 stocks are in the green versus 228. So the important NSE 500 stocks, the majority of them have shifted towards the green side. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a very, very mature reaction as far as markets are concerned. Of course, these are volatile times, and these are times when markets react in a knee-jerk fashion. Much will be known at 10:30 a.m. when the Indian briefing starts, and a little later when you have the Pakistani reaction. Sakshi.
Prashant Tapsi, Senior Vice President of Research Analyst at Mehta Equities, is now joining in on the program to share his views on the markets. Warm welcome to you, Prashant. Good to have you with us on such an important day. It was being anticipated. Finally, the Indian Armed Forces, with precision, have carried out this act, a brave act, and destroyed the terror camps along the borders and within Pakistan as well. The markets have reacted very sensibly, just the initial dip, and now we are back above 24,420. How would you really look at the markets at this point?
I think I should start the session by saying Bharat Mata ki Jai, and even investors and traders are showing that kind of salute to the Indian Army, so that we are almost like covering the negative sentiments to a positive sentiments in just in next 15 minutes. Early morning we saw almost 100-point negative in the GIFT Nifty, and now we are up by 50 points. So I think it's a 150 points recovery, which shows the strength in the markets. Today was a very eventful day. We had a good news from UK as well, so which is also supporting Indian markets. Early morning we got the news of the Sindhur attack. I think that would be also seeing very much positive in these things. I see Bank Nifty will be the leading sector or index which will keep markets very much positive. HDFC Bank, SBI, and other PSU banks will lead the market towards the day high. So these things are very much were expected. At least from last 5-6 days, markets were consolidating on a very flat zone. But again, post yesterday night's surgical strike, so that will be giving very strong message to the world. India has changed, and India has changed its view to counter these kind of attacks. So overall, very positive momentum, and we are in the Q4 earnings main season. So I think that will also be very much highly watched, because earnings should be the main focus right now, which will be driving further in the markets.
Good morning to you, Prashant, and a very warm welcome. As you say very rightly, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. The markets have reacted very, very positively. Anything that catches your fancy in early trade? Sakshi, even look at the Nifty IT index from a low of 35,440. We are now at 35,800. So this is a 360-point purchase that the market has done. Whether it's short covering or value buying, only time will tell. But I hope to see the Nifty IT index in the green. Bank Nifty is deeply in the green. So is the Nifty. Prashant, over to you. Any purchases that you may have made?
I think I'm looking at the capital market as a segment which is trading at a day high in terms of index. So I think CDS, the way how BSE has reported its number, even the unlisted share of NSE, even they have reported a strong number with respect to increase in the margin as well as in the volume. So I think a capital market index should be highly watched today. Second would be again private banks, again led by ICICI, Axis and HDFC Bank, and even defense should be the sector one should focus for the day.
Okay. Sakshi, remember I had pointed out 777 stocks that were in the green. Now 1,000 stocks are in the green and just 1185 that are in the red. My hope is that you will see, firstly, 1:1 on advanced decline, which means equal number of stocks falling and gaining, and then the advanced decline will move in favor of the bulls. Why is that going to happen? Because each and every index, ladies and gentlemen, is moving higher and higher from its early morning low or the opening quote. The mid cap select index, Sakshi, is up 1.5%. Out of 25 stocks making up the mid-cap index, 22 are in the green. The Nifty Alpha 50, remember these are the two indices that we mark because they are the most aggressive indices that we track.
Yes.
1.5% high on the Nifty Alpha 50. Out of 50 shares, 37 are in the green, and it gets better and better as far as the NSE 500 is concerned. 282 stocks are in the green versus 215 in the red. Remember 1011.85 at 9:35 a.m. This is going to get better and better as we progress. Nifty up 63 points, and Sakshi, let me just point out the new highs that are there in the market. For the moment, it's Radico on NSE 500 and Vishal Mega Mart. We'll ignore Vishal Mega Mart, but as Prashant pointed out, runaway rallies on the Bombay Stock Exchange, 8.6% higher. Tata Motors, no stopping it, 4% higher. This is the India UK FTA, 674, and of course Mazgaon Dock, 4% higher. HAL 1.8% higher. Garden Reach 4.4% higher. The entire defense space is on offense, Sakshi.
Absolutely, Prashant. How would you really look at this sharp move? In fact, the defense stocks have been on a sharp upward momentum that we've been seeing over the last 10 to 15 days odd now. Garden Reach, Mazagon, Cochin, even HAL and BEL, they have been rallying, and again we have a 1.7% uptick on the defense index today. I want to understand from you, there were many investors who bought defense stocks on the way up at the peak, and they were probably just holding on all the way through consolidation. Many stocks have come back 15%, 20, 25, even 30% from those lows, but still are away from that peak. What should investors do on the defense stocks?
See, if the investor is behaving like a trader, I think he should try to book some profit at these levels, because now the ongoing Indo-Pak geopolitical tension is creating some kind of more opportunities for these defense stocks. But again, I would like to be a long-term investors. These defense stocks should be a portfolio stock for at least 5-10 years from the current levels. You may expect a lot of big orders going forward. Government focus will increase, and even these companies will focus more on the export-oriented business opportunities. So for me, it's a 5, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years story for a defense. But again, if investor is a behavior like a trader, so I think he has to try to book profits at every rise.
Okay, got that. So that's as far as the defense names are concerned. How would you really look at, you pointed out BSE, I wanted to get levels from you. From this level, 9% higher and on the recovery that it has shown thus far, would you still be a buyer post the numbers? Massive improvement in profitability, 127% surge on profitability that BSE has shown on a year-on-year basis, on a quarter-on-quarter basis, on a consolidated basis. How would you really look at it? 4 times, in fact, the kind of profitability on a year-on-year basis is what we have seen.
I may not be buyer on the same day today at 68.50, but obviously I will be an investor in this stock. Any dip should be an opportunity for any investors to accumulate these businesses for a long term. For me, a target for very much, at least for 1 or 2 quarters, should be 7,500 from the current level, but not recommending any clients or investors to buy at this point of time. Good level would be again anywhere between 62 and 64. Which would be the best accumulation level for the stock. Obviously, some kind of profit booking attempts can come in very few days. That will help the investors to buy at these levels.
Okay, Sakshi, just a note of caution on BSE. This is also pricing the 2:1 bonus.
Yeah.
So there is a froth, and possibly there is the shift of market share from NSE towards BSE in terms of trading volume that is getting reflected in the stock price. The all-time high on the BSE is just next door. The high was 68.08 that we hit on 29th of April, and today's high is 68.47. So closing is what we will note, but today we've had a fresh record high on the Bombay Stock Exchange. Just yesterday, Sakshi, there was news for NSE shareholders. Remember, NSE is unlisted. 35 rupees per share is the dividend that is declared, and from the smile that is there on Prashant's face, I believe he is also a holder of NSE unlisted shares. Prashant.
Not holding it directly, but obviously I have recommended a lot of my clients to invest in NSE.
चलिए, उनके मुंह में भी घी शक्कर और आपके मुंह में भी घी शक्कर. We'll just pull out the BSE share for you from a low of 3813 on 11th of March, ladies and gentlemen. the counter has now appreciated nearly 80% to a fresh record high of 68.18. Yes, it's an 83% appreciation in a span of 57 days or 35 trading sessions for the Bombay Stock Exchange. As they say, when there is fear in the market, you should be a buyer.
Yes, most of the smartest investors have actually bought that fear over the last 5-6 months odd, and they are now sitting on a recovery path and looking at newer highs and better profits at this point in time. We are seeing that the auto stocks are now driving the show, led by Tata Motors, of course. Mid caps are doing well. PSU banks, the Nifty Bank, private banks and metals are holding up, but there's also an increase in the volatility. So we'll keep an eye out on India VIX as well. 19.4 odd levels, 2.2% higher. So there is extreme volatility at this point in time, which we should not lose sight of at this point in time. Another stock that's actually buzzing in trade is Paytm after the earnings as well. So just wanted to also ask Prashant his views on Paytm as well. We have actually seen for the company in Q4 that, of course, the losses have been reduced to 544 odd crore rupees vis-a-vis 550 odd crore rupees there. The company has reported a net loss despite its other income increasing by 100 crore rupees. And what we've also seen is that JM Financial and Yes Securities, who had expected a net profit, but it's come in below the profits, in losses, below expectations there. But the stock is higher by about 5.9 odd percent. How would you really look at this rally, and what would you do on Paytm?
I think post result analysis, I think there was one kind of adjustment in the Q4 earnings. I think worst is behind the stock right now. I think the business model is doing great right now. Again, volumes are increasing. The margins are again stable to very much positive. I think that would be very much focused right now. For me, on a technical basis, again 900, 920 can be a near-term target. For a long term, I would like to again wait and watch for another 1 quarter to have some kind of strong earning focus later to have a long-term investment advice.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we'll again show you are the defense stocks, because now they are gaining momentum. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is live photos that were taken, live coverage that was taken at the point of attack at 1:44 a.m. This was 11 seconds of the Indian Air Force unleashing its munitions. We are still not adequately updated in types of ammunition used or the kind of aircraft that were deployed, but the result is right there in front of you. And Sakshi, unlike Balakot last time in 2019, when everybody was questioning the veracity and the impact of the strike, this time in broad daylight, the entire Pakistani population will see the impact in front of their own eyes. You do not need any other government agency to show you that there was no impact. They will see with their own eyes the kind of damage that has happened to infrastructure in major Pakistani towns and in major towns in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a day of reckoning, and this is the reason why you see a very, very nice and strong uptick on many defense counters. Garden Reach 2.7% higher, 1883. Mazgaon Dock well on its way to reclaim its all-time high, 1.5% higher. Astra Micro 1.4% higher, 844. Cochin Shipyard 0.5% higher. BEL 0.5% higher. HAL, BDL and BEML all in the green. Sakshi.
Absolutely, and the nation is standing tall.
Yes.
We have opposition parties also coming in solidarity with the government, talking about that the action has been befitting for Pakistan terror camps that have been, unleashing ghastly attacks on Indians, for many years now. This is not just a response to Pahalgam, but this is also a response to what has happened in Balakot and in the previous terror attacks and the cowardly attacks that they have been conducting. A befitting reply. 9 terrorist camps have been destroyed. As per our initial reports, 80 to 90 terrorists have been wiped out in this kind of a retaliation that India has struck on Pakistan terror pads. And you can actually see all those 9 locations where we carried out overnight these kind of attacks. And we are very proud of the Indian armed forces who've carried out with a lot of brevity at this point in time all those attacks. We'll continue to get you all those visuals and everything that's the updates that are coming in 10:30 a.m. When the Indian armed forces holds that press briefing is going to be what Indians are going to be holding on with bated breath. You can actually see AI visuals of how the carried out attacks were made. So some visual appeal for all our Indians to really see how AI is imagining the attacks were done at this point in time. So we'll keep an eye out on that as well.
Sakshi, we'll put out the real graphics as well. Requesting the PCR to kindly fire the intraday chart of Bank Nifty. Now it's gathering fresh momentum. What you see on the Bank Nifty is an uptick of 0.5%, and that's primarily because of ICICI Bank. Bank Nifty in itself is recouping from a 5-day loss. You've seen the index hit 55,970 on 29th of April, slipped for 4 days. Early morning opened at a low of 53,900. So that's an easy 2,000 point correction, and from now onwards, from a low, it's now up from yesterday's close up 240 points, and from today's low of 53,900, it's up 600 points. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the state of play, and I'll request the PCI to kindly also fire ICICI Bank. This is the mainstay stock as far as both the Nifty and the Bank Nifty are concerned, 0.5% higher, but that is not the story. The low was 1422 and the counter is now at 1440. So fairly sharp uptick from then on. Also we'll mark the pullers and draggers on the Nifty, which are right there in front of you. As I have mentioned, it's the banks. ICICI Bank is contributing 17 points, HDFC Bank is contributing 10 points, Tata Motors in full form up 3%. Prashant, your view on Tata Motors at this point of time?
I think yes, I am a long-term holder in Tata Motors. We had discussed many times on this screen. So my average cost is almost like 140, 150 5 years back. I'm very much positive on the demerger story which is running out right now. Yesterday there was a clear approval from the shareholders for the demerger of PV and the EV. PV and CV. So I think that would be a great step by the management of Tata Motors to have a valuation unlocking for the investors, and again opportunity focus and all will be more on the PV and EV, and again CV will be compared with the Ashok Leyland with respect to valuation. So I think currently the valuations are very much depressed because of the earning pressure as well as the valuation mismatch between the PV as well as the CV. So demerger will give a lot of focus to the investors as well as the management to take this business model very strong going forward. So I am very much positive. Despite the demerger, I think my target would be anywhere between 950 and 1,000 for another 3 to 6 months.
Okay, got that. On the India-UK FTA deal, Prashant, just wanted to get that sense out for you. In fact, we have Amit Shah and the tweet coming out from there. Proud of our armed forces, Operation Sindoor is Bharat's response to the brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam. The Modi government is resolved to give a befitting response to any attack on India and its people. Bharat remains firmly committed to eradicating terrorism from its roots. That's the first word coming out from Amit Shah at this point in time, right after the attack. The first response from Amit Shah after the attack. He's proud of the armed forces, and so are we, sir. Okay, Prashant, wanted to ask you on the India-UK FTA deal as well. On the 2 pockets that we are focused on today, we are already seeing a lot of momentum on the textile space. So one on that, and the other one is Alcobev space, especially the likes of Radico Khaitan, but that are one of the largest importers of bulk scotch from UK. In fact, their management has been talking about how they expect FY26 bulk exports to be worth about 250 crores, and how they also expect the new signing of the deal could actually usher in huge savings for them as well. How would you look at these 2 pockets, Alcobev and textiles, and what would your top picks be?
I think the deal is almost like 3 years old again, and now they got the successful, signed off. So very positive for, liquor industry. Again, the, imports and exports of liquor between UK and India is very strong, and there is high demand for, the UK based scotch in India, and even Indian based, a lot of, liquors are in demand in UK. So that will have a very great deal. Volumes will increase, margins will increase. But in this again, in terms of valuations, Radico is trading at a very high valuation right now, trading at 100p, not comfortable to have a fresh position at this point of time. If you compare with this again, United Beverages also trading more than 100p right now again. United Spirits can be one stock at least with a 70, 75p, which can be some kind of comfortable. But I don't remember how much of their business goes to UK and import and export differences. So that would be one question from my side again. But again, in terms of valuations, I think the allied blenders will also looks good at this point of time. I think that would be catching the valuations of other two leaders in the industry. So if you want to ask me as a question, I think allied blenders would be one stock which I would like to focus more on.
Right. Sakshi, I could go on for an hour or a day as far as liquor stocks are concerned, but we will leave that for the after party. The fact remains that the Indian liquor market, especially in the upper segment, the luxury segment, is doing immensely well. Radico itself is launching or has launched in the last 2 or 3 years about 5-7 brands that are priced above foreign scotch, and they have been very well received by the Indian consumption market. Just look at Radico's performance on the longer term. I'll request the PCR to kindly fire a 3-4 year chart as far as Radico is concerned. This is one of the top performers in the market, from a low of 373 rupees in Jan 2020. This is pre-COVID, remember. I am not taking the COVID low. This is up 7 times. So this Sakshi is the theme that is now recurring in India. It is a better performer than United Spirits and United Breweries. So domestic scotch is also doing very well, and with this UK trade agreement, you will see the top end of the liquor market now expanding better and better with higher margins. As Prashant very rightly points out, the PE is very expensive for Radico. Again, as we have always said, we mark information rather than advisory. If you wish to enter, again take a view of an independent financial observer. But for the moment, a bit of profit booking coming into the Nifty, down 45 points. The Bank Nifty has given up some of its gains, down about 100 points from its intraday high, but still up 160. 9:52 a.m. We are now 30 plus 8, 38 minutes away from the most anticipated press briefing ever that has happened over the last 5-7 years. And Sakshi, I must tell you this, I have covered the 2001 Parliament attacks. I was in the Defence Ministry for a briefing at that point of time. It was addressed by General Padmanabhan, and the Defence Ministry on the North Block has a hall that can accommodate about 700 people. Sakshi, you could not drop a pin for the pin to be found on the ground. There were so many people. Then during the Kargil attacks in 1999, the same briefing had happened, and subsequently you will see it will be a jam-packed hall, I guarantee you, before it opens at 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., and you will see a very measured briefing. We will come to know the types of weapons used, because I think there is a seaborne missile that has also been fired, which essentially means that off Karachi and off the international borders. I just want to see the distance between Karachi and Bhawalpur, because that will show you the impact of the missile that has travelled. And because that's the nearest one, I am presuming at the moment, that is the one that has been used. It's 831 kilometers. So we don't know which seaborne missile was hit on which of the 9 or 11 sites. That will be clear on 10:30 a.m. As you see, this is a AI generated video released by the government of India. This is not something that we have made. This is an official video, and somewhere later you will see a seaborne missile. The nearest one is Bhavalpur, 831 kilometers away. Let us see the seaborne strikes carried out. So, this I think for me is the most important disclosure that will come in from the government of India, and absolutely do not believe in any fake news emanating from any Pakistani website, as Sakshi has been pointing out from the morning. They have retracted many of their earlier statements and just depend on the Indian official sites and of course Indian channels, which are again putting out only government based news. Sakshi.
Absolutely. For those who are joining us just now, we will just reiterate what has happened. Moments after the break of midnight, as India was fast asleep, the armed forces struck 9 terror camps in Pakistan in one of the most expansive retaliatory strikes by India in recent years. This daring operation has been codenamed Operation Sindoor, that caught Pakistan off guard as all 3 forces launched precision missile attacks under the cover of darkness in retaliation for the Pahalgam carnage that left 26 tourists dead. The government said that the strikes hit infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, from where the terrorist attacks against India were planned and directed. Now, India today has actually told us by way of sources that at least 90 terrorists are believed to have killed in this action of Indian armed forces. A rattled Pakistan has been quick to term the strikes as an act of war. But the Indian military is now expected to hold a press conference at 10:30 a.m. to detail for us what has been the findings of the Operation Sindoor. So what has clearly happened? The first instance was informed to Indian citizens by Twitter message by Indian Army, where they said justice is served, Jai Hind. We actually saw the Indian government talk about very clearly that none of the Pakistani military facilities were targeted as well. We are now seeing all across statements from Mr. S. Jaishankar, Mr. Amit Shah, opposition parties, Israel government talking in solidarity with what the Indian armed forces have conducted. And we are expected to now see the findings of the Operation Sindoor from the Indian Armed Forces at 10:30 a.m.
So 32 minutes and 45 seconds are left in that briefing. And Sakshi, I am reading a report from India today on the website, which says the strikes were carried out from within Indian airspace with support from Indian Navy assets, making it a coordinated seaborne and air operation. Again, we don't know which strike was from the Indian Navy, only time will tell, and that's about 31 minutes away. Rafale jets were used armed with Scalp cruise missiles and Hammer precision guided munitions as per sources. This is a news from India today. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have to hold our breath till then. This is the most interesting thing that I want to find out: which seaborne missile was fired and which of the 9 targets that were hit were from a seaborne asset. Only time will tell, but for the moment this is a AI generated video by the government of India, which we've been showing, and the markets now volatile. Sakshi, we've seen them go up and down for the moment. A low of 24,220 right at the beginning and a high of about 24,450. Again, these are options areas where you see a lot of resistance coming in. So 24,500, ladies and gentlemen, is something that the Nifty refuses to climb for the moment, and of course much will depend on the 10:30 a.m. briefing, and much more will depend on the National Security Council that meets in Pakistan. And of course today's night will be a night that all of us will be awake to see if there is a Pakistani response, if at all. Ideally, they shouldn't.
Yes,
Sakshi.
absolutely. Prashant, coming back to the markets, we will of course keep sharing with all of you as far as how the updates are coming along. Remember, as most of you may be wondering, why Operation Sindoor? Government sources have told India Today television that it was the Prime Minister who named this Operation Sindoor. He was very clear about the human cost of the terror attack that unfolded in Pahalgam. The Operation Sindoor, the vermilion worn by married Hindu women, was a deliberate invocation of grief, memory, and resolve. Remember, it was a high-level meetings over the past week that Prime Minister emphasized that the recent terror attack had deliberately targeted Indian men, leaving behind widowed women and broken families. He also told officials that the response of the terror attack has to show India will not let go of this. And similar instances is what is being highlighted with all those statements that are coming in from Amit Shah and from all the top leaders who are standing tall with Indian armed forces at this point in time for the brave act against Pakistan's terror attack that we had done in Pahalgam is something that we have seen. For all those viewers of ours, let me also reiterate, a lot of statements are coming in from even the families of the victims in the terror attack in Pahalgam. There are many videos and statements coming in from those 26 wives who were left widowed at on 22nd of April in that ghastly terror attack by Pakistan terrorists. And, they are saying that they are happy, they are satisfied, justice has been delivered at this point in time. They are thankful to the government of India for taking the revenge against terrorism at this point in time. Most of them also believe that the fight against terrorism should continue and we should end any form of terrorism that exists in against India and the world at large. And the call at this point in time to the world leaders is stand with India against any form of terrorism.
Okay. Sakshi, what we'll also request our PCR desk is to show the carnage in daylight. There are some videos that are being played on India Today which show you the extent of damage. And the point that I'm trying to make is that this is the time when the entire world, forget Pakistan population, they will see in front of their eyes during daytime in sunlight on the impact that the strikes have had in populated areas. So two things, it was a precision strike hitting the terror infrastructure in a crowded city such as Bhavalpur, Mudrike and Sialkot. So that is how the Indian defense machinery is working, ladies and gentlemen, right there in front of you. And these are terrorists that have been killed, 80 to 90 in Bhavalpur and about 25 to 30 in 2 or 3 other areas. These are again government numbers which are right there in front of you. Muzaffarabad, 2 strikes, the ones that are there right there in front of you. And there are 4 strikes that have happened on Jaish-e-Mohammed and 3 on Lashkar-e-Taiba. These are the details that we have as of now, all released by the government of India. And at 10:30 a.m., which is now 27 minutes away, there will be the first official press briefing which will be beamed live on every single Indian channel, and everybody waits with bated breath for the update that is coming in from the National Security Council, which Pakistan will hold. Remember, Pakistan has taken back, Sakshi, many of the earlier statements that it had made about downing Indian jets, about hitting across Indian ports on the LOC. Yes, the LOC is alive. There are a lot of artillery duels that are happening. We don't have any update beyond the 3 civilians that have been killed on the Indian side, but so far so good. A very mature and positive reaction by the Indian markets, but as I have said, we are all bating breath till 10:30 a.m. We are now in suspended animation.
Absolutely. Let's look at the markets yet again. We are seeing that the markets yet again turned flat now, 24,356. There is increased volatility now, 3% higher on India VIX, 19.56 at this point in time. Autos, PSU banks, Nifty Bank, financial services, private banks and oil and gas continue to hold up in trade. And, a lot of stocks within the Nifty like Tata Motors is holding its ground up by 3% odd. You also have Power Grid, ONGC, Bajaj Finance, Kotak Mahindra Bank show up in trade. Defense stocks, all of them are buzzing pretty strongly. The three shipbuilders, Garden Reach, Cochin Shipyard, Mazagon. You're also looking at HAL and BEL also up and about in trade. So the defense stocks are clearly in focus. We also have earnings names like BSE and Paytm reacting to their numbers. Piramal Enterprises is another one among the top movers in the F&O space, again as a reaction to the earnings that we have got so far. On the textile space, SP Apparels, Gokul Das Exports, Arvind Limited, Vardhaman Textiles, Kitex Garments, all of them are actually showing us sharp moves after that India-UK FTA deal as well. That's the kind of move that we are seeing. In fact, we are now joined by Kunal Rambia, who's with us on the program to share with us his views on the markets right now. Kunal, good to have you with us. Good morning to you. What a night and what a morning that we've been seeing, the brave act against the terrorism that was ghastly terror attack was done by Pakistani terrorists against India. Indian Army and Indian Armed Forces have given a befitting reply. Markets are sensible at this point, 24,350. How would you look at what should investors be doing?
It's always great to have the market discussion with both of you. So when it comes to such days, of course, what we have seen and what we discussed even this, 2 days back, the Nifty has managed to come up to almost 13% from the lows of 7th April, right? And that was around 21,750. And we haven't seen any kind of correction in this entire rally. It was a linear rally. Last 7 days of sideways consolidation. So I was expecting some kind of correction till 24,000. If the Nifty comes near 24,000 and consolidates near this level, I think that will be a good base formation and stock specific moves are likely to continue. So till the time Nifty remains about 23,900, 24,000, I think buy on dip can be a good strategy. If Nifty slips below that level, then we'll have to turn cautious and probably wait for the next support. But till then, I think it's absolutely comfortable level and stock specific moves are likely to continue.
Okay.
Right.
I just want to read out one important statement that's coming in by way of PTI. Red alert has been declared in Uttar Pradesh following Operation Sindoor, the Indian Army's targeted strike on the terror hideouts. All UP police officials have filed formations, have been instructed to coordinate with defense units and strengthen the security at vital installations as well. And UP police has said that they remain alert, equipped and fully prepared to ensure the safety of every citizen. So I hope and pray that everybody's safety is confirmed at this point in time. Stay safe, everybody. Stay home if you can at this point in time.
Sakshi, both of us are sitting in Noida. I can assure you, if there is one state where nothing will happen, it will be Uttar Pradesh. I can guarantee it for you. See, one has to be sensible and practical. And we will not go beyond this line because we are not a political channel. We are in the process, we are in the business of talking about stocks. And that is how it should be. But Indian reactions normally have been very, very sensible. And especially in Uttar Pradesh, as I have said, both of us are sitting here only. We assure you nothing will happen. Kunal, good morning and a very warm welcome. Hello, and a long time since we spoke online. Your view on Tata Motors against the backdrop of two developments. One, the UK FTA, and two, the fact that the stock has corrected immensely, about 40-45% from its all-time high. What are the medium-term charts of Tata Motors telling you?
Good morning, Shel sir. So yes, this is the counter which we discussed even on Monday. So Sakshi and we were discussing about Maruti and Tata Motors. Maruti is in momentum. Tata Motors is near the support itself. In fact, it's been last 3 months. It's consolidating near these levels itself. Breakout is placed at 690. If the counter manages to go above 690, then I think this entire correction which we have seen from August so far might just come to an end and a fresh trigger may just come in. So I'm just waiting for 690, 695 levels. Above that, with the stop of 650, one can take a positional bet. Targets can be 850 levels.
Okay. There is one thing, Sakshi, that I needed to mention about Tata Motors, especially in terms of valuations. Look at the 10-year PE of Tata Motors at the point is 7.5. So it's less than about 60-65% from the Nifty PE, and the 10-year median PE for Tata Motors is 15.3. So we are at 50% of median PE of Tata Motors over a 10-year period. The price to book is fairly even, Steven. 10-year median is 2.17 and the price to book is 2.2 at this moment. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to create long-term wealth, you must be in a position to buy a quality stock at a time when it is in pain and at a time when there is positive news coming in. Let me just share one important data with you, Sakshi. The revenue of Tata Motors is 4,43,000 crore rupees. The market capitalization is 2,38,000 crore rupees, which is about 55% of the revenue. So market cap to sales is 0.5. I am sure, without opening any other data point, that this is the cheapest stock on this ratio within Nifty. Absolutely. With this background in mind, ladies and gentlemen, now if you wish to look at Tata Motors, also take an independent financial advice before you step into it. This will be a 2-3 year trade, and Sakshi, I assure you, you will see a record high in Tata Motors in 2.5-3 years. Again, take an independent view. I seldom stick my neck out when it comes to individual stocks, but this I say with experience. There was a time, Sakshi, somewhere in 1999, earlier, that Tata Motors for the first time had declared a loss of 500 crore rupees in a quarter.
Okay.
And that was the time of Sumo.
Okay.
And the stock bottomed out at 50 rupees. I'm talking about pre-split, pre-bonus. And from then it went to 300 rupees in a span of 2 years because the worst was over. So again, we wait for such developments. And the all-time high is 1170 somewhere in July 2024. We are now at 665. Intraday low was 634. Intra-week low was 634. So a nice 45% correction has happened. Two negatives have been removed. One positive is UK FTA. The other is the US exports from UK for JLR.
Yeah, absolutely. They've started off their shipments again to the US, something that caused last bit of the volatility on the stock. And apart from that, we are also looking at lower tariffs now coming in. Remember that US auto companies, US OEMs have also urged their own government that any kind of steep tariffs on auto parts or auto exports from other countries will actually go on to hurt US companies at large and US consumers of those vehicles as well. So that's something that may also turn out to be positive for Tata Motors from here on. So that's something that we'll continue to look at. Now I want to understand from you, since we are talking auto, Kunal, between Tata Motors and M&M, how are you going to take that decision now?
See, when it comes to Mahindra, this counter is definitely in trend and it's trading near the high. And just have a look at the historical data of last 1.5-2 years. September 24, this counter made high of around 30 to 20, 30 to 30, and from there itself we saw the correction. This counter has tested 3200 mark almost 4 times, but it was a failure every time to surpass that level. On the contrary, we have Tata Motors, which is near the support itself. So risk reward ratio from long side, I think, is more on the Tata Motors rather than M&M. So I would avoid this counter for now. If the M&M manages to close about 30 to 50 zone on a weekly basis, yes, then it's the beginning of a new rally, and then with the target of 3600, one can definitely buy. But till then, I'll avoid this.
Okay. Again, a point of caution. M&M, Sakshi, much will be known in the next 2 or 3 months when you see a consistent trend in the sales numbers of the new Thar, the 4-door variant. Again, Delhi and NCR are the biggest markets. And just visual reports, I can tell you, it's everywhere, the 4-door Thar. So that's the reason why you see this sharp uptick on M&M, I'll request the PCI. Yeah. So from a low of 25.21, this is 7th of April, we are up about 24-25% on M&M, and the all-time high is 32.50, which was hit on 7th February. Sakshi, you have some news.
Yes, JP Nadda's Twitter, is now active again, and he has given his first message after Indian Armed Forces strike against Pakistani terrorists. He has said, and I quote, it will be up on your screens as well. He has written in Hindi, पहलगाम पर भारत का पैगाम, छेड़ोगे तो छोड़ेंगे नहीं. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने कहा, भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने वालों को कड़ी सजा मिलेगी. भारत आतंकवाद को उसकी जड़ से उखाड़ फेंकने में सक्षम भी है और संकल्पबद्ध भी है, और मिटा देंगे आतंकवाद का नासूर. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर hashtag. This is what he has said. Positive messages coming in across the board from Indian leaders.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to show you the Twitter responses that are coming in from various political parties within the BJP and of course outside the BJP as well. The Israeli ambassador's tweet too, and by and large it's more of a positive reaction as far as markets are concerned, and the Nifty is now down 78 points. This is almost at its day's low. Remember, just as the briefing nears, we are now 14-15 minutes away from 10:30 a.m. The markets are now in suspended animation. They first want to hear how it happened, what was used, whether the LOC and the international border were breached or not, or whether these weapons were fired from within Indian territory. It will be interesting to note, Sakshi, the distance between Bahawalpur and the Pakistani border, because from that distance you will gauge the impact of the strike. I'll find that out. Meanwhile, it's 100 kilometers from international border. So if the missile was fired from within the Indian border, the range of that missile has to be somewhere in the vicinity of 125 to 100 kilometers at least. Yeah. So that's how Bahawalpur has to be tackled, ladies and gentlemen. And as I've been saying since morning, unlike Balakot, where everybody was searching for an evidence of the strike, Sakshi, today, right in broad daylight, the Pakistani population will see the impact of the strike right there in front of their eyes in their own towns and cities, which are as populated, if not more, than ours.
Absolutely. As JP Nadda said, chhedoge to chhodenge nahi. That's the message that is clearly coming in. Indian Armed Forces, Indian government will not spare any terrorists who will be attempting any such attacks. And I hope the message is loud and clear. Not again will you dare to do something like what has happened at Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Justice has been served, and of course we can never get back what we lost for all those families that were affected, but we have definitely given a message that is loud and clear to Pakistan's government, to Pakistan's army, who have been hiding all these terror camps, and we have shown to the world that we will not accept any acts of terror against India and Indian citizens and Indian armed forces as well at this point in time. Going back to the markets, we are seeing some dips now. 24,300 has been taken out now, 84 points lower. We have only autos and financial services now up, 3.3% higher for India VIX. It's soaring now, 19.6 odd levels are coming in. On the Nifty also, if you look at this point in time, Tata Motors, Power Grid, Bajaj Finance, HDFC, SBI Life, Kotak Mahindra Bank, ONGC, SBI, M&M remain as some of the top movers. There are about 10 odd movers on the positive side. On the lower end, Asian Paints, Grasim, Sun Pharma, HCL Tech, Ultratech Cement are seeing some losses at this point in time. When we look at the broader markets, textile stocks, they continue to soar. You can see SP Apparel 16-17% higher. You also have names like Aarti Drugs, by the way, earnings reactions 15% higher on that account. Strong moves, Indocount Industries 11% higher, Gokal Das Exports, Wellspun Living that's also moving higher. Himmat Singha Seede, that's another one, 7.5% higher. KPR Mill, BSC, 197 Communication, Swan Defense, names like Iris Clothings for that matter, Vardhaman Textiles, all of them are actually up and about in trade. What's on the losing ground in the F&O space? Not many stocks that we discuss too much, but maybe, names like Binani Industries, or for that matter Gensol Engineering, that continues to reel under its own troubles, that is down. Som Distilleries from the liquor space is actually down in trade today from the broader markets. That's where it is being seen some pain at this point in time. Autos, the only sector that's in green right now.
10:20 a.m. ladies and gentlemen, we are just 10 minutes away as far as the press briefing, the all important press briefing that will happen from the Indian side. But for the moment, as Sakshi has been pointing out, a bit of a profit booking, or how should I say, cautious reaction by Indian markets now. The first 1 hour has lapsed, and we've seen a high of 24,450 from a low of 24,220. From then on, the markets have slipped. Nothing to be worried about. These are normal volatile times. And one thing, Sakshi, is out of the system, the Indian reaction. Now, what is being priced in or waited with bated breath is the Pakistani response. Again, I'll request the PCI to kindly show the graphics that we've made for the last 5 military flash-ups between Pakistan and India, and this is how it is. Day 1 today, we've seen half a percentage point down on the Nifty. So that's what is getting reflected in minus 0.9. 1 month of go, we'll fill the number, but remember, each dip has been purchased, as is evident from the data. Kunal, anything from the banking space that you like apart from ICICI and HDFC Bank? You may want to comment on it as well.
So, Shell sir, Kotak Mahindra Bank is looking good to me, because if you look at the bottoms of March 25 and then April 25 and connect those dots, exactly it has making the bottom near, I mean that support is coming near 2050, and the counter today has made low of 2054, it's trading at 75. So I think if counter manages to hold at this 2050 levels, I think this small trend which we are witnessing after the breakout, post breakout, I think that might just continue. So with the stop of 2050, one can initiate a buy, and the targets can be 2150 to 2175.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be showing you a satellite image of the destruction that has been wrought on Bhavalpur. This is something that it should be right there in front of you on the screen. Remember, the Indian satellites are, if not the best in the world, amongst the 2 or 3 best ones globally. Yes, see, this is the strike that has happened. It shows the earlier image of Jan 2025, and then it shows the latest image of this infrastructure getting destroyed. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I have been saying, that the Pakistani population will today see in broad daylight the damage that has been wreaked by the Indian military strikes right there in their own towns and cities. Sakshi.
Absolutely. In just about 2 minutes from now, we are given to now understand that the Indian Tri-Services press briefing will be held at the National Media Center in New Delhi, and it has been scheduled at 10:30 a.m. but I'm given to understand just within 2 minutes you will start to get the visuals from the press briefing. This will mark the first official press briefing by the Indian Armed Forces to the citizens of the country on Operation Sindoor. Remember, they have already held a press meeting with the Prime Minister and of course the Defence Minister at large, and briefing has already been done on that front, and now to the citizens of the country they will let us know how these strikes were actually carried out. You can actually see some photographs of the kind of destruction that Indian missiles have done to those terror camps in Pakistan and POK as well. The kind of destruction that you have seen if it is Bhavalpur, this is going to be of extreme importance, the kind of impact that we are seeing. There were mosques also that were destroyed as well, and and you can actually see what most of our colleagues who track defense very, very closely on India Today, Gaurav Sawant was mentioning that some of the missiles that have been used in the attack have, a capacity of penetrating even deep into the ground as well. So if there were people hiding, terrorists hiding in the bunkers, they would also be impacted.
If you see, there is if you continue watching this footage, there is a hole in the floor also.
Yes,
We
yes.
will just see that
Yeah.
in a second from now. Right in the middle image, you will see a hole that will come in. Yes. So this is what I think Mr. Sawant has been referring to. So this would be two missiles. See, one that has come through the roof, which you see here, and that destruction is right there in front of you, and maybe another from the roof. Yes, this one. Thank you so much for showing such wonderful images. So one penetrates the floor and one breaks the ceiling and wreaks havoc and damage. So these are the images that are coming, ladies and gentlemen, from official sources. These are not AI generated. This is nothing that channels have made on their own. This is something that has been supplied by the government of India. And Sakshi, one very important thing I'd like to point out, from 1:44 a.m. when these strikes happened till about 10:25 a.m. now, there has not been one single voice that has been heard, "Humko saboot do." So that saboot gang has disappeared, thankfully.
There will be, visuals from, eyewitness accounts now to all those destruction within Pakistan as well, floating around for the world to see that proof at this point in time. We are given to understand Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Safaya Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomik Singh will be addressing the media on Operation Sindoor. You're already getting the visuals from the hall, the National Media Center, where the press briefing will be conducted in minutes from now, and we will finally get to know, the first official comments from Indian Armed Forces, the tri-services, as to how they carried out these attacks, strikes against the Pakistan terror camps, both in Pakistan and also in POK as well. 9 locations. They will actually give us a sense of how many terrorists are feared dead after these attacks have been carried out, how they chose these exact locations at this point in time, and what are they anticipating now at this point in time. Very, very important briefing that will come up in minutes from now on your screen, sir.
Actually, the briefing will also be addressed by 2 women officers of the Indian Air Force, and I'll just share the names with you. They're just coming up shortly on the screen. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi would also be a part of this briefing, and of course a little later you will have Mr. Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Staffs for the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh and Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi addressing the media beyond this. So 10:30 a.m. is what all of us are waiting with bated breaths. The markets now are in suspended animation. We've had a nice up move, a very mature reaction coming in. The entire defense space is abuzz with gains, whether it's Mazgaon Docks, whether it is HAL, BDL, BEML, all of them will appear on your screen. And of course, 2 other sets of the market related to the UK FTA, which is liquor counters and textile stocks. Textile is on a tear. HP Cotton up 8%, Gokaldas Exports up 13%, KPR Mills up 6.7%, VTL, which is Vardhaman Textiles, up 6.8%, Kitex, Himmat Singh, Seaday, RSWM and Ambika Cotton all up between 4 and 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get ready in a moment for the briefing. Kunal, before we let you go, your final view on the market.
As you mentioned, sir, correctly, these volatilities will likely to continue. So at this point in time, I think one should be focusing more on the numbers and the data. Nifty breakout was at 23,900. I think if that level is taken care of, then we might see some kind of consolidation with positive bias and likely to head toward 25 and a half thousand. And on Bank Nifty, again, the same view. Till the time the Bank Nifty holds on to 54,000 to 53,750, I think overall trend will remain positive and stock specific moves are likely to continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Kunal, for all that update on the markets and what your expectation is. Thank you. Hope
My
you
pleasure.
have a good time till the time we see you next, and hopefully things will turn out much better, much sooner
Thank you so much.
for Indian investors at large. Looking at the markets, 1.2% of an uptick on India weeks, so slightly softer there now, 19.2 levels. Autos, metals, and PSU banks are now showing us some gains. Mid caps also about 0.5% higher. F&O led by 197 Communications, that Paytm, BSC, Piramal Enterprises, all three earnings reactions as we can see both in the cash and the F&O space. Tata Motors holds on 3% up. Power Grid, SBI Life, now even some IT names like Wipro are climbing up. 0.5% higher metal names, and within the PSU index that's turned green, you can see Power Grid, PFC, NHPC, these kind of names coming back in flavor. GAIL, Oil India, BPCL, NMDC, all of these stocks are also holding up in trade.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now cut live into the presser that is supposed to start at 10:30 a.m. on details of Operation Sindoor. This is the National Media Center on Raisena Road, which is used to brief on such important events. Earlier, the same briefing used to be held in the Defence Ministry, but now we have a center on our own. I wish I could read out the placards that are there in front of you, but you can see the 4 flags that represent the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy, plus the combined flag of the CDS, which is the Combined Defence Services, of course, all of them bowing to the Indian flag next to it. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the background that we have so far. Markets now in quiet mode. Everybody wants to hear the details of Operation Sindoor, what was used, where were those weapons fired from, what is the government assessment of the attack. Now remember, almost 9 hours, 9.5 hours have lapsed. You have satellite imagery, you have imagery coming from Pakistani sources, and of course you have your own sources, which all will be put together in this briefing. Sakshi.
Absolutely. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat has now tweeted, and there are supportory statements coming in from across the board. He said in Hindi, but there is a translation which I will read. He says, and Sanskrit that he has used in the tweet, I am the punishment of those who suppress, I am the policy of those who conquer. In the Gita, Lord Krishna has said that punishment is the main way to save the wicked from evil and bring them to right path. Thank you, Prime Minister, for severely punishing the enemies of humanity. Congratulations to the invincible army of the country, is what we have said. Again, visuals coming in from the destruction sites at in Pakistan and POK, where precise attacks have been undertaken by Indian Army against those terror camps, and you can actually see all those visuals and the kind of destruction that our Indian armed forces have incurred on those terror camps in
Sakshi,
Pakistan.
one more tweet I'd like to highlight, and this is from former Chief of Army Staff, General Manoj Narvane. He was the 28th Chief of the Indian Army, and it says, picture abhi baki hai.
We're yet to see. Okay, you already have some visuals coming in now from the most important press briefing that we are looking at in front of you, right there that you see, and we will be just now rooting to that. Everybody settling down. And we do have Colonel Sophia Qureshi,
as well as Wing Commander Vyomika Singh on the right and the left side of Mr. Mistry. This briefing begins shortly, ladies and gentlemen. There will be an opening comment made on behalf of the Government of India. The
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर ए तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर ए तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर ए तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर ए तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर (POJK) दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर ए तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जिकल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
This is the briefing that has happened. Three things stand out, Sakshi, which is that it was a very calibrated response using niche technology and a careful selection of targets, which included specific buildings. They were damaged and destroyed with clinical efficiency. The statement from Mr. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary for the Government of India, detailed the kind of action that was taken and the reasons thereof. The Indian response was measured for deterrence and preemption. He said that there were intelligence reports that there were more attacks in the pipeline, and it was a compulsion that was undertaken. It was measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and did not hit any military installations within Pakistan or cause collateral damage. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the details that we have so far. The Nifty down 35 points, the Bank Nifty flat, but the markets are absolutely mature in their reaction. Sakshi, your first thoughts?
Absolutely, and the clear statements coming in from the Indian Armed Forces that none of the information about any civilian casualties have also been reported across the border. So that's also something that we have to keep in mind. Remember, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri did say that Pakistan is a safe haven for terrorists. Yes. He did say that we have seen the case of Sajid Mir, who was found alive after international pressure. That is clear evidence that Pakistan does not take any action against terrorists in its controlled areas. And therefore, it is what was absolute of essential that Indian armed forces really take that action at this point in time. Remember, as Shell has also pointed out, Foreign Secretary has said that India anticipates more terror strikes, which are essential to counter them as well. Our intelligence agencies, they said, are monitoring all sorts of terrorist activities that have indicated that there could be more attacks on India, and it was felt essential to both stop and to tackle them.
It's actually two important things that were mentioned in the press release, in the press conference. One, they showed you live footage. Again, I say, for the Sabut gang, I think they've shut up and shut up for good. Two, the last statement itself was a reflection that the Indian armed forces are ready for any escalation, if at all. A response will be given at that point of time. And the fact that this press conference was very brief in its nature, it gave out details of camps and actually mentioned the reason for a specific targeting of each camp. The one in Sialkot, which was 6 kilometers away from the IB, was responsible for the deaths of 4 J&K policemen in March this year. The one in, again, Sialkot, 8 to 12 kilometers away from the IB, was responsible for the Kathua attack, and the one on the Pathankot airbase, and of course, Mudrike, 18 to 25 kilometers away from the international border, where the 2008 attack on Mumbai was planned, and those terrorists were trained at that facility, including Ajmal Kasab and David Headley. And of course, the top hit, Bhavalpur, headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, 100 kilometers from the IB, and of course, the home to top terrorists. Sakshi.
Absolutely, and Foreign Secretary also did mention very, very importantly for all our viewers to understand that Pakistan pressured us to drop TRF mention from the statement as well. Foreign Secretary said that Pakistan had attempted to pressurize India from removing the mention of TRF, the resistance front, from the official statement following the recent terrorist attack in Pahalgam, Jammu and Kashmir. Speaking in that context, Mistry said that on April 25, Pakistan's pressure to remove the reference to TRF from media release should not be ignored. The Pahalgam terrorist attack had exposed the links of Pakistan with these terrorists, and those were the statements that were reiterated by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Let's actually go across to our expert now on the markets. We have Mr. Nishal Maheshwari joining in on the program with us. First up, Mr. Maheshwari, let me just discuss as far as how are you really looking at this current, act of war that we have seen from Pakistan being mentioned, and our brave forces, how they have reacted against all the terrorist attacks that we have seen thus far, starting from 2001, that were mentioned all the way up to 2025 in the press briefing just now.
I think congratulations to the Indian Army as a nation. It's a really very brave attempt, and I think I don't want to get into the other part of it basically because I think I'm not an expert on that. But I think as far as the markets are concerned, let's just look at saying in the last 20-25 years, these kind of attacks have happened and skirmishes are there. I think except for the one in 1999, which was at the at that time, I think Mr. Parvez Musharraf was there. That was the only time basically it got elongated and continued for more than a month or so. But I think others have been very precise and strategic strikes, and I think there has been hardly any escalation from there. So if we look at the last two strikes and hardly any escalation, I think market has taken it in its stride. The uncertainty is over, and I think that's why you're seeing basically the market actually recovering from the low which it started, and now it's more or less at yesterday's level. So now we have to keep it in mind basically if there is a bit of a prolonged thing, then the market may still be in an uncertain zone basically, but we have not seen historically that these kind of limited wars basically cause much damage to the markets, because India is a very big economy, a very resilient economy. Nothing of these small things are going to actually impact it. So I think that's why market doesn't react too much to all this.
Right. Namaste Nishchalji, a very warm welcome to you. Shall this side. We'll just take a bit of a pause and show you what Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is talking about. Over to you, PCR.
LOC के सीज फायर को कोई नुकसान नहीं, लेकिन ये हमारे बने हुए हालात नहीं हैं. हमने पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसका हमें एक जवाब देना था, लेकिन अब पाकिस्तान तक है कि वो इसको कितना उछालना चाहते हैं. हम में से कोई जंग नहीं चाहता. हम लोग जो खासकर जम्मू कश्मीर में रहते हैं, क्योंकि अक्सर बेशतर हमने देखा है, चाहे वो इससे पहले जो वार हुए हों या करगिल हुआ हो, वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू कश्मीर को ही हिट कर जाता है. हम तो चाहेंगे कि हालात जो है वो दोबारा ठीक बने, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले हमारे जो पड़ोसी मुल्क हैं उनको अपनी बंदूकें शांत करनी होंगी. यहाँ से फिर बंदूक चलेगी नहीं.
क्योंकि यहाँ से सुनने में आता है यहाँ एक प्लेन भी पांपोर में भी क्रैश हुआ था इस साइड का.
मैं अब ये जानकारी जो है आपको एयरफोर्स से लेनी होगी. मुझे नहीं लगता है कि हम में से किसी को इस पे कोई तबसरा करना चाहिए. ऑफिशियली इस पे इंडियन एयरफोर्स या इंडियन डिफेंस एस्टैब्लिशमेंट की तरफ से जो है बात आ जाएगी.
अब चूँकि ये तो शुरू हो गया, जो हमने टंगदार में रिपोर्ट्स हमारे पास आ रही है, नुकसान जो उन लोगों को जो काफ़ी क्लोज बॉर्डर्स में रहते हैं, तो किस तरह की आपसे
मैंने अभी तो कुछ देर पहले तमाम जो हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स हैं, डीसीज़ हैं, बॉर्डर और एलओसी के नज़दीक कठुआ से लेके बारामूला कुपवारा तक, मैंने सबसे वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग पे बात की. यहाँ तक के डीसी पुंछ भी वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल हो सका, हालांकि वहाँ पे अभी भी उनके घर के नज़दीक जो है शेलिंग चल रही है. उन सब से बात करके मैंने हालात का जो है जायज़ा लिया है. कुछ जगहों पे नुकसान की खबरें आ रही हैं, लेकिन उनको हम अभी जो है हम उन रिपोर्ट्स को जमा कर रहे हैं। फ़िलहाल एक कंटिजेंसी फ़ंड के तौर पे मैंने कुछ पैसे जो हैं डीसीज़ को रिलीज़ किए हैं, तमाम डीसीज़ को, लेकिन बिलखसूस जो एलओसी और बॉर्डर के नज़दीक है उनको थोड़ा ज़्यादा, ताकि कोई भी कंटिजेंसी हो, कोई भी एक्सीजेंसी हो, उसको हम डील कर सकें। हस्पतालों के सप्लाइज़ का मैंने जायज़ा लिया है, और जहाँ जहाँ हमें सिविलियंस को अगर इवैक्यूएट करने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी या मदद करने की
Yes, Sakshi.
That was Mr. Omar Abdullah giving his statements right after the Indian Armed Forces have carried out the retaliatory measures against terrorist camps in Pakistan and POK. We also have Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's statement on Twitter that has just come in a few minutes back. She has said, and I quote, Hashtag Operation Sindoor is a strong response by Indian Army hitting at the terror hubs in Pakistan. India shall never tolerate terrorism. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we will ensure every perpetrator of terror is pursued. Remember, in the meanwhile, we are also getting some statements from Air India. Yet again, remember, initial statements were coming in that the flights today till noon are actually cancelled in some key areas. Now there is a fresh advisory that has been issued by Air India. They are saying, and I quote, that flights to and from the following stations: Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh and Rajkot are being cancelled till 5:29 hours IST on 10th of May, following a notification from aviation authorities on closure of these airports. These airports will be closed till 10th of May. So customers holding any valid tickets to and from these airports will be actually given and offered a one-time waiver on rescheduling charges or a refund, whatever they choose in the wake of cancellations that will occur. So keep in mind and keep checking with the airport authorities and your airlines in case you're traveling through in the coming days through these areas.
Nishalji, coming back to you, these are important events that we have to continuously update our viewers, therefore a bit of a delay in reaching to you. Sir, how have you analyzed the fourth quarter earnings so far and your comments on the banking space? What do you like there?
Fourth quarter have been, so it has been going sector-wise actually. I think on an average, if I see, I think it is more or less expected. It was a bit of a downturn basically, which we were expecting, and I think it is coming to that same way. There has been slight disappointment on the banking side. FMCG still continues to disappoint, so do autos, and there are exceptions everywhere. There may be one or two stocks basically, like in case of FMCG, Marico has done really well, but I think all others have disappointed. In case of autos, Mahindra and Mahindra has done well, but all others seem to be disappointing. So I'm saying that is where we are. So this is becoming a very, very stock specific market now. There are no broad thesis which is there, or no broad triggers. So it has to be very, very stock specific. Now within banks, I think the top banks have really done well. My old favorites still continue to remain the top banks like ICICI, HDFC, in that order basically. And these are the two banks which I like in the sector.
Okay.
I just want to disclose I do not have any positions in any of these.
Yes. Nishalji, how do you react to this India-UK FTA which has finally seen the light of the day? Any pick that you would have in the textile space? And of course, a view on Tata Motors, a stock which was once, in fact, is still a blue chip, but available about 40-45% cheaper than its all-time high. How do you see these two developments?
So I think UK FTA has been long pending actually, and I'm really happy that it has got signed. And I think obviously textile is one of them. The other one is the liquor industry. Both of them basically seem to be benefiting out of that. Within textiles, I think Gokuldas exports that continues to remain good basically. Though I do not have a very strong opinion about that, but I think that is one of the better stocks basically. Look at it. And it's around 80% exports, and obviously it will be one of the beneficiaries. Again, on the liquor side also, I think the biggest, you have to look at guys who've been importing scotch out from there, and they would be definitely be a beneficiary out of that. So I think UK FTA, I think it's the beginning of these settlements. Very soon, I believe, we are going to see these tariffs also getting settling with the US. So I think the early part of April, where we saw so much of volatility, basically because of the tariff thing, I think the market is becoming, seeing saner times. We are seeing some settlement happening, except for what has happened yesterday. But I think that is also going to get settled out in the next week or two. So this is broadly, I see how the market is currently.
Okay. But even beyond the Tata Motors stocks, within the entire auto space, how would you really look at fresh, expectations on moves that could be seeing? Which are the other companies that could largely benefit? We're given to understand that under the FTA, Indian tariffs on auto imports will fall from over 100% to 10% now. Both the countries will also introduce quotas for auto imports. The move is likely to expect to see premium UK vehicles getting more accessible for the Indian consumers at large. So, Tata Motors, we're given to understand, like you pointed out, sales boost for JLR could be seen. Eicher Motors, remember, they also have a strong UK presence there, so one will have to see how that one gets impacted. Auto companies, auto part companies will also be important to be seen. So beyond Tata Motors also, sir, do you see any impact there?
So if we are talking about the UK FTA, I do not see much uh, 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 problem or much issue as far as the Indian auto industry is concerned, because there is hardly anything basically which gets there. There might be some, like Eicher, maybe something which may be exporting. I've yet to go through the details of that, basically what kind of impact will happen there. But I think the bigger question on Tata Motors still remains to be the US market and its access to it, basically, because the cars getting manufactured in the UK, especially the Land Rover and all, which are big market, 30% of the sales happen in US. I think still US and UK have to get their agreements together. Right. So I think that will still get impacted. I forgot last question. I think Shell asked about Tata Motors. So I think Shell, that is the issue basically as far as Tata Motors is concerned. Yes, I think the split is going to help them. Now it will become two listed companies, one CV and one PV. But I think the CV was the major driver. Now the PV was the major driver. And now PV will have an issue basically because the US market is not very clear and 30% of its sales are coming from there. So I think at the moment, I think Tata Motors and rather all export-oriented auto companies should be avoided. I think the domestic-focused auto companies, given that the interest rates have started getting cut, I think we should focus there. So I think Maruti, Hyundai, I think these are the companies basically one should look at.
Okay. We've had you after a while on the show. How do you feel now about the Indian markets in terms of valuations? We've seen a decent correction come in till mid-March, and of course markets have run up a bit after that. But what is your gut feel? What do you think is the pulse of the market? FIs are buying for the last 10 or 12 odd sessions. They are coming back. The strength has moved to DIIs after 22 years. We own more of Indian companies than our foreign friends. What is your feel of the market at this point of time?
So as far as valuation is concerned, Shell, I think India is once again the costliest market across the world. Because yes, we were down, valuation become a bit interesting, but once again, I think the rally has been pretty strong, and we are at again 24,300, 400. Now we have to wait and see basically how the earnings pan out in the second half of the year. I think first half is going to be muted. Second half is what most of us expect, that the earnings are going to be stronger. Having said that, given that the dollar is already depreciated and the emerging market currencies are stable or appreciating against the dollar, So a weakening dollar has always driven money back into the emerging markets. And that's why we are seeing flows coming back to the Indian markets. I think these flows will continue. Obviously, not very in a broad way, but definitely in stocks where the valuations are comfortable. And I wouldn't be surprised basically in this, not in the current year, but current financial year, that you may see a new high in the Indian market.
Okay, you're confident of seeing that. Okay, we'll note that. Sir, your top three sectors that you will continue to build on your fresh positions every time you see a dip. Which are those top three sectors that are on top of your radar?
So BFSI is one of them. There is no doubt about that. I think BFSI. The second one, I think it's time to start once again building up positions in the IT sector, given the valuations are pretty down, and things are getting sorted in the US, and growth still continues to remain robust in the US. So I would be looking at IT here, and then between pharma and domestic consumption, I think one of them I would prefer maybe domestic consumption, given that the valuations are once again a bit attractive to us. So I think these are the three sectors I would actually put more on my mind.
Wonderful. I think one of the best statements that I've heard in many months is on Indian IT. Nishchalji, it could have come only from you. After 3 decades in the market, you know when to buy and what. So in terms of all this, how should I say, pain that we see in IT, please name us 3 stocks that you would prefer, and how do you want to play IT from now on and till when?
So I think the stocks are, I think I would prefer a couple of large caps basically, because there the valuations become more attractive, and 1 or 2 mid caps which are really done well. So I think the large caps, Tech Mahindra, Infosys are my 2 favorites, and I have positions in both of them. That is my disclosure. So please disclose that. And the one in the mid cap I like is Coforge. Outstanding performance quarter after quarter, and the guidance is very strong. I do not have any position in Coforge, but that is one of the stocks which I like in the mid caps. So I think these are 2 or 3 stocks which you can look at as far as mid caps is concerned, as far as IT is concerned.
Wonderful. Now, sir, you did talk about BFSI. Now, tell me, sir, would you still be confident of further adding on to positions on the stocks that are now at 52-week high, stocks which are finally started to move from the large cap private sector banks, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank? Do you think the worst is behind for HDFC Bank as well? And also, what would you do with PSU Bank, sir? Some of the earnings are disappointing, and we have seen a reaction there. How would you play private versus PSU banks at this point?
I would prefer the private sector basically. Historically, I have always preferred the private sector, though I think in the last 2 years they underperformed. But private sector still continues to remain my favorite. And given that last 5 years they have underperformed, I think it's there's nothing basically. It's a very small outperformance which they have done in the last 3 or 6 months. So I think it's a good way, good long way to go. Interest rates are getting cut basically. These are good for the whole BFSI sector as a whole, because the cost of borrowing goes down. So continue to prefer the private sector.
Nishalji, in your honor, the Nifty is back in the green. 24,400 for you. And just to take up from your previous 2 answers, domestic consumption, you just said valuations have become a bit attractive there. How are you playing the domestic consumption theme? What looks good? Maybe subsectors, and if you can name stocks, that would be wonderful.
So I said autos is one of them basically in domestic consumption. I would start looking at autos because autos, 2 things, 2-wheelers are also going to be, because there is the outlook on monsoon is also good. So Indian Meteorological Department has already said that it's going to be above normal monsoon. So we are going to get benefit out of that. So one is autos, both 2-wheelers and 4-wheelers, and one can look at stocks basically. So autos is a good play. I think one can start looking at retail again. I think FMCG and retail, I would start looking at FMCGs now, particularly the staple companies, given that in the last one quarter we have started seeing that the growth in wages, especially for the unorganized and the rural workers, has started improving. So that's why we are saying basically, because and there is where the staple consumption is the highest. So the rural and the unorganized sector workers almost spend 30% of their income on food. Whereas if you look at it, the organized sector workers, basically the spending is not more than 15%. So that's why I believe basically that the staples is a good time to now start accumulating. Now we have to be very particular about stocks and valuation.
Absolutely. Nishalji, stay with us if you could for 1 or 2 more minutes. We also have with us Piyush Pandey joining in, Senior Vice President, Equity Research Analyst at Centrum, now with us on the program. Piyush, welcome. Good to have you with us. Tell me, most of the people who are new to the markets are actually writing on Twitter, why has the D Street or Sensex and Nifty, they've not flinched after India's strikes against Pakistan terror camps? How would you really explain that?
Telecom and US companies. So broadly, I would mainly look after those stocks, and maybe if you have questions, then it would be easier for me to. Yeah.
Mr. Pandey, a very warm welcome to you, sir. How are you looking at the IT and telecom space at this point of time? Are there any stocks or subsectors within IT that you would like to fish at current levels?
So I would say for the IT sector, valuation remains comfortable. And for this quarter, deal booking have been very strong across companies. Performance have been muted, and we expect that Q1 would again remain muted. But with this current deal booking, I expect that H2 should be stronger. So if you have a say 12 to 18 months of horizon, it looks good to enter stocks like say Coforge, Altium Mindtree, and say Infosys.
Okay, so Coforge we have both Nishal ji and Piyush betting on at this point in time. Nishal ji, you did talk about the places that you're most comfortable with deploying fresh funds. Where would you still stay away from, sir, or avoid in the current space or in the market, sir?
I think avoids are few basically, but I would say an avoid could be high value stocks, and one of them could be not high value in that sense, but I think metals is one because there is uncertainty across the world on trade. So growth may be issue basically, and that's why we may be avoiding the metal sector as for at least a quarter till you get more clarity on how the tariffs are going.
Okay. Piyush, any view that you would have on fourth quarter earnings? Were there any disappointments that came according to you in terms of maybe lower numbers versus expectations? And were there any outperformers?
Yeah, I would say performance was muted across the board. So growth was barely, I would say, 1% in CC terms, and margin was mostly flattish. But I would say the highlight for this quarter was deal booking for almost all IT companies. And it was also seen in the deal booking for Coforge. And in fact, most of the companies had very strong deal bookings. And see, some of the ramping up deals have been slow. In Q4 and Q1, they would be slow. But we expect that with growing traction in AI-based solutions, so some of these deals regarding AI are a very advanced stage of implementation, and we might see that ramping of such deals can drive faster revenue growth from H2 onwards. Plus, as a current valuation level, it looks very comfortable. So if somebody has a longer horizon, I would say IT remains a good way to enter at the current levels. And for other sector, I would say for telecom, I can say that story has been broadly steady. So both Bharti and Jio, they are getting market share at the expense of Vodafone Idea. And in this quarter also, like say, Jio has added close to 6 million customers. Bharti would roughly add around 3 to 4 million customers. And ARPU has been increasing primarily because of the 2G to 4G migration, prepaid to postpaid, and we can expect another tariff hike by the end of this calendar year.
Right.
So plus also like say for Bharti, they would be paying down their debt. So in fact, finance cost will come down and plus tariff hike will drive improvement in EBITDA margin. So Bharti, I would say there is more visibility in terms of numbers which we can expect in the coming quarters and years. So that remains, I would say very strong buy. Apart from Bharti, Indus Tower looks good in terms of uh, co-location addition, primarily driven by demand from Vodafone Idea, which is ramping up its 4G and 5G network. So
Right.
tactically, Indus Tower also looks good, like I would say.
Right. Nishchalji, my final question to you is on telecom again. How do you see this rally on Bharti Airtel and Bharti AXA? Uh, is this something which is now getting overestimated, or is this something which is priced in given the debt reduction, rising ARPU, and of course now this latest news that uh, Airtel wants government to waive off remaining AGR dues and take stake in Bharti?
So I think Piyush is an expert. He's an ex-colleague basically. So he's an expert on the telecom sector. But my view broadly remains like this. Telecom is now become a very clearly a duopoly. Maybe whatever you want to give valuation to Voda is fine. But it's become a duopoly. It's a very stable market with a growth of around 10-12% on an every year basis. Then there is a lot of efficiency which these guys are bringing in. And India has got the lowest ARPUs across the world. We've seen one ARPU increase this year, and Piyush is just now saying basically that there's another expectation of another ARPU increase. So I think given this kind of a thing in a large market, I think this should be part of your core portfolio. There's no need to actually get worried about the valuation part. Yes, in times basically, I'm not very sure about what valuations are there, but this should be a part of a core because this is a very, very stable business, very stable market, and it has to go up only from here.
Okay, Nishalji, thank you so much then for being with us on the program. It's always a pleasure to listen to all your wonderful insights, deep insights on the markets, and that is, truly appreciated by all our viewers as well. Hope you have a good time till the time we see you next on another edition of Business Today Television. See you soon, sir. पीयूष विल कंटिन्यू द कॉन्वर्सेशन विद यू डिफेंस स्टॉक्स के ऊपर कुछ बताइए कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी आप पिछले आई थिंक 2 से 3 हफ्तों की एक मूवमेंट रही है काफ़ी स्टॉक्स के ऊपर अब ये जियोपॉलिटिकल टेंशंस जो एकदम पीक पर पहुंच गई कल रात आज सुबह इसके बाद अब डिफेंस स्टॉक्स के ऊपर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप
I would say maybe for the near term, they looks good because we might expect that spending on defense might increase in the coming quarters. So I would say on a tactical basis, they looks good. But only thing is one has to take care of valuations, and that is only I would add.
Piyushji, when you look at the cement space, do you see any obvious purchases that can be made? Of course, this is a pure domestic play, nothing to do with the tariff problem globally and overseas. And maybe large part of consolidation is through in the sector. Any favorites within the cement space at Centrum?
See, here we prefer like say stocks like say Ultratech remains one of our top pick at Centrum. Like so, the story is that like say with continuing infrastructure spending, we might see demand for cement to continue to increase, and also like pricing has been favorable over the last pricing. We can expect a favorable uptick in pricing over the coming quarters. So in a way, with improving demand, increasing pricing, it is better to bet on would say large-sized players like say Ultratech.
Okay. Piyush, help us understand on some of the key pockets in the markets now. First up, auto space. यहाँ पर आपको कैसे लग रहा है अभी जो fresh move नज़र आ रहा है अभी आज I think 1.25% तक का move है on auto space, especially names like Tata Motors, M&M, even the two-wheelers for that matter, Bajaj Auto, Eicher Motors at this point in time. How are you looking at a fresh all of these? Are you deploying any fresh funds here?
See, for auto, I would say like last few quarters, the numbers have been muted. So if you see like say even for two-wheelers or even for four-wheelers, the numbers have been muted. and maybe like say I would say like it depends on like how this coming monsoon season pans out, and accordingly like say two-wheelers can get some uptick, but for four-wheelers I would say it would still take a couple of quarters before things improve. So auto I would say last few quarters have been muted, but generally it is expected that post monsoon we might see some revival in two-wheelers demand, and four-wheeler will take time.
Okay. Now, Piyush, also help us understand on some of the other spaces. I want to ask you, say, for instance, on, the key banking spaces right now, private banks, PSU banks, NBFCs. In the recent recovery from the lows that we saw, in the markets, the kind of recovery of 2,500 odd points that we have already seen. It's the BFSI space that has really led that recovery. Large private sector banks that pulled up, NBFCs that pulled up. Do you still find them attractive at the current levels, valuations, despite the kind of improvement we have seen?
See, I would say I think valuation remains comfortable for the BFSI space. And since earnings growth remains muted for other sectors, BFSI is the one sector where there is a good amount of visibility for earnings growth in the coming financial year. And also, like I said, BFSI hasn't done well over the last 2 to 3 years. And so with other sectors, so bit of earnings slowdown, and BFSI, we still have a good visibility of trade growth in this FY26. So it looks a safe bet for the coming financial year, I would say.
Okay, got that. Also wanted to ask you on the mid and small caps. I think mid caps are soaring to the day's high point, and that's where all the action is. Of course, BSC 197 Communication, the top movers in the mid cap space, are reacting to their earnings 9.5% higher in trade. But you also have other names that are pulling up in the space: L&T Finance, IDFC First Bank, Aditya Birla Capital, APL Apollo Tubes, many of them. I want to ask you specifically on the mid and small caps. How are you approaching afresh? They have, recovered a tad bit from their recent consolidation, deep moves that we had seen on the downside. Are they comfortable at this point to be added any fresh funds to?
See, I would say we would still prefer large caps compared to mid caps because they might have seen some recovery since their bottom, say 1 month ago. But I would say there's still the alternative in demand plus these tariff issues, they remain. And so in a way, in this current, I would say risk and reward ratio, large caps are still preferred compared to mid caps, where there is more visibility in terms of earnings for the larger companies. I would say for mid cap companies, things would remain volatile, I would say, in the coming quarters. So it is better to stick to large cap companies in the current environment than mid caps.
Piyushji, how are you looking at this consistent trend which has now emerged in FII buying numbers on a net basis, close to about 48,000 crores in the last 13 sessions? What seems to be prompting this up move, and where do you think they're deploying this money?
See, I would say with the dollar declining, with dollar index declining over the last 1 month, that has been the key trigger for FIs to, I would say, put money into like say emerging markets which have been delivering faster growth. So India remains one of the fastest growing emerging market, and with dollar index declining, uh, it would make more sense for the FIs to put money in these emerging markets where some visibility is there in terms of GDP growth. So that was the key trigger. And see, if dollar index remains under pressure, then we might see sustaining these FI flows in the Indian markets.
Got that, Piyush. Also wanted to ask you one more space, and that's on the capital markets related story that we've been seeing also pretty strong. BSC today is reacting to its numbers, but we've also been seeing how K FinTech, Angel One, 361 WAM, maybe even a Motilal Oswal Financial Services, Geojit, all of them have been going for, recovery, a smart trend on the upside. How would you play this theme?
In India, like say, the theme of financialization of savings have been going over the last, I would say, few years, and we expect that this trend to continue. And of course, the trading volumes has increased in the stock exchanges. And with this current theme, I would say, see, these asset managers, they are bound to benefit, plus some of these stockbrokers. So I would say stocks like say BSC and remains a longer bet with this current theme of financial of savings.
Okay. Piyush, when you look at the broader market in terms of the valuation correction that has happened, and of course the subsequent uptick that we are seeing in the last 2 weeks or so, what are your ultra HNI clients thinking in terms of trading bets? Where do you think this money is moving? Are beaten down PSUs looking good in the railway space, in the broader banking space? What is attracting trader money?
See, I would say like the current focus is more towards companies which are delivering consistent growth. And consistent growth, I would say in IT space, it can be persistent or Coforge, or in uh, or you say in large cap space where there is more comfort in terms of valuation and visibility. So in mid cap space, I would say you have to be companies which are consistent and they are outperforming consistently the large cap companies, or you prefer like the large cap companies like Infi and other large caps where there is more valuation comfort.
Okay.
So for small caps, I would say, or other mid caps, there is still amount of caution regarding how they would pan out for FY26.
Okay, our final question to you, Piyush ji, before we thank you, is on NBFC space. This is a buzz as much as the private banking space has done phenomenally well. What would be your top picks within non-banking financial services, and how do you see this sector medium term?
See, in terms of, I would say, segment, I can say like, so affordable housing has been one theme which is expected to do well in this FY26 also. And players who are in the affordable housing, in the NBFCs, like say Home First Finance, or these are the players we can bet on.
Okay, Piyush, thank you so much for being with us in this edition to share with us all your thoughts on the markets. We'll see you soon on another edition. Meanwhile, viewers, we have Sachin Tendulkar also writing in on Twitter, and we quote from his Twitter: "Fearless in unity, boundless in strength, India's shield is her people. There's no room for terrorism in this world. We are one team. Jai Hind." That's what Sachin Tendulkar has written just moments from now on his Twitter feed as well. So all walks of life, we are seeing top leaders share their thoughts after Indian armed forces have carried out brave strikes against terror this morning. Let's now also go across to another top expert now joining in on the program with his views on the markets. Ashu Madan joins in from JM Financial on this special program. Warm welcome to you, Ashu sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out. It's an important day of trade, and how are you feeling at this point in time? Proud of the Indian army standing tall with them, with the Indians who'd been waiting for some action against the ghastly terror attack that happened in Pahalgam.
Yes, Sakshi, not just today. I think we should all be proud of Indian Army. Always, not just today. I mean, yesterday, today, tomorrow, always. Because, I mean, we enjoy our life. I mean, some time back when we were talking to, so few foreign investors outside the country, I was saying that what has happened globally, what is happening, the kind of geopolitical tension is suddenly the czars of Russia, what they have felt, and what has happened in Israel and other countries also. I mean, if you have to enjoy the worth or the net worth which which you have anyone, you have to have the strength of the country also. So one feels so strong being in India, being an Indian. I mean, it's a feeling which gives you so much of a confidence.
Right. Namaste Madan Sahab, Shall this side. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, Shail ji, how are you?
बस बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका मदान साहब, बड़े दिनों बाद आपसे बातचीत हुई. बताइए बाज़ार को इस तरफ कैसे देखते हैं अब, क्या लगता है सेंटिमेंट, कहाँ पर आपने पैसे डिप्लॉय किए हैं और कहाँ पर और वैल्यू दिखती है इस वक्त?
शैल जी, सबसे बड़ी मार्केट में ना एक चीज समझने वाली है जो बहुत लोग इतने दिनों से अंडर ओन थे कि कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है, कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है, आज रात को होगा, कल होगा, सब कुछ है। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज हमारी मार्केट की स्ट्रेंथ दिख रही है ना, वो ये आज का इवेंट नहीं है, या कल रात को जो हुआ नहीं है, या जो कल जो होगा नहीं है। ये है कि जो हमने पिछले 6-8 महीने देखे शायद, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट वैल्यूएशन वाइज एक बड़ी करेक्शन देखी, उसके बाद हमने टैरिफ वॉर का डर देखा, और उसके बाद ये कुछ ना कुछ इंडो पाक के टेंशन डर देखा। तो पिछले 8-10 महीने, 1 साल, 2 साल कुछ भी देखो शायद, तो सबसे ज्यादा जो लोएस्ट मार्केट पार्टिसिपेशन है ना, वो इस वक्त हमें नजर आ रहा है। प्रिसाइसली बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हम ये सब सोच रहे हैं कि इतना एक्शन है और मार्केट बढ़ रहा है, ये कैसा मतलब लॉजिक डिफाइंग है? ये लॉजिक डिफाइंग नहीं है। एक तो हम ऑलरेडी करेक्ट हो चुके हैं, दूसरा मार्केट बहुत ही हल्का है। मतलब मैं बार बार बोलता हूं शायद कि मार्केट अब ऐसे जंक्चर पे है कि अपने वेट पे नहीं गिरेगा। अपने वेट पे कारण मतलब ये है कि वैल्यूएशन पे गिर चुका है, टैरिफ वॉर के डर से गिर चुका है, यूफोरिया के डर से गिर चुका है, ओवरबॉट के डर से गिर चुका है। वो सारी जो गिरावट होनी थी पिछले 8 महीने में हमने देख ली। अब जो गिरावट है वो मैक्सिमम टाइम करेक्शन हम देखेंगे कि एक रेंज में मार्केट रहेगा कि क्या एक्शन होते हैं, क्या रिएक्शन होते हैं। तो ये एक ना थोड़ा बोरिंग मार्केट भी रहेगा। शायद आपको और मेरे को, मुझे रोज क्लाइंट्स के सामने खड़े होना है, आपको रोज कैमरे के आगे आना है, तो हमें कुछ ना कुछ रोज बोलना है। लेकिन एक टाइम, एक फेज ऐसा आता है कि जब हमारे पास कुछ भी क्रेडिबल नहीं होगा, कि एक फेज में रहेगा, एक लॉन्ग टर्म का व्यू अलग ले सकते हैं, लेकिन अभी मार्केट ना एक नॉर्मल कंसोलिडेशन जोन में जाएगा, क्योंकि वो जो डर की कटान थी वो हम छोड़ आए हैं पीछे। दैट इज वाटर अंडर द ब्रिज। आगे क्या दिखता है कि अगर ये चीजें सुलझ जाएंगी, अभी भी आप ये देखिए मार्केट क्यों बढ़ रहा है। अगर ये कुछ ना होता ना, पाकिस्तान का डर नहीं होता, कुछ नहीं होता, तो शायद हम करेक्ट हो जाते। क्योंकि इस डर से रोज रात को कुछ ना कुछ, अगर आप एक नॉर्मल ट्रेडर हैं, क्या करके जाएंगे? पुट्स लेके जाएंगे, अपना पोर्टफोलियो हेज करके जाएंगे, या कुछ शॉर्ट करके जाएंगे कि आज रात को कुछ होगा। तो ट्रेड नॉर्मल नेचुरल क्या है, नेगेटिव साइड पे, लेकिन वो कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा था, डिके हो रहा था, कुछ नहीं मिल रहा था, और अब तो हो भी गया। सो आई थिंक जो मार्केट का अपना वेट था वो इतना कम था शायद, तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि मार्केट स्टेबल रहेगा। कुछ इस इवेंट से कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है।
बिल्कुल। तो आशु जी ये बताइए कि ऐसे कंसोलिडेटिव बाजार में फिर स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होनी चाहिए निवेशकों की, और कहां पर अभी वो फोकस रखें? लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए भी अगर विजन है तो किस तरीके से अपने पोर्टफोलियो को अभी कंस्ट्रक्ट करें?
देखिए पोर्टफोलियो में अभी भी, साक्षी, आई वाज लिसनिंग टू यू, यू वर टॉकिंग टू समबडी। सो आई थिंक एक तो डोमेस्टिक थीम्स में बिल्कुल रहना चाहिए, पावर थीम्स में रहना चाहिए, और ओवरऑल भी मुझे लगता है कि अब वो जो पीएसयू बास्केट भी है वो भी वापस लाइमलाइट में आ जाएगी। क्योंकि अभी पिछले जो लास्ट 1 मंथ रहा है उसमें जो लाइमलाइट में रहा है बैंक निफ्टी वाज अंडर ओन्ड, बैंक निफ्टी वाज डाउन एंड आउट, और बैंक निफ्टी में एक बहुत बड़ा मूव आया। नाउ आफ्टर दिस मूव आई वुड नॉट बी वेरी कंफर्टेबल बैंक निफ्टी, क्योंकि वो न्यू हाइस पे आ चुका है। आई थिंक प्राइवेट बैंक्स ने भी एक जो कैचअप करना था कर लिया है, पीएसयू बैंक्स ने भी काफी कुछ कर लिया है। तो दो अपरेंटली, प्राइमा फेसी, विजिबली, ऑप्टिकली बैंक निफ्टी बहुत अच्छा लगेगा, बैंकिंग कंपोनेंट्स लगेंगे, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि डिप्स में निफ्टी लेना चाहिए। निफ्टी में ही मतलब आप जैसे जैसे डिप आए, ETF इज द बेस्ट वे जो हम लोगों को बाय कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि अभी क्या हो रहा है, बिकॉज ऑफ टैरिफ और साक्षी सेक्टोरल रोटेशन हो रही थी, और उस सेक्टोरल रोटेशन में अभी भी हमें नहीं पता कि अगले 2-3 महीने में किस सेक्टर को क्या कौन से स्टॉक को क्या एक कोलेटरल डैमेज हो सकता है या कितना हो सकता है। तो इंस्टेड ऑफ दैट आई थिंक द बेटर इज कि इंडेक्स के साथ रहना चाहिए। अभी भी अगर साक्षी आप लास्ट, आई मीन यू आर आल्सो टॉकिंग टू इन्वेस्टर्स, वी आर आल्सो टॉकिंग टू ट्रेडर्स, इफ यू लुक एट लास्ट 5-7 डेज आल्सो, इंडेक्स रोज ऊपर होता है, पोर्टफोलियोज आर नॉट मूविंग अप, बिकॉज वो पोर्टफोलियो में एक टायर्डनेस नजर आ रही है, एक थकान नजर आ रही है। सो आई थिंक इंडेक्स के साथ बने रहना बेटर है, क्योंकि इंडेक्स में सबसे बड़ा कंपोनेंट जो हमें हेल्प करता है, अगर लॉन्ग वाला कोई है तो शॉर्ट कवरिंग हेल्प करती है। मैं क्या होता है कि एक बहुत नेचुरल ट्रेड होता है साक्षी, इफ यू आर होल्डिंग ए पोर्टफोलियो एंड इफ यू थिंक समथिंग बिग इज गोइंग टू हैपन, यू विल नॉट सेल योर पोर्टफोलियो, व्हाट यू विल डू इज यू विल बाय पुट्स और यू विल शॉर्ट निफ्टी। ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी, आई ऑलवेज गाइड दैट शुड बी रिवर्स, कि अगर आपको गुस्सा निकालना है तो अपने पोर्टफोलियो पे निकालो, वो बेच लो, लेकिन वो बिकता नहीं है, नॉर्मली नहीं होता। तो इंडेक्स और फ्रंट लाइन में मुझे ज्यादा अच्छा दम दिखता है। तो आपको एक स्टैगर्ड वे में बाय ऑन डिप्स मार्केट करनी चाहिए। डिप्स भी आते हैं, डिप्स भी मिलेंगे। आप ये मत सोचिए कि आज सब कुछ हो गया। अभी क्या होगा, अगर मैं कंफर्ट जोन में आ जाऊंगा, मैं कॉम्प्लेसेंट हो जाऊंगा कि अब तो इंडिया पाक टेंशन भी खत्म हो गई, टैरिफ वॉर भी खत्म हो गया, सब कुछ अच्छा हो गया, चलो भी अब तो बिंदास चढ़ जाओ। अगर ये होगा तो आप 15 दिन बाद करेक्शन देख लेंगे, जो अब नहीं आई वो तब आ जाएगी। तो आई थिंक वन शुड बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर एवरीथिंग, बट स्टैगर्ड वे में बाय ऑन डिप्स मार्केट है।
आज मदान साहब ने नाश्ते में कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें खाई हैं जिससे बहुत बढ़िया क्या कहते हैं बाज़ार की प्रैक्टिकल आपको चीज़ें पता चल रही हैं। मीडिया में और एनालिस्ट कम्युनिटी में कुछ ना कुछ रोज़ हर मिनट या हर घंटे कहना पड़ता है। अब उसमें कुछ काम की बातें हों या सिर्फ मार्केट कमेंट्री हो, वो तो बाद में ही समझ में आता है। लेकिन मदान साहब, बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से आपने बताया कि बाज़ार चल रहा है, हमारा पोर्टफोलियो रुका हुआ है, और लीजिए आप कुछ भी, उसी दिन से वो गिरना शुरू हो जाता है, बाज़ार बढ़ता रहता है। तो ये बाज़ार की नज़दीकियाँ हैं जो बाज़ार को लंबी अवधि से जो देखते हैं और जानते हैं, उन्हें समझते हैं। लेकिन ये भी जानते हैं कि आपको निवेशित हमेशा रहना चाहिए, और यही एक तरीका है जहाँ पर आप लॉन्ग टर्म वेल्थ बनाते हैं। आशु जी, ये बताइए, आपके अल्ट्रा HNI क्लाइंट्स आजकल क्या कर रहे हैं इन द ट्रेडिंग स्पेस? कहाँ ज़्यादा ट्रेडिंग में पैसा बन रहा है, कौन से सेक्टर में ये पैसा खींचा जा रहा है, और अगर एक दो स्टॉक्स जहाँ पर अच्छी ट्रेडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हों तो उसका भी जिक्र कीजिए।
चल, इसका आंसर मैंने ऑलरेडी अभी पिछली जो मैं कमेंट्री दे रहा था, आपसे शेयर कर रहा था, उसमें दे दिया कि ट्रेडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी इस वक्त कम है। व्हाट हैज हैपेंड शैल, कि अभी हमने पास्ट जो 2 साल निकाले हैं उसमें इतनी बड़ी इंक्रीज और इतनी बड़ी डिक्रीज, मतलब बड़ी चेंजेस, बड़ी गिरावट, और एक एक एक्सपायरी में वो कभी जेन स्ट्रीट वाला मूवमेंट आता था, तो कभी शॉर्ट कवरिंग वाला आता था, तो कभी ऑफलोडिंग वाला आता था, कभी वो स्टॉक्स में हमने देखा 30-30, 40-40% की गिरावट आई। अब लोगों की आदत खराब हो गई है। अब उस आदत खराब के चलते अब वो 2-3% की मूव में ना, ट्रेडिंग में ना लोगों का मजा आता है, ना इंटरेस्ट आता है, इसीलिए थोड़े से वॉल्यूम कम हो गए हैं। तो चल, अभी हम आई थिंक आई वाज जस्ट लिसनिंग टू द लास्ट कन्वर्सेशन व्हेन साक्षी वाज टॉकिंग टू समबडी अबाउट दिस कैपिटल मार्केट स्टॉक्स। अब कैपिटल मार्केट स्टॉक्स में क्या है कि मैं सबको बोलता हूं कि एक्सचेंजेस तो ठीक है, लेकिन जो कैपिटल मार्केट, आई एम रनिंग ए कैपिटल मार्केट आउटफिट, आई मीन वी आर पार्ट ऑफ दैट सिस्टम। तो जो है ना, वॉल्यूम्स को अभी वापस आने में शायद टाइम लगेगा, ट्रेडिंग वॉल्यूम्स को, क्योंकि हमारे को अभी हम जितना एक कॉम्प्लेसेंसी से निकल के आ रहे थे, और जिस तरह की शार्प करेक्शन देखी हमने 40% ऑफ द पोर्टफोलियो, जो हमने सोचा ही नहीं था, क्योंकि एक ऐसे फेज में हम चले गए थे कि जैसे होता है ना, मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता और सिर्फ को लॉस नहीं होता और लॉन्ग वाले को लॉस नहीं होता, एक उस तरह का कंफर्ट आ गया था सबको, और उसमें ऐसा लग गया जैसे, मतलब लॉट ऑफ पीपल फेल्ट चीटेड कि यार 40% कैसे घट गया मार्केट, इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग मार्केट। तो उससे उभरने में अभी भी लोगों को टाइम लग रहा है। पीपल आर नर्सिंग द डाउट्स, बिकॉज एक पहली मूव के बाद तो लोगों को थोड़ा कंफर्ट आया, उसके बाद लोगों ने अपना पोर्टफोलियो कम किया। दैट इज व्हाई इफ यू लुक एट द ओवरऑल सेबी एमटीएफ बुक ऑफ द ओवरऑल मार्केट, वो भी रिड्यूस हुई है। तो अभी जो है ट्रेडिंग वॉल्यूम्स कम है, ट्रेडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज तो बहुत मिलती रहती है, लेकिन ना एक जो मजा तब आता है कि अगर हम कोई स्टॉक बोले, आज मैं बोलूं कि अगर मतलब ऐसा स्टॉक हो गया 30% बढ़ना हो तो आदमी 4% या 6% में बुक कर ले, बट अभी वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम दिख रही हैं, तो वॉल्यूम्स आर लो। सो आई एम स्टिल सर्कमस्पेक्ट ऑन कैपिटल मार्केट ट्रेडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज और स्टॉक्स, रादर देन इन्वेस्टिंग कि थोड़ा सा 3-4 महीने का जो ये ना, क्योंकि पहले तो हमने टाइम करेक्शन नहीं, प्राइस करेक्शन नहीं देखी थी, और टाइम करेक्शन ही नहीं देखी थी। प्राइस करेक्शन तो एक बार रिकंसाइल हो गई, शायद जी आपको ही पता चल गया कि 40% घट गया, अब क्या करना आगे। अब हमारे को टाइम करेक्शन तंग कर रही है, तो हमें बहुत जल्दी नहीं है। इस वक्त ट्रेडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम है, इन्वेस्टिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। तो इसलिए मैंने बोला जो बेसिक डोमेस्टिक थीम्स हैं, पावर थीम्स हैं, पीएसयू थीम्स हैं, उसमें थोड़ा सा इन्वेस्ट करिए, और 15 से 20% का जब भी रिटर्न है, प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी जरूर करनी चाहिए। बट ये रोज रोज वाला मार्केट अभी नहीं है।
ओके आशु सर, ये बताइए, बहुत लोग ये मान रहे थे कि बहुत सारा कैश रख लेना चाहिए इस समय, कैश हैवी हो जाए ये, क्योंकि बाजार में अभी उस तरीके का माहौल नहीं है जब डिप्लॉय करना चाहिए। अभी आप क्या कर रहे हैं सर? कितना कैश है अभी, और क्लाइंट्स के में आप क्या रेकमेंड कर रहे हैं और कैसे उसे डिप्लॉय कर रहे हैं फ्रेश कैश को?
If you know me well, then मेरे लिए तो कैश हमेशा किंग रहता है, कि प्रॉफिट इन बैंक इज ऑलवेज द बेस्ट। वो मतलब नोशनल तो चलता रहता है, तो बैंक में जरूर होना चाहिए, तो प्रॉफिट कैश जरूर होना चाहिए। एंड अगेन हैविंग सेड दैट बाय ऑन डिप्स करना चाहिए। क्वेश्चन इज कि लोगों को पहले लगता था डिप्स आते ही नहीं है, नाउ पीपल हैव बिकम लिटिल हैबिचुअल, एंड अब रियलाइज हो गया कि डिप्स भी आते हैं और बिना रीजन के भी आते हैं, और ये डिप फिर आएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है साक्षी नहीं आएंगे, क्योंकि हमारी जो वैल्यूएशंस थी दे वर अहेड ऑफ टाइम्स। तो मार्केट बहुत ज्यादा यूफोरिक ओवरबॉट हो चुकी थी, उसका एक बड़ा डेंट आया, उसके बाद एक सेम्बलेंस आई, नाउ कंसोलिडेशन आई, बट आपको डिप्स मिलते रहेंगे। मुझे मार्केट में जब भी बाय करना है, देखो पेशेंस जरूर रखनी पड़ेगी। पहले हमें हो रहा था कि अगर हम मिस कर जाएंगे, हम कुछ मिस नहीं करेंगे, अपॉर्चुनिटीज हमेशा आती रहेंगी। हमने यही बीएससी देखा, 5500 गया, 5500 से फिर 3600 भी आया, 3600 से फिर 6600 भी आया। अब उस वक्त 5500 पे नहीं लगता था कि कभी 3600 आएगा या 3800 आएगा। सेम एचएएल के लिए, सेम बीएल के लिए। तो डिफेंस थीम, ये थीम, क्योंकि ये थीम्स ऐसे हैं, जितने पॉपुलर थीम्स होते हैं ना साक्षी, उतनी जल्दी वो ओवरबॉट भी होते हैं, उन्हीं में फिर करेक्शन भी आती है। जो खराब स्टॉक है, फॉर एग्जांपल यस बैंक है, मंदी का स्टॉक है, आइडिया है, मंदी का स्टॉक है, ये खराब स्टॉक है, इनमें ये बियर मार्केट स्टॉक्स हैं। बियर मार्केट स्टॉक्स में करेक्शन नहीं आती, करेक्शन भी बुल मार्केट स्टॉक्स में आती है। तो लेने हमारे को बुल मार्केट स्टॉक्स ही हैं, लेकिन अपने पेशेंस के हिसाब से डिप्स पे लेने हैं। जब भी डिप्स आए स्टैगर्ड वे में बाइंग करनी चाहिए, उसके लिए आपके पास कैश जरूर होना चाहिए।
जी, हमेशा की तरह मदान साहब बहुत बढ़िया बातें करते हुए मेरे को ज़रूर पता करना चाहिए कि आज नाश्ते में क्या खाया। कैश इज़ किंग, प्रॉफिट शुड बी इन द बैंक, एंड ऑफ कोर्स मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता। तो इन बढ़िया बढ़िया बातों के साथ मदान साहब आपको दो बहुत बढ़िया चार्ट्स भी दिखाते हैं। पाकिस्तानी रुपी रिकॉर्ड लो वर्सेस द यूएस डॉलर, और कराची स्टॉक एक्सचेंज हमारे सेंसेक्स की तरह इनका भी एक 30 शेयर का इंडेक्स है। 5.5% इसमें आपने गिरावट आती हुई देखी। अभी इंट्राडे लो से ये ऊपर बढ़ा हुआ है, लेकिन अगर आप दिन का लो चेक करें और कल का क्लोज चेक करें तो 5.5% गिरावट आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का इम्पैक्ट कराची स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पर आता हुआ। बदान साहब आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
नहीं, मैं कह रहा था कि मैंने भी नोटिस किया था 5-6% डाउन था। तो अब आप जो डायलॉग की बात करें, आपने सिंदूर बोला, तो अभी वो आजकल वो मीम शुरू हो जाएंगे कि एक सिंदूर की कीमत तुम क्या जानो पाकिस्तानी।
जी हाँ, जी आप बिल्कुल सही फरमा रहे हैं। 11:55 मदान साहब, इससे पहले कि आपको नमस्कार करें आज के लिए, ये बताइए कि अब हमने रिकॉर्ड हाई फिन निफ्टी में देख लिया है, बैंक निफ्टी में देख लिया है, क्या 2025 में निफ्टी की भी बारी है रिकॉर्ड हाई की या नहीं?
देखिए चांसेस तो है। क्या होता है कि शायद जैसे हमने बैंक निफ्टी में देखा, इट वाज जितना जहां से वो निकल के आया, मतलब नोबडी वाज थिंकिंग के 5-6 हजार पॉइंट, चाहे वो कंसोलिडेशन देखो 2025 में भी बहुत महीने और लंबा टाइम है। अगर 3 महीने भी कंसोलिडेशन हो, 3 हफ्ते हो, 6 महीने हो, 10 दिन लगेंगे न्यू हाई क्रॉस करने में, कोई लंबा टाइम नहीं लगेगा। 2 फिरोशियस मूव आएंगे और हम न्यू हाई की तरफ जा सकते हैं। तो उसके लिए हमें तैयार जरूर रहना चाहिए, बने रहना चाहिए, निवेशित रहना चाहिए। लेकिन जैसे अभी आपने मुझे एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि इस वक्त जो ट्रेडर्स है, ट्रेडर्स के लिए बहुत मुश्किल मार्केट हुई है, क्योंकि वो विक्स बढ़ता है तो ऑप्शन के प्रीमियम नहीं बढ़ते, और अगर वो राइट जाते हैं उसके बाद भी डिके मिलता है, तो ट्रेडर्स इस वक्त सफर कर रहे हैं। इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए अच्छा टाइम है, डिप्स पे भी लेते रहे, अभी भी लेते रहे, डाउट नहीं करें, पेशेंस रखें। न्यू हाई नहीं मिलेगा तो उनके पोर्टफोलियो में जरूर अच्छे भाव मिलेंगे उनको।
Very important news coming in from Indian exchanges, both the Bombay Stock Exchange and the National Stock Exchange. They have limited and restricted access to websites for overseas users. It essentially means that a kind of wall is being created around stock markets to prevent any kind of hacking mischief which might occur from overseas players, given the gravity of the situation on the border and the ongoing military developments. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, the exchanges, which is both BSE and NSE, have either limited or restricted access to Indian stocks for overseas people, whether they may be hackers or general people who more and more trade on Indian equity. So that is one more development that has come in, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman now tweeting about Operation Sindoor, terming it as a strong response hitting at the terror hubs in Pakistan. India shall never tolerate terrorism. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we will ensure every preparator of terror is pursued. Sakshi.
Meanwhile, there are some reports coming in by way of India Today that we are getting that 10 of Jaish terrorist Masood Azhar's family have been killed in India's Operation Sindoor. Very, very important statements that are coming in. We are yet to affirm where are they coming in from, but I'm just telling you what's getting flashed on India Today right now. 10 of Jaish terrorist Masood Azhar's family have been killed in India's Operation Sindoor. That's the kind of impact that we are seeing. Ashuji, before we let you go, just for, an advice for the long-term investors there, what should they do? Should they really reject their portfolios at this point in time? Should they stay put, let things pass by and then take an action? What should they do at this point?
No, they should stay put, Sakshi, because I think irrespective of current times, what has happened is why this correction is not coming. Why we are not concerned about that? Because we have already seen a very severe correction for multiple reasons, which was one because of valuation, second because of tariff war. So already there was so much of offloading has happened that inherently, as I said, the market is under-owned and on its weight, the market is not overweight at all. So one can go in and just pass this time. There's nothing to worry at all.
Nothing to worry at all. I think that's the biggest takeaway from our conversation with Ashu sir at this point in time. Keep an eye out on the long term. Stay put at this point in time. Things will pass by and you will get to better days when you will have more opportunities as traders. Long-term investors will also have an opportunity to continue to build on positions at this point in time. Thank you, Ashu sir, for being with us on the program today and helping us with all those fantastic insights on the markets.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
And with your calm voice at this point in time, it definitely shares that, sense of relief that we have from all of you veteran investors who've been seeing the market cycles and all these while that you've also seen such geopolitical conflicts also, impacting markets and sentiments. And you have rightly pointed out that there is nothing to fear at this point in time. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time with us.
And Sakshi, I think it's the Cabinet Committee on Security that is being chaired by Prime Minister Modi. You'll shortly see the footage on the screens. It is also the Union Cabinet that is meeting, and a resolution on Pakistan-based terror and the attacks that have taken place by the Indian military establishment on 9 targets in Pakistan will be passed. And this meeting, as we say, is ongoing and is being chaired by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Both the Union Cabinet meet and the Cabinet Committee on Security. This is what we have for now. As of now, the Nifty down 23, markets flat and mature at this point of time. Sakshi takes over for the Daily Calls show. From now on, I'll be back at 1 p.m.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shell, for being with us in the morning commentary up until noon now. We will continue our undisrupted coverage on the Indian Armed Forces' brave strike against terror throughout the course of our Markets Today coverage. Without break, we will continue to get you all the coverage, all the developments that's happening at the power corridors, and all the updates from the cabinet meetings that are coming in. And of course, we will keep getting you the top market voices that you need to know and find out from what your strategy on the markets should be. Daily Call starts. In case you have some queries about the stocks in your portfolio, then do ask us. The WhatsApp number is clearly flashing on your screens. Don't forget to mention your name, your location, your contact details as well on the program and on the WhatsApp number, as we can definitely address all these questions with our top market experts who will be joining in shortly to address all those for you. Alternatively, you can also log on to YouTube and log in on our Daily Calls live programming. Use the comment section there to really share with us any kind of doubts or questions that you have on the markets as well. So let's start off by at least welcoming our guest on the program who will be answering all your questions now. We have Jatin Geria now joining in on the program with us for all those questions. Jatin, hi, warm welcome. Good to have you with us. Good to have you with us on the day when Indians are feeling proud of the Indian Armed Forces for the strike against terror that they have successfully done overnight. And the markets are volatile, but at the same time, they're not really flinching too much. 24,361, 18 points of a loss, which is absolutely understood at this point in time. Some kind of a volatility is was already anticipated when there is such a large operation that has been taken in on the geopolitical front. Some nervousness and on the edge is something which has been expected. Your sense of how are you advising your clients at this point in time? Many would be giving you calls since morning. What is the way forward in the markets?
Good afternoon, everyone. As far as this geopolitical tension that was uncertain, India's reply was uncertain, but now the uh, reply has happened. So, uncertainty is now out of the way. The reaction of the Nifty shows that it has discounted this thing that India's retaliation would come in at some point of time. It has come in. In fact, the market was discounting this retaliation. So more or less, in terms of levels, if I have to see, then 24 600 on the upside, 24 100 on the downside. Now this remains a range for the last 4 to 5 trading sessions. So we believe that no major price damage has been seen on the Nifty. All the selling pressure has been successfully absorbed around the 24,100 mark, and we believe that over the next couple of tradings, we are likely to witness resumption of the up move towards 24,850 or towards 25,000 even. So our view on the Nifty remains bullish, sideways to bullish, though it's trading in a range. It is holding on to crucial support levels. That is the key reason why we are bullish on the Nifty going ahead for targets of 24,850 and 25,000 from a short-term perspective.
Okay, got that. We have some questions coming in. Jatin, we will keep going to and fro to the questions and overall markets. We have Momita from Kolkata writing in, says, hi Sakshi, I have Bharti Airtel at the rate of 1650. Could you please let me know what is the short-term target for this, and can I make a fresh entry into AU Small Finance Bank as well? Let's take that up one by one. Bharti Airtel at 1650, you have entered at a good price and you're seeing higher highs, record high levels for Bharti Airtel in just the last couple of sessions, 1900 and beyond also. Now, so you're considerably sitting on profits. Congratulations to you. You can again see 1904 on Bharti Airtel today. What's the short-term target on this one that you can recommend, Jatin?
In terms of Bharti Airtel, it has broken out of a 2 week consolidation. Immediate targets on the upside are around 1955, 1969. So, our 70 rupees, 50, 60 rupees kind of an up move is still pending on the upside. One should keep a trailing stop loss of 1870 for Bharti Airtel. So, ride the up move, continue to hold for targets of 1970.
Okay, got that. What about AU Small Finance Bank? A fresh entry, do you think it is warranted at the current levels for AU Small Finance Bank? In fact, let's also just look up the share at this point in time. The stock is up by 2%. Last 5 days it's been flat. Last 1 month it's added 26% to its kitty. And in the last 1 year, we have been seeing a move sideways to a little positive side, 8.8% higher. But a large part of move has come in after the losses, after the low point of same 17 March of 492 all the way up to 685 now. Your suggestion here, Jatin?
See, in the case of AU Bank, as you pointed out, it has been up by 26% in the last 1 month. So I'll suggest to wait for a dip towards 640 odd levels. So that will cool off the overbought positions and also provide a better risk reward ratio for fresh entry. So wait for a dip towards 640 and then you can enter. On the upside, we are expecting levels of 745 to 750 from a short-term perspective, but buying on dips towards 640 is advisable.
Okay. We have another question from Anand Roy, who is joining in on our YouTube live. He says, hi Sakshi, I'm holding Tata Motors at the rate of 850, 400 shares. I'm currently in loss, so can you please suggest what exactly should I be doing at this point in time? For sure, let's look at Tata Motors. That's the stock to look at. It's among the top movers today. And this comes in right after favorable moves have been seen on 2 or 3 accounts. One, the India-UK FTA trade that is likely to help the company with its JLR exports to the US. Apart from that, let's look at even the unanimous nod to demerge the CV business has actually come in on Tata Motors. The stock has surged up 4% odd in trade today. 675 is what we saw. It's currently hovering around that level as well. There's an expectation that the reduction of the auto tariffs from 100% to 10% is something that could be also looked at positively from the India-UK space. Tata Motors, for somebody who's actually holding at higher levels, the question is that although the news flows are positive, but those stuck at higher levels of 850 odd, what should they do? How much longer will they have to wait for their prices to come in, for profits to also come in?
See, in the case of Tata Motors, there are distinctive signs of a trend reversal from down to up on the weekly chart. So I think the most painful part of holding on is around completion, and we are likely to witness higher levels in Tata Motors over the next few weeks. So I think we should continue to hold, though if possible, then he actually the investor should consider even averaging some at current levels, because Tata Motors is a quality stock, and averaging that is advisable given that we are seeing signs of trend reversal. So wait for a couple of months. I think 850 should be round the corner. If possible, do some averaging.
Okay, got that. Let's take another question. This one is from Venkat. He's joining in from Chennai. He wants to know from you, Jatin, is this a good time to enter KPIT Technologies? I want to analyze this for long term and find out whether we can actually look at this as well. So KPIT Tech, let's look at the stock right now, 1% higher. Last 1 month, there's been a 18% surge on the stock. Remember, from the lows of 1065, it's moved up to 1255 odd levels. On the year-to-date levels, remember the drop started to take place from October, from where essentially the market started to consolidate and correct. All of these stocks also corrected as well. KPIT Tech has also come up. What's your suggestion there?
See, in the case
Okay,
of
we
KPIT,
are actually, I'll have to stop you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi
Our
speaking. Let's listen to
journey
him.
has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future.
Okay, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking for the first time after Operation Sindoor, highlighting India's successful space missions and of course continues to believe that we are going to be conquering more and more in this realm going forward from here as well. Let me reiterate the question that I read out for you. For all our viewers' benefit as well. Jatin, the question was from Venkat from Chennai. He wants to know on KPIT technologies, what is the ideal strategy there?
From its all-time high. So the recent pullback is only a minor degree pullback, and the overall, I believe that there is more juice or more steam left in this pullback towards 1500 odd levels from a medium-term perspective. So I believe that the trend is reversed. Every day should be considered as a buying opportunity. Having said that, 1180 is the stop loss level that one needs to keep in mind while going long in KPIT. From a medium term perspective, fresh entry is advised. On the upside, we are expecting 1500 as targets.
1500 as targets. I hope this has helped you out, Venkat, in understanding your key strategy there. Vinita Gupta writes in, says, hi Sakshi, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you also, Vinita. She wants a view on two stocks. One is Genus Power and the other one is Samvardhan Motherson. So let's look at Genus Power first, and look at the kind of share price performance that we have seen for Genus Power. Today it's mildly higher in trade. In the last 1 month, it's added about 7%, but it's also cooled off quite a bit in the last 6 months of market consolidation. When we look at the kind of move that we've seen, the stock went up to a peak of 462 and has now slipped all the way back to 284 odd levels. Any suggestion here? What should investors do with Genus Power? It went up pretty swiftly from last May of 2024 all the way up to say over 450 levels in August of 2024. So short window and the stock really gave sharp returns. But from that time it was sideways, and October onwards it slipped again.
Yeah, so in the case of Genus Power, yes, the stock has corrected more than 50% in the recent past. However, post that 240, 230 kind of a mark where all the selling pressure got over, it's witnessing a trend reversal on the weekly chart. So there is a scope for the stock to even head higher towards 320 to 325, where the first major resistance kicks in. So at current levels, yes, it's a good level to enter. One should keep a stop loss of 265 for the long positions, and on the upside, we are expecting 325 in the case of Genus Power. So yes, Genus Power can be bought at current levels.
Okay, got that. Samvardhan Motherson is her other query on. So let's look at this one. Remember, the auto ancillary stocks are in focus because of what's happening with the India-UK FTA trade, and of course what is being anticipated on the slower or lower tariffs on auto space in the US as well. 3.6% higher for Samvardhan, 140 odd levels today. If we look at the last 1 month chart again, 23% of a surge is what we have already seen on Samvardhan. How would you look at it afresh?
See, afresh, I believe that post that move, the stock has undergone a consolidation. So it has been consolidating between 130 and 140 since last couple of weeks. And now today it's witnessing a breakout of that range on the upside. So we expect this up move to continue towards 155 to 158 on the upside. So yes, at current levels, if someone wants to enter, then enter. If someone is holding, then continue to hold for a target of 158 to 155 to 158 on the upside. A stop loss is suggested at 133 odd levels.
Okay, got that. Let's take some other questions. Okay, Vinita Gupta says, Jai Hind, Vinita. Because this is the spirit that Indians have today. We are hailing the nation, we are hailing the Indian armed forces for taking the rightful revenge for the ghastly terror attack that took place in Pahalgam, and we have given a befitting reply to all those behind such cowardly terror attacks in Pakistan, and we have hit just the backbone of terror in Pakistan and in POK. We stand in solidarity with our countrymen and our Indian armed forces as well. More questions pouring in from our viewers, some of them coming in on our WhatsApp too. So let's take some of those questions. We have Chandan Jain from Hubli in Karnataka wanting to know about BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange stock. Should I hold further or book profits? Well, I would have loved to hear from you. What level did you enter BSE in? Yes, the stock has moved up about 9% odd. Yeah, remember, the stock did correct in this consolidative period all the way up to what 3,500 odd levels, and from that the stock has rebounded so smartly in just about a matter of 3 months odd or so. Your suggestion at 6,772 odd levels, would you still be confident of further moves, or would you advise profit booking at this stage, Jatin?
I would continue to hold on to the long positions with a trailing stop loss of 6,450. On the upside, I am expecting 7,000 from a short-term perspective. So continue to hold with 6,450 as your trailing stop loss.
ओके गॉट दैट. आई होप चंदन जी आपके सवाल का जवाब मिल गया है. नेक्स्ट कल्पेश पटेल का मुंबई से सवाल है. इनका शॉर्ट है, इन्होंने मई के एक्सपायरी फ्यूचर्स में किया हुआ है. 2 स्टॉक्स में शॉर्ट पोजीशन है. पहली है इंडसइंड बैंक पर 840 पर इन्होंने शॉर्ट पोजीशन ली है. एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि 700 तक के टारगेट्स अगर आ जाएं. दूसरा डिक्सन टेक्नोलॉजीज 16,400 के लेवल पर इन्होंने शॉर्ट पोजीशन लिया है. 13,500 के लेवल का एक्सपेक्टेशन कर रहे हैं. तो एक एक करके ले लेते हैं. शॉर्ट करके ये स्ट्रैटेजी अपनी बनाते हैं मार्केट्स में. इंडसइंड बैंक में हाल फिलहाल में थोड़ी रिकवरी भी आई है. ऑल टाइम जो लोज हमें रीसेंट लोज दिखे थे, लेकिन अभी भी ये स्टॉक पूरी तरीके से आउट ऑफ द बूट्स नहीं नजर आ रहा है. 840 पर शॉर्ट किया है. क्या करना चाहिए यहाँ?
देखिए इसमें उनको मे फ्यूचर्स में उनको एक स्टॉप लॉस की सलाह दूंगा मैं। 850 852 का एक स्टॉप लॉस लगा है, क्योंकि अगर जो उसके ऊपर जाता है तो शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेंड फिर से रिवर्स हो जाएगा। तो 852 का इंडसइंड बैंक में एक स्टॉप लॉस लगा है। ऑन द डाउनसाइड जो सपोर्ट मुझे दिख रहा है वो 782 का आ रहा है। 782 20 डे का एवरेज है, तो 782 के आसपास अगर जो आए तो अपने प्रॉफिट्स बांधिए, और ऊपर में अगर जो 852 अगर जो निकल जाता है तो शॉर्ट पोजीशन में से एग्जिट करिए।
Okay, got that. I hope this has answered your question. The next stock that he has taken a short position on is Dixon Tech at 16,400. What would you say?
See, in the case of Dixon Tech, it's more or less of a range bound consolidation. What I believe is that 1640 you said, right?
Dixon Technologies, 16,154 is the current levels, 0.6% higher, and he wants to know whether 13,500 levels can also come in if he takes a short position for May futures.
No, I believe that in the case of Dixon, there are supports placed at 15,400 and even 15,100. So these are the 20 and 40-day moving averages. So I don't think the stock is likely to drift towards 13,500. Yes, a more achievable target on the downside would be 15,400 and 15,100. If the stocks move above 16,600, then he should exit his short positions.
Okay, got that. Let's take another question. This one is from Satya. He says, "Hi Sakshi, good afternoon." Says, "This is not a revenge, it is for peace, for India and the world." Rightly said, Satya. We definitely are voters of peace. We are a peace-loving nation. We belong to the nation of Mahatma Gandhi. But yet at the same time, we will not stop short of punishing those that look at us with any misadventures. We heard Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri talk about that Operation Sindoor was launched to give justice to the victims of the heinous Pahalgam terrorist attack on April 22nd. So they have taken the revenge for the victims of the 26 victims that lost their lives, innocent lives that were lost on April 22nd. Satya says that I wish to know if there are any momentum stocks that I can look at the current levels. Would you think this is a difficult time for traders and for momentum traders to really look at any stocks at this point in time, Jatin? How would you really advise those who love to play for momentum in this kind of a market?
Yeah, see, holding on to positional views amid this volatility is definitely a little difficult. But having said that, there are structures, or we can say that the stop loss levels would be a little deep considering the volatility. So, yes, there are opportunities in the short term momentum play as well. But these stop losses are little deep. If one stock I have to recommend, that would be on Shriram Finance, that I'm seeing on the daily charts. So Shriram Finance has corrected. It has reached its 20-week average support, and thereafter we are also witnessing a trend reversal on the daily chart. So for short-term momentum play, Shriram Finance is one stock what we can recommend. We suggest to keep a stop loss of 617, and on the upside we can expect levels of 655 to 669 from a short term perspective.
Okay, got that. We'll take one more question with you before we let you go, Jatin. Rajesh writes in from Pune. He wants to invest in defense stocks. He also wants you to suggest any top 2 or 3 stocks that you can advise from the defense pack. Defense space has been in momentum, and we've been seeing many stocks really go up sharply in the run up to the action that Indian Armed Forces have taken today. What beyond this? How would you really look at this space?
Yeah, see, defense has been the flavor, or is been in the flavor since last couple of years, and recently the defense stocks went through a lot of correction also, and now they are bouncing off from their support levels. So one stock which we continue to like in the defense pack is Bharat Electronics, that is BEL. Technically, on the weekly charts, it has broken out from a almost 1 year kind of a consolidation on the upside. So even from a short to medium term kind of a perspective, we are expecting BEL to do well. Dips towards 300 to 90 odd levels should be considered to accumulate. On the upside, we are expecting levels of 400 to 420 from a medium term perspective. So BEL is our preferred pick from the defense bank.
Okay, got that. I hope this has also answered your question well. We will thank you then, Jatin, for being with us in the edition today to answer all those queries of our viewers and helping us with your take on the markets. Meanwhile, 10 points higher on the Nifty, 24,391. A large part of the sectors are back into the green, led by, of course, the mid-cap index, which is now up by about 1.4% higher. Consumer durables are doing very well in this market, over a percent uptick for this one. Autos are driving the show too, 1.2% higher. Metals are back, 1% up, shining bright at this point in time. PSU banks 0.7% up. Oil and gas, realty, infrastructure, Nifty Bank, private banks, financial services, IT also up in the green, barring pharma and FMCG. Rest of the pockets are up. Look at India VIX, that's also turned red now, 2% lower at 18.6. It went up to 19.6 odd levels, India VIX, and it's now down at 18.6 odd levels. Top mover, Tata Motors, 4.2% higher. Another Tata Group firm, Titan, that's also up. Remember, we were marking out the advanced decline ratio for you in the morning. That's also up now. 1100 or so advances to the declines at this point in time. So you have a positive, move at this point in time for all the stocks that are moving up on the Nifty. Shriram Finance, SBI Life, Coal India among the top 5 movers. On F&O, we have names like 197 Communication up by 8.5%, BSC up by 8.2%, Piramal Enterprises 7.7% higher. These are all the stocks that are moving up in the F&O space as well. Let's also look at some of the drags at this point in time on the markets. Let's see where the pain point is. Pharma space, Sun Pharma, names like within the FMCG space like ITC. Asian Paints is down, IndusInd Bank is down, Grasim, HCL Technologies, these are the top drags, about a percent kind of a loss for all of these stocks today. When we look at the declines on the F&O pack, you have Info Edge that's down in trade today. Sharp losses that can, this is in fact not a loss if I would say so in trade today. When we look at, the reason why you're saying this top drag of 80 odd percent kind of a fall, this is due to some internet services providers are looking at ex-split today. The shares of the company traded ex-split today, and all the eligible shares of Info Edge as of record date shall actually see their holdings of a split into 1:5 ratio. This is the first stock split since the listing back in November 2006 for Info Edge that we are seeing. So don't take it as there is a sharp fall on this one. Remember, the stock was much higher than this. It was trading above 5,000 odd levels, and from that level you are seeing that drop because the price has adjusted ex-split. That actually means the shares of Naukri with a fair value of 10 rupee each will be split into 5 shares with a face value of 2 rupee each as of today. So all those investors having Info Edge in their demat accounts as of yesterday will be eligible to see this corporate reaction, and in the same ratio 1:5. You will, in case you held 1 share, now you will have 5 shares in lieu of that as well. So it's not a fall, it's actually the stock split that has been seen. Let's welcome another guest of ours, Raghavendra Singh, a favorite on Daily Calls show, who joins in on the program with us. Raghavendra ji, namaskar, Jai Hind, जय हिंद की सेना. कैसा लग रहा है आपको आज?
साक्षी जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून. देखिए, सबसे पहले तो भारत माता की जय, जय हिंद. ये बहुत बड़ा टास्क था जो कंप्लीट हुआ, और आगे अभी और भी ऐसी चीजें आएंगी. मुझे लगता है कि हमारी हिंद की सेना उसको पीछे नहीं हटेगी. सबसे पहले तो इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री को और इस देश की सेना को बहुत बहुत सैल्यूट, कोटि कोटि नमन, जिन्होंने इतना बड़ा स्टेप लिया. और जो टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ तो पहलगाम में उसका बदला लिया, और इससे भी आगे मुझे लगता है कि और भी अगर कंडीशन मुझे लगता है पाकिस्तान की या उसकी सेना की खराब होने वाली है, मुझे ऐसा दिखाई दे रहा है, तो बहुत जल्दी होगा। तो और इन सब के साथ साथ जितने देशवासी हैं उनको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि वो सब लोग एक साथ होकर के पूरी सेना के साथ, हमारे जितने भी लोग हैं सब खड़े थे, जो तो उनके लिए सल्यूट है।
बिल्कुल, आपने सही कहा। राघवेंद्र जी, अब ये बताइए कि बाजार को इस समय पे कैसे देख रहे हैं? थोड़ी बहुत वॉलेटिलिटी आज सुबह से ही हम देख रहे हैं, और जो कि काफ़ी सेंसिबल हम देखेंगे कि मूव है बाजार में। थोड़ा बहुत तो नी रिएक्शन इस तरीके के बड़े ऑपरेशन के बाद बाजार में देखने को मिला है, और इनफैक्ट अगर हम हिस्टोरिकली भी देखें राघवेंद्र जी, सभी व्यूअर्स के लिए भी काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा ये देखना कि 4 से 5 जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स, बड़े कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बाद में हुए हैं, तो मार्केट्स का रिएक्शन क्या रहा है। पहले तो कारगिल वॉर देख लेते हैं 1999 में, जहां पर हमने देखा था 1 महीने पहले उस अटैक से या वॉर से 8-8.5% तक की वीकनेस थी, लेकिन 1 महीने बाद 16% तक की रैली आपको बाजार में दिखी। 3 महीने के बाद ऑलमोस्ट 34% बाजार बढ़ चुका था, और 1 साल के बाद तकरीबन 29% का आपको इम्प्रूवमेंट नजर आया था उस वॉर के बाद। पहलगाम पार्लियामेंट अटैक देखें 2001 का, तो इन द रन अप टू द अटैक कुछ 10% तक के आसपास की रैली हमने देखी थी। इमीडिएटली अटैक के बाद माइनर 0.8% तक का फॉल था, 1 महीने के बाद तक फ्लैटिश बाजार रहा। 3 महीने के बाद 5-5.5% तक का मूव हो गया था, और बाय द एंड ऑफ द ईयर फ्लैट विद नेगेटिव बायस 1% तक का लॉस था। मुंबई अटैक जब हुए थे 26/11/2008 में, ऑलरेडी इन द रन अप टू द अटैक 9% तक की तेजी हमने बाजार में देखी थी। 1 महीने के बाद तक 4% तक का अप मूव हमने देख लिया था, और अगर हम 1 साल के बाद में बात करें तो 82% तक की रैली हमने बाजार में देखी थी। सेम वे अगर हम देखें, उरी अटैक और सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक्स में भी बहुत ही माइन्यूट लॉसेस थे। 1 महीने के बाद 1-1.25% तक का लॉस, 3 महीने के बाद 7% तक का लॉस, लेकिन 1 साल के बाद तक 15% तक की रैली हमने देख ली थी। और पुलवामा बालाकोट जो अटैक हुए थे उसमें भी इन द रन अप टू द अटैक माइल्ड वीकनेस थी बाजार में 1% तक के आसपास की, लेकिन 1 महीने के बाद 6% तक बाजार बढ़ चुका था, और इसके अलावा 1 साल के बाद तक 12 से 13% का इम्प्रूवमेंट हमें नजर आ चुका था। आज भी अगर आप देखें, इस जब से टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ पहलगाम में, तब से लेकर अब तक ऑलरेडी पाकिस्तान में 6% तक का लॉस दिखा था। आज में और 6% गिर गया है पाकिस्तान का स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, कराची स्टॉक एक्सचेंज। पाकिस्तान की जो रुपी है, जो उनकी करेंसी है, वो ऑल टाइम लो पर है, रिकॉर्ड लो पर है अगेंस्ट द डॉलर। इंडिया की मार्केट्स 1.5% ऊपर थी फ्रॉम द टाइम ऑफ द अटैक इन पहलगाम टिल टुडे, एंड टुडे वी आर सीइंग अ फ्लैट टू अ पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन। ऐसे में जो हमने अभी तक हिस्टोरिकली देखा है राघवेंद्र जी, आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं बाजार में?
देखिए साक्षी, मुझे लगता है कि जिस हिसाब से अभी आपने हिस्टोरिकली डेटा शेयर किया, ये बिल्कुल सही है कि बाजार देखिए इन चीजों को पहले भाप चुका था कि कुछ न कुछ रिएक्शन आएगा, और देखिए ऑलरेडी हम हल्के हैं। बाजार 26,500 से अभी 24,500 के आसपास है, तो ऑलरेडी हम 10% नीचे अपने ऑल टाइम हाई थे। अब यहाँ पे हमारे पास होने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, और बाजार ये पहले मान चुका है कि बाजार अभी जो पहलगाम अटैक हुआ था उसके बाद रिटेलिएशन इंडियन जो मुझे लगता है सेना है वो जरूर करेगी, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट करेगी, तो बाजार इस चीज को भाप रहा था। इसीलिए बाजार में देखिए विक्स हाई था, बाजार की वोलेटिलिटी मेंटेन थी। अब मुझे लगता है कि बाजार को एक डायरेक्शन मिल गया कि भाई जो अटैक होना था वो हो चुका है, इसके आगे जो भी होगा वो बाजार अब इस चीज को मान रहा है कि जो होना है वो अभी हो चुका है, इसके आगे जो वर्स्ट होगा देखा जाएगा। आप देखिए रुपी टर्म में देखिए आप, डॉलर हमारा रुपया कितना स्ट्रांग हो रहा है। इसके बाद देखिए आप जो ग्लोबल मार्केट में डॉलर इंडेक्स जो है 99 के आसपास है। तो मुझे लगता है ये सारे जो सिनारियो वो दिखा रहे हैं कि एफआईज वेट कर रहे हैं कि बाजार थोड़ा भी नीचे मिले और इमीडिएटली हम पैसा इसमें इन्फ्यूज करें। तो मेरे हिसाब से बाजार में अच्छा टाइम है, आप यहाँ से बिल्कुल बाई कर सकते हैं, और मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ से निफ्टी 25,200 की ओर जा रहा है, शायद हो सकता है अगले हफ्ते में जाए। और मुझे लगता है, मुझे इस बात से बिल्कुल ये परहेज नहीं है कि हो सकता है कि हम नया ऊंचाई जो इसी मंथ में देख लें 26,500 का, अगर बाजार में ये तेजी कंटिन्यू रहती है तो निचले स्तरों पे देखिए जहां भी मौका मिल रहा है बाई करिए। 24,000 के नीचे 23,800 23,700 लेवल जैसे आता है बिल्कुल बाई करना है। एफआईआईज आर वेटिंग फॉर द कि बाजार नीचे आए और फिर वो यहाँ पे कैपिटल इन्फ्यूज करें। आप देखिए पिछले 10 दिनों में करीब 45,000 करोड़ का बाइंग हुआ है एफआईआईज के साइड से। ये बहुत अच्छा सिग्नल है, और वो वेट कर रहे हैं कि जैसे और नीचे आए वो स्टॉक बाई करेंगे। तो बिल्कुल बाई ऑन डिप की स्ट्रेटजी रखनी है, और ये वॉर से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला। ये बाजार ने आज जो गवर्नमेंट है उनको थम्स अप दे दिया है, हमारी सेना को थम्स अप दे दिया है कि आप लोग अपना काम कीजिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं, हम नीचे नहीं आएंगे और आप ऊपर चढ़ते रहिए।
Bilkul. Okay, got that. Let's take some questions also, Raghavendra ji. A lot of our viewers are sending in queries. So we'll take some questions and again come back to the markets. Nitin likhte hain hame, I need your view on Suzlon, sir. Is it time for a fresh new entry on Suzlon again? We did see some recovery unfold. It's been now consolidating around those levels. Your suggestion now on Suzlon afresh?
Absolutely, Suzlon can be a buy on dip strategy. I think 53, it is hovering around 53, 54. Now you can buy at this level, hold it with the stop loss of 50. If you see below 50, definitely buy it with the stop loss of 48. Target is 60, 65.
Okay, got that. Target is 60-65. We'll keep that in mind. Rajat from Gurugram writes in. He says, I want to know about SBI Life. 100 shares is what I have in my portfolio at the rate of 1468. Should I book profit or should I continue to wait on this one? SBI Life, sir, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
बिल्कुल होल्ड कीजिए। SBI Life has given a very strong breakout above 1600, now trading around 1750. Buy with the stop loss of 1650 for the target of 1900. एक बार 1900 का लेवल क्रॉस किया तो 2200 के पहले रुकेगा नहीं। तो मेरे हिसाब से SBI Life बिल्कुल बाई एंड होल्ड। अभी फिलहाल लॉन्ग टर्म का व्यू रखिए, शॉर्ट टर्म में थोड़ा बहुत पेन आ सकता है, अवॉइड कीजिए।
Okay, Ankur Modi लिख रहे हैं, hello Sakshi, good afternoon. It's been a proud morning today for all of us. Yes, Ankur, you are right. For all Indians, it is a proud morning. We have finally seen some action that we were all waiting in anticipation कि कुछ तो हमें करना चाहिए. जिन लोगों ने innocent lives lose की थी पहलगाम अटैक में, उनके साथ हम लोग सभी खड़े थे और ये उम्मीद में कि इस तरीके का जो कावर्ड टेरर अटैक किया जा रहा है उसके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली हमें आवाज़ उठानी चाहिए और बहुत ही बिफिटिंग रिप्लाई इंडियन आर्मी ने दिया है। 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को डिस्ट्रॉय किया है, 80 से 90 टेररिस्ट्स को वहाँ पर डेफिनेटली हानि पहुँची है, जो हमारे पास रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं उनके हिसाब से। और जो स्टेटमेंट्स भी हमारे पास ट्राई सर्विसेज की तरफ से आई बहुत क्लियर थी कि ये एक तरीके का जस्टिस हम लोगों ने डेफिनेटली कोशिश की है पहुंचाएं उन लोगों को जिनको सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट पड़ा था, और जो भी इस तरीके के कदम उठाएगा टेररिस्ट के साथ मिलकर उनको डेफिनेटली इंडिया अपनी जगह दिखाएगा। और अंकुर का ये भी सवाल है राघव दैट कुछ मल्टी बैगर स्टॉक्स अगर इस लेवल से आप सजेस्ट कर पाएँ फ्रॉम द करंट मार्केट्स 1 से 2 साल तक के टाइम फ्रेम के लिए, क्या डिफ़िकल्ट है अभी कुछ ढूंढना ऐसे जो स्टॉक्स जो मल्टी बैगर आइडियाज़ बन सकते हैं 1 से 2 साल में, या फिर आपके पास लिस्ट तैयार है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल बन सकते हैं। देखिए अभी तो थोड़ा मुश्किल है, बिकॉज कैसा है अभी बाजार का सिचुएशन ऐसा है कि अगले 6-8 महीने हम लोग को वेट एंड वॉच करना है। थोड़ी बहुत बाजार एक रेंज में रहेगा, 22,000 23,000 से लेके 24,000 25,000, बहुत बड़ा अपसाइड नहीं। लेकिन पहले भी मैंने ऑलरेडी कई स्टॉक बताए और मुझे अब यहाँ से लग रहा है कि मदरसन सुमी एक ऐसा स्टॉक है जो 3-4 सालों में बहुत अच्छा रैली दे सकता है। एक तो देखिए हमारा यूके के साथ एक प्रीटी आज एग्रीमेंट साइन हुआ है, तो जितनी भी लग्जरी गाड़ियां हैं जिस हिसाब से ये ट्रेड वॉर चल रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि ट्रेड वॉर यूएस से भी हल्का हो जाएगा, इंडिया से भी हल्का होने वाला है, बाकी कंट्रीज भी कर रही हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से जो ट्रेड वॉर होगा उसका इफेक्ट जो है, तो ये मुझे लग रहा है मदरसन सुमी इसके लिए बेनिफिशियल होगा। जितनी भी लग्जरी गाड़ियां हैं, वेदर इट इज BMW, ऑडी, जैगुआर, लैंड रोवर, कोई भी ले लो आप, जितनी लग्जरी गाड़ियां हैं सब में इनके एक्सेसरीज यूज होते हैं, सबको ये माल सप्लाई करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले टाइम में 2-3 सालों में ये एक मल्टी बैगर स्टॉक यहाँ साबित हो सकता है।
ओके, मल्टी बैगर स्टॉक साबित हो सकता है संवर्धन मदरसन, यहाँ पर आप डेफिनेटली फोकस करके चले अंकुर। अगर आप ढूंढ रहे हैं अगले कुछ साल भर के लिए जहाँ पर मोमेंटम स्ट्रॉन्ग होता हुआ नजर आए, तो ऑटो एंसिलरी स्पेस से स्टॉक पर डेफिनेटली आप नज़र रख सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट हमारे पास राहुल मुंबई से हैं, ये इनका सवाल है पावर स्पेस से, पावर ग्रिड के ऊपर 250 शेयर्स है इनके पास 323 के भाव पर। अब आपसे जानना चाहते हैं क्या ये बने रहें स्टॉक पर या क्या रणनीति अपनाएं? पावर ग्रिड 323 के भाव पर खरीदा हुआ है, 310 करंट लेवल है।
देखिए अभी अगर आपको ये स्टॉक होल्ड करना है तो आप लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होल्ड कीजिए, शॉर्ट टर्म का व्यू मत लीजिए। मुझे लगता है कि 300 290 तक ये स्टॉक एक बार आना चाहिए। अगर वहां आप इसको और ऐड कर सकते हैं तो ऐड कीजिए, अदरवाइज अगर आपको स्टॉप लॉस देना है तो आप यहीं स्टॉप लॉस दे सकते हैं। बट मेरे हिसाब से एक बार 300 290 का भाव आना चाहिए, वहां बाई कीजिए। 280 के स्टॉप लॉस से टारगेट होगा 360 390।
ओके गॉट दैट। चलिए यहाँ पर भी आपको राय मिल चुकी है। मीनवाइल सभी दर्शकों के लिए एक स्टॉक मैं हाईलाइट करना चाहती हूँ, आरती ड्रग्स का, जहाँ पर ज़बरदस्त रैली हमें दिखी है नतीजों के बाद। अगर आप देखें तो नतीजे बढ़िया रहे हैं और उसके बाद हम देख रहे हैं कि एक मोमेंटम बढ़ता हुआ नज़र आया। 400 के पार अब ये स्टॉक गया है। और अगर आप ख़ास तौर पर कुछ लेवल्स की भी बात करें और कुछ रिजल्ट्स ने जो इम्प्रूवमेंट दिखा है, 9% तक के आसपास का इम्प्रूवमेंट रेवेन्यू में दिखा था। 677 crores का रेवेन्यू कंपनी ने पोस्ट किया है फ्रॉम 620 odd crore rupees लास्ट ईयर सेम क्वार्टर दैट वी हैड सीन फ्रॉम द कंपनी. The company is also marking that API prices have stabilized since Q3 of FY25. They also believe that volume growth of 10 to 15% is achievable by FY26 is what their statements are coming in. They're also talking about how they will go ahead and break even on key products, boosting their profitability overall at this point in time as well. In fact, all these factors, the margins which have expanded for the company, growth which has been led by both API and specialty chemicals, all of these factors have led to this smart move today. Aarti Drugs for you, how do you see this stock, Raghavendra?
Sakshi, Aarti Drugs already corrected 50% from the top. Now stock जो है अभी यहाँ से धीरे-धीरे ब्रेकआउट दे रहा है. Now stock is hovering around 400. अभी ये तो आज की रैली हो गई है. Again, I'm expecting stock to touch around 500, 600 level by this year end. So this stock has potential to touch 600 plus level. So buy on dip strategy रखना चाहिए. मुझे लगता है कि 350 अगर 370 आता है कल परसों या अगले हफ्ते में, तो डेफिनेटली इस स्टॉक को बाय करना चाहिए. आप 320 रुपए का स्टॉप लॉस दे सकते हैं. जिस हिसाब से कंपनी रिवाइवल कर रही है, रिजल्ट में वो दिखाई दे रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले 2-3 क्वार्टर में और अच्छा ये रिवाइवल हो सकता है. बाय ऑन डिप की स्ट्रेटजी रखिए.
बाय ऑन डिप्स की स्ट्रैटेजी रखिए. नेक्स्ट हम लेते हैं सवाल. हमारे पास एक व्हाट्सएप के जरिए व्यूअर का क्वेश्चन आया है. ये पारुल हैं कोलकाता से. आईटी स्टॉक्स के ऊपर जानना चाहती हैं, खासतौर पर मिड कैप आईटी नेम्स, सोनाटा सॉफ्टवेयर या फिर केपीआईटी टेक्नोलॉजीज, दोनों में से आपको कौन सा पसंद है और कहाँ पर अभी आप फ्रेश इन्वेस्टमेंट्स की सलाह देंगे? ऑलरेडी दोनों के ही नतीजे आ चुके हैं और मोमेंटम अगर हम देखें, आज सोनाटा में 4% तक के आसपास का मूव है, 400 के ऊपर ये जा चुका है. केपीआईटी टेक अगर हम देखें, पास्ट का काफ़ी बढ़िया शेयर है. कंसोलिडेशन के बाद अब थोड़ा बहुत मूव वापस आ रहा है. 1266 का करंट लेवल है. केपीआईटी वर्सेस सोनाटा, आपकी चॉइस क्या होगी राघवेंद्र?
दोनों स्टॉक बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं और दोनों स्टॉक अपने हाई से ऑलमोस्ट 40% नीचे हैं. सो अगेन बोथ स्टॉक्स लोगे बेटर है मेरे हिसाब से केपीआईटी कमिंग्स. केपीआईटी आप डेफिनेटली वहां कर सकती हैं इन्वेस्टमेंट. सोनाटा सॉफ्टवेयर भी करिए क्योंकि आईटी कंपनियों में जो फॉल होना था वो हो चुका है. मुझे लगता है कि अब अगले 3 से 4 महीने के अंदर एक अपसाइड की रैली सारे आईटी स्टॉक्स में मतलब जो रिबाउंड होने वाली. तो मेरे हिसाब से बोथ स्टॉक्स आर लुकिंग गुड. यू कैन बाय एट दिस लेवल विद द स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 1200 इन द KPIT and 350 for the Sonata software.
Absolutely. So that's as far as the mid-cap IT names are concerned and how you can actually look at that aspect as well. राघवेंद्र जी, आज काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मूव्स भी हैं बाजार में. कुछ उन स्टॉक्स के ऊपर भी फोकस कर लेते हैं. जैसे पेटीएम है, नतीजों के बाद देखिए एफएनओ स्पेस में 8% तक की रैली अब नज़र आई है इस स्टॉक में. पिछले एक साल में अगर हम देखेंगे तो काफ़ी वॉलेटिलिटी स्टॉक में देखने को मिली. काफ़ी खबरें नेगेटिव थी. स्टॉक काफ़ी ऊपरी लेवल से नीचे आया, धीरे धीरे करके अब संभल रहा है और अब नतीजों में दिन नजर आ रहा है कि लॉसेस थोड़े से रिड्यूस किए हैं कंपनी ने. कैसा लगता है करंट लेवल्स पर पेटीएम अभी आपको?
देखिए स्टॉक ने बहुत ज्यादा फॉल दे दिया है. स्टॉक अब नीचे से जो है धीरे धीरे ऊपर जा रहा है. कंपनी रिवाइवल मोड में है. अगर टेक्निकली बात करूं तो 850 का एक हर्डल था, उसको क्रॉस किया आज इसने और उसके ऊपर सस्टेन हो रहा है. सो 850 का स्टॉप लॉस दीजिए, स्टॉक को बाई कीजिए 870-80 पे और मुझे लगता है 920-930 तक जा सकता है. 1000 रुपए के लेवल को क्रॉस करना भी मुश्किल है. वहाँ बहुत बड़ा सप्लाई जोन है. वो एक बार सप्लाई जोन क्रॉस करेगा फिर तेजी से ऊपर जाएगा. बट मुझे लगता है 950 से स्टॉक एक बार दोबारा रिवर्सल लेगा निचले स्तरों पे.
चलिए ठीक है, ये तो थी पेटीएम की बात, यहाँ पर नज़र रखेंगे. लेकिन न्यू एज टेक स्पेस में और भी बहुत सारे स्टॉक्स हैं जिनमें कुछ दिनों में हमने काफ़ी मूव देखा है. अगर हम खासतौर पर फूड डिलीवरी की बात करें तो इटर्नल वर्सेस स्विगी, ये एक अब वापस से डिबेट शुरू हो गई है क्योंकि हाल फिलहाल में स्विगी ने भी 11% तक का उछाल दिखाया बोल्ट के लॉन्च के बाद. जिस तरीके से ये मूव हुआ है, पर इटर्नल ने रिकवरी अपनी स्मार्ट दिखाई है. 202 के लेवल से 240 के आसपास आया. अब एक नैरो बैंड में ट्रेड हो रहा है. तो जोमेटो वर्सेस स्विगी, आप कैसे ट्रेड यहाँ पर एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे?
मुझे दोनों स्टॉक में बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. रीजन इज दोनों स्टॉक ऑलरेडी बहुत नीचे से ऊपर आ चुके हैं. आई विल वेट फॉर 1 क्वार्टर. क्योंकि ये किस लेवल तक अभी वहां पे सस्टेन करेगा, मुझे वो देखना है। तो अगर स्विगी और जोमेटो दोनों में से अगर देखना है, दोनों स्टॉक अच्छे हैं, जोमेटो इज बेटर देन स्विगी, वो आप देख सकते हैं। बट मेरा इंटरेस्ट इन दोनों स्टॉक में नहीं है, क्योंकि निचले स्टोर से बहुत ऊपर आ गया, तो अभी मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ।
ओके, गॉट दैट। कुछ और सवाल आ रहे हैं हमारे पास, कुछ सवाल ले लेते हैं हमारे व्यूअर्स के। प्रतीक है भोपाल से, ये डिफेंस स्टॉक्स के ऊपर पूछना चाहते हैं और एचएएल के ऊपर भी पूछना चाहते हैं। यहाँ पर क्या सलाह देना चाहेंगे आप? एचएएल 500 शेयर्स ये ऑलरेडी होल्ड करते हैं, इनका जो परचेज लेवल है वो 3567 है। डिफेंस शेयरों की बात लगातार हो रही है, जियोपॉलिटिकल टेंशन से पहले भी एक मोमेंटम दिखा पिछले 2 हफ्तों में। अब क्या एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे? प्रॉफिट्स में तो ये हैं क्योंकि 4484 के आसपास आ गया है ये स्टॉक और इन्होंने 3567 पर खरीदा है। अब क्या करें?
देखिए प्रतीक जी को मेरी यही सलाह है कि स्टॉक में बने रहिए, 5000 का लेवल बहुत जल्दी आएगा, आप एचएएल को होल्ड कीजिए। मुझे लगता है कि जो इसका लाइफ टाइम हाई था 5300 या 5500 वो लेवल ब्रेक होना चाहिए। इट विल टेक टाइम, 6 महीने 8 महीने लग सकते हैं, बट होल्ड कीजिए। अभी तक आपने होल्ड किया, स्टॉक को बेचिएगा मत। ये स्टॉक बहुत बड़ा अपसाइड मुझे यहाँ से दिखाई दे रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है यहाँ से डबल होने के भी चांसेस है। स्टॉक में बने रहिए, बिल्कुल मत निकलिएगा प्रतीक जी।
ओके, बने रहिए, बिल्कुल मत निकलिएगा प्रतीक जी, ये आपके लिए सलाह दी जा रही है एचएएल के ऊपर। अपोलो माइक्रो सिस्टम्स के ऊपर भी सवाल आ रहा है सत्या का, ये स्टॉक कैसा लगता है आपको सेम स्पेस से?
बिल्कुल बढ़िया स्टॉक है, कई बार हम लोगों ने इसको यहाँ पे आपके साथ साक्षी डिस्कस किया है 120, 130, 140 के रेंज में। अब स्टॉक ने बहुत अच्छा ब्रेकआउट दिया, मुझे लगता है अभी ये स्टॉक जो है 120, 110 के रेंज में फिर से दोबारा आया है, बाई कर सकते हैं 140, 150 के लिए।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं यहाँ पर आप पूरी तरीके से ध्यान रखें जिस तरीके से रणनीति आपको बताई गई है। रत्ना प्रभा लिखते हैं, ये यूट्यूब से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और ये लिखते हैं, कैन यू प्लीज टेल मी अबाउट बिकाजी फूड्स एट दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम? आई वांट टू नो अबाउट दिस स्टॉक बिकॉज आई हैव 28 stocks in my portfolio and I bought this at the price of 789. Currently the stock is at 682 and in the last 6 months the stock has given up about 22% odd kind of levels, but in the last 1 month there has been some evening out. It's just up by about 1 odd percent, but last 6 months have been troublesome. The stock had gone up to a peak of 953 odd in the month of September, and once the market started to correct post that, even Bikaji Foods has corrected quite a bit. From the recent low that we saw in February of 568, there has been some improvement, but do you see Bikaji Foods further moving up?
Sakshi, as far as Bikaji Food is concerned, I think the stock is trading in a very narrow range from 100 rupees to 200 rupees. I think this is a consolidation phase. I think she should hold the stock with the stop loss of 650, 645. And I think stock can give a breakout above 720 levels. So now अब 720 जब क्रॉस करिए फिर एंट्री करिए या फिर इसको होल्ड कीजिए, मेरे हिसाब से 650 का स्टॉप लॉस दीजिए।
ओके, गॉट दैट। चलिए, बिकाजी फूड्स के ऊपर भी आपको राय मिल चुकी है। और मिड कैप स्पेस में आज काफ़ी बढ़िया रैली देखने को मिल रही है, ऑलमोस्ट 800 पॉइंट्स की यहाँ पर तेज़ी है और टॉप मूविंग सेक्टर है आज के सेशन में। ऑफ कोर्स कुछ स्टॉक्स जो हमने डिस्कस किए, बीएससी, पेटीएम, यहाँ पर एक मूव आपको देखने को मिला है, लेकिन और भी बहुत सारे स्टॉक्स हैं जहाँ पर मूव है। मुथूट फाइनेंस जैसे कई बढ़िया स्टॉक्स हैं जहाँ पर एक मोमेंटम नज़र आ रहा है। भारत फोर्ज हो गया, इन सभी स्टॉक्स में बढ़िया मूव है। मिड कैप्स और स्मॉल कैप्स पर आप क्या रणनीति अपना रहे हैं अभी राघवेंद्र जी?
देखिए अभी पिछले 15 दिनों में 10 दिनों में जो रैली हुई है वो लार्ज कैप स्टॉक्स में हुई है एंड स्पेशली हुई है रिलायंस में। रिलायंस, एचडीएफसी बैंक, आईसीआईसीआई और एक्सिस बैंक, ये चारों पांचों जो बैंक है और जो रिलायंस जो सबसे बड़ा हाथी है उसमें रैली हुई है। अब जाकर के वो रुके हैं तो मिड कैप स्मॉल कैप में रैली हुई है। मुझे लगता है ये मिड कैप स्मॉल कैप की रैली कंटिन्यू हो सकती है अगले 1 से 2 हफ्ते तक और यहाँ से 15 से 20% का अपसाइड अभी भी ड्यू है। मुझे लगता है वो मिड कैप स्मॉल कैप में आना चाहिए। तो एक बहुत बड़ी रैली की शुरुआत आज हुई है और मुझे लगता है कि ये कंटिन्यू हो सकता है।
Okay, got that. Some sources are telling India Today, and I'm just going to be reading out to you. Remember, the cabinet meetings are underway and Prime Minister is chairing those meetings. There are some statements coming in from by way of sources to our India Today channel that in the beginning of the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has congratulated everyone all of the cabinet ministers for successful Operation Sindoor. Sources have also told India Today that the Prime Minister briefed his cabinet colleagues and said, as per the quotes that are available to us from sources, it's a proud moment for all of us. That's what Prime Minister has said, as we understand from sources, as we know. And, this is definitely a proud moment for all of us as we celebrate the successful Operation Sindoor against terrorists this morning. Meanwhile, we are also getting to know some damage that's been done along the line of control. There are reports that suggest 10 people have been killed, 33 injured. Many are critical in Pakistan shelling in J&K's Poonch area. Indian Army has responded effectively, causing major damage to Pakistan Army posts as well. So as we speak, the LOC is consistently witnessing firing at this point in time as well. Okay, Raghavendra ji, now help us understand, where exactly would you find value in the current markets? What are you really looking at? Even if we are to see some volatility in the days and the weeks to follow from here because of heightened geopolitical tensions, what gives you the confidence of continuously, slowly and strategically deploying fresh funds?
I think, Sakshi, more or less, I think food products, auto and service companies are looking good right now. So
Yeah.
ये दो sector हैं, and apart from that, pharma sector. So because banking, we have already seen a very drastic up move in last 15 days. Now auto sector, pharma and food and beverages. मुझे लगता है ये जो 3-4 sector हैं, ये यहाँ से एक अच्छी खासी रैली दे सकते हैं. So Sun Pharma is looking very good. Aurobindo Pharma बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. इसके अलावा जो ऑटो से मैंने बात किया, सोना कोयो, मदरसन सुमी, ये अच्छे लग रहे हैं. ऑटो स्टॉक्स में बजाज ऑटो, टाटा मोटर, these stocks are looking good. तो ऐसे मुझे लगता है टोटल सेक्टर वाइज 3-4 सेक्टर हैं जो मुझे लगता है यहाँ से अच्छा लग रहा है. मेटल इज लुकिंग गुड बिकॉज मेटल इज शाइनिंग ग्लोबली. सो आई थिंक मेटल जो है यहाँ JSW, जिंदल स्टील अच्छे लग रहे हैं, वो जा सकते हैं ऊपर.
MRF के नतीजे आ गए, एक बार नजर डाल लेते हैं MRF के नतीजों पे भी. 3.5% ऊपर हो गया है स्टॉक, अभी 1,40,000 के पार एक बार फिर से नजर आ रहा है. बोर्ड हैज अप्रूव्ड अ फाइनल डिविडेंड ऑफ 229 रुपीस पर शेयर फॉर FY25. देखिए इतना एक्सपेंसिव ये स्टॉक है, जब डिविडेंड आप देखें तो कई स्टॉक्स की वैल्यू ही 229 रुपीस होगी और उस लेवल का इसने डिविडेंड ही देख के दे दिया. आप देखिए स्टॉक में किस तरीके का स्पाइक आया है, 4% ऊपर, 1,40,550 at the current levels after the earnings. आइए नतीजों के कुछ नंबर्स पर नजर डालते हैं. प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी एस्पेक्ट पे अगर हम देखें तो 31% का जंप हमें देखने को मिला है MRF के. प्रॉफिट्स इस टाइम Q4 में 498 करोड़ के आते हुए नजर आए हैं वर्सेस 379 करोड़ ऑफ लास्ट ईयर. तो प्रॉफिट में ही आप 31% तक का इजाफा देख रहे हैं. ये पहला बड़ा की नंबर आया हमारे पास. रेवेन्यू पे अगर आप नजर डालेंगे तो 11 से 12% तक की तेजी हमें ईयर ऑन ईयर यहाँ पर भी नजर आई है. 6,944 करोड़ ऑफ रेवेन्यू हैज बीन पोस्टेड बाय MRF वर्सेस 6,215 crores last year. So both profitability and revenue have seen an improvement, and we have seen that dividend being announced. Raghavendra ji, your first take on MRF, 1,40,550.
साक्षी देखिए, लास्ट क्वार्टर में या उसके 2 क्वार्टर पहले MRF ने जो डिविडेंड दिया था वो 2 रुपए का दिया था. अब 1.5 लाख रुपए का स्टॉक और 2 रुपए का डिविडेंड, इस पे इतने मीम बन गए थे कि मुझे लगता है वो मीम देख करके इन्होंने 250 रुपए का जो है अभी इस बार डिविडेंड डिक्लेयर कर दिया. तो MRF जैसे स्टॉक से अगर आप 2 रुपए 3 रुपए के डिविडेंड की उम्मीद करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत बेईमानी है इन्वेस्टर के साथ. एक तो इतना महंगा शेयर होल्ड कर रहे हैं, इंतजार करते हैं और 2 रुपए का डिविडेंड मिलता है. बट ठीक है, बहरहाल मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत अच्छा स्टेप है. एटलीस्ट इन्होंने डिविडेंड जो है 200-250 रुपए तो किया. मुझे लगता है 1,000 रुपए का डिविडेंड इनको कम से कम देना चाहिए. बट एनीवे, इट इज देयर कंपनी पॉलिसी. तो देखिए, जहां तक इसके जो भी रिजल्ट्स आए उसकी बात है, रिजल्ट चारों तरफ बहुत अच्छे दिख रहे हैं. जैसे ऑटो सेल्स के नंबर बड़े, फेस्टिव सीजन था पिछला 3 से 4 महीना, मुझे लगता है वो क्वार्टर में काफी अच्छा रिस्पांस मिला है. और मुझे लग रहा है कि आने वाले क्वार्टर में भी बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस मिलेगा एज फार एज MRF इज कंसर्न. सो आई थिंक यहाँ से एक अपसाइड जो है 1,45,000, 1,50,000 का लेवल आना चाहिए स्टॉक में बहुत जल्दी.
Okay, got that. So that's MRF for you. Okay, Raghavendra ji, thank you so much for being with us on the program then and sharing with us all those suggestions and views that you have on the markets overall, and of course answering all those questions patiently with all our viewers also asking those questions.
Thank
Let's
you
look
so
at
much,
the
Sakshi.
markets. Thank you so much, Raghavendra ji.
And Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, bilkul, Jai Hind. Nifty is green, 24,384. Mid caps, small caps also higher. Autos, metals, consumer durables, banks, oil and gas, infra, all of them supporting the sentiments, barring slight losses on IT, FMCG and pharma, which is very volatile at this point in time. Things are largely on a stable footing, and many stocks are also giving you many opportunities to see on the upside as well. We'll wrap up on daily calls at this point in time and shift focus to bringing in market experts, and Shell joins back, who will be taking forward the coverage on Business Today television with now a special guest, Feroz Aziz, joining in.
Yes, Sakshi, and no stopping textile stocks. Let's look at well-spun living. 136 rupees 90 paisa for the moment, 13% higher. So it's the India-UK FTA, the free trade agreement, that is doing a whole lot of good to many textile shares. And at this moment of time, well-spun living is the top gainer in the NSE 500, 14% higher. Apart from that, many other textile stocks are in top shape. In particular, Gokuldas Exports 993. They get a large chunk of their revenue from Europe, up 13.3% today. KPR Mills, Vardhman Textiles, Kitex Garments, Himmat Sangha Side, and of course Arvind Limited are all up between 14 to 13%. I track about 33, 34 textile stocks, and 33 of them are in the green. The lone loser is Rupa, that's also flat, but a mild red there. But across the board, a very sharp rally happening in all textile stocks. The Nifty back in the green at about 2 points higher. Remember, the intraday move has been from 24,220 in the morning to all the way up to 24,450. At this point of time, a bit of rest as the markets in their volatility keep moving up and down. We'll now join Mr. Feroz Aziz, joint CEO at Anand Rathi Wealth, to gauge how the market pulses at this point of time. Namaste Feroz ji, and a very warm welcome to you, sir. A proud moment for India. Thanks to its armed forces, it reacts very aggressively, yet in a measured manner, to the perfidy that we saw in Pahalgam. What do you think have been the market reactions at this point of time?
Namaste, Shailji. Like you rightly said, it's a proud movement to every Indian that we're not going to take it lightly. And lives lost in Pahalgam should not be a strong message has to be given to any country which is actually promoting terrorism on their soil. So I think I'm very proud today, point one. Point two, now comes the market reaction to each of these. I personally think that people, contrary to people's expectation, equity markets have done well, right? Be the Trump case or the tensions between India and Pakistan. To everyone's surprise, quite a few people called me in the morning as clients saying that what will happen to my money? Nothing much would happen because 4-5-7% volatility in markets don't need a reason, right? So why does it happen like this? Why is it so contrary to the expectation of the retail mass or the HNI mass that markets are not reacting negatively as much as you would expect in the past? There are two strong reasons, very little spoken in the media. One is the news of any kind does not decide the reaction. When it comes is what decides the reaction. For example, in 2009, Satyam case had broke out. That day, you would be surprised that Sensex fell only 1% or 1.5%, if I remember. That is because if a large company like Satyam, which was a part of Sensex and Nifty, tells you something so trivial as a fraud that FD receipts were fudged and still we fell by just 1%, not a lower circuit, was because Sensex had already fallen from 18,000 to 10,700. because of the global financial crisis. Similarly, in current situation, FIs have already pulled out 4 lakh crores on the pretext of valuation. So this news had not had an impact because FIs have already sold. If they had not sold, then this was good enough reason for you to have a 5% down today. Or Trump's trade wars could have actually brought us to lower levels since we had already returned that money. That's point one. Point two, there is a net short circular, which again, I don't know why market participants aren't respecting enough and thanking SEBI and NSE to have that circular in place. In India, you cannot have a short position beyond 2,25,000 Nifty. That's a 500 crore limit unless you show a long position of equal amount to get the 500 crore notional breached. Or secondly, if you can actually have a call, long position is when you can permit short positions. So these are the two reasons why for the last 5 years, if you look at the second point which I made, the short circular limiting anybody, nobody can wake up in the morning and say, I want to short India or short Nifty unlimited. Like in the US, you can, in Japan, you can, but in India, you cannot have a short limit greater than 500 crore notional, which is a very small limit. 500 crore sounds big, but in derivative notional values of 500 crores are 2,25,000 Nifty, which is hardly anything.
Right. With this background in mind, yes, this is the graphics that we had prepared early morning, alluding to what Feroz is talking about, the market reactions on the day of an important event that happens in the world of militaries between India and Pakistan. This today is a very knee-jerk but a very mature and sensible reaction that the markets have given. Now, Feroz, that we have this out of the way and the markets seem to be at least a bit calm now, how are you analyzing mutual fund portfolios? Anything that has caught your attention which deserves mention for our viewers, and anything that you have added in terms of mutual fund recommendations to your already very nice list?
Shelter, but two things I like to highlight. On the mutual fund side, equity, the most important question which comes to one's mind is because sector funds are not so much of a flavor. But if you look at the assets, largely people decide between mid cap, small cap, and large cap aggressively. So I would say there's almost an equilibrium between these three segments, which has emerged in this calendar year. So now my inclination towards a large cap vis-a-vis a small cap, which was higher in December, has now come to a state of equilibrium. That's point one. Point two, on the debt side, I use your platform to highlight that there are some debt funds where there is a part in arbitrage fund, so taxation becomes so much more efficient. So choose funds which have 2/3 in debt and 1/3 in arbitrage, which will behave purely like debt, but the taxation will be 12.5%. So that's something which I would like to highlight, and so that's on the debt side. And from a direct equity standpoint, we did a very interesting study. When things are uncertain, because today the India's attack is established. Will there be retaliation? What kind of retaliation? What kind of threat of retaliation is still a little unknown. Whenever there is uncertainty, buy businesses which are stronger during bad days. And when markets are good, buy momentum. Price, when markets are bad or uncertain, buy businesses. How do you identify the stock is related to businesses? Last 1 year, which were the worst 10 days? You did a study, found out which were the worst 10 days. On those 10 days, how many stocks in NSE small cap 250 were positive? अगर बुरे दिन पे स्टॉक ऊपर होता है, इसका ये तात्पर्य है कि उस कंपनी के ओनर जो हैं, वो मार्केट को देख के उसको खरीद बेच नहीं रहे. So they are buying the business rather than the price of the stock. So those are businesses best to own, where the free float is not into some speculative hands. The free float is in the hands of a good, strong owner, right? So there are 10 worst days. Just list them down and then see. And then you will see which are the positive stocks. Those are better businesses to own. If they're already in your portfolio, be happy about it during uncertain times.
I think this is a fascinating study that Anand Rathi Wealth would have done. Now, if you can just open the curtain and let us know a couple of stocks in the NSE Small Cap 250 Index that were positive, if there were some commonalities in the 10 days that you've spoken about, the 10 worst days in 2024 for the market, and an opposite contrary view. Look at those 10 days and find out stocks that were positive in the Nifty small cap index. Any names that recurred consistently, Firozji?
Yes, Shelji, of course, we did a further study and found out in these 10 days, which are common, like you rightly asked, there's one stock which, there are two stocks which appeared 3 times out of those 10 days. Okay, I'm not supposed to give stock recommendations, but I'm surely sending you this list as soon as
this is mathematical data.
Okay, this is mathematical data. Elubis Life Sciences Limited, which appeared 3 times with a beta. The risk of this stock on a beta basis was 0.38. It has a free float of 25%, which is 3,336 crores, and a market cap of 13,342 crores. So this
what
is
was
the
the
first
name?
stock. Elubis Life Sciences, ALIVUS Life Sciences Limited.
Elubis Life
Pharmaceutical
Sciences.
Limited.
Okay, my apologies. I'm hearing the name for the first time, but let's just yes, Elubis Life Sciences, the one that is trading at 11.15 today.
Yes, good.
Yes.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so I send you this list, and then you can probably in any of the shows. I'm sure आप इसे हमारे से ज़्यादा अच्छा dissect कर पाएंगे. मैं तो खाली I'm just giving you some information.
But what an interesting thought, Feroz. Let me just repeat the exercise that Mr. Aziz has helmed at Anand Rathi Wealth. So, in the last calendar year of 2024, they have found out the 10 worst days in which the market has fallen. On those 10 worst days within the NSE Small Cap 250 index, they have found out stocks that have risen. Now, the logic is that on those bad days, if these companies are really good, then sensible people would be buying into them given the fall in price. And they've highlighted 10 stocks, out of which 2 or 3 have been consistently present. One of them is Elubis Life Sciences. I'll try and get this back on the exchange. PCR, it's spelled as ALIVUS Life Sciences Limited. The other stocks, Firozji has promised on air that he will send them to me and I will put them on Twitter. The all-time high for Elubis, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think so we can show it on screen. There must be some issue with the data, is 1,300 rupees. And till very recently, 5 weeks ago, it was available at 884, today at 11.15. What a wonderful exercise, Firozji, my compliments. What other such wonderful things have you done to find out true value in the market?
Yes, Shailji, what we also do is when there is a large change in ownership. Now, for example, there are quite a few businesses which go through a lot of ownership change during market falls. Like January to March was a very happening period where there was a lot of stocks changing hands. Now, for example, you take a stock where FIIs have sold, and if DIIs have bought, that's a stronger business. There are some stocks where FIIs have sold, but retail and others have increased their ownership. That's a weaker stock and doesn't bounce back so easily. So like I was analyzing one stock because one of my client owns 100 crores of that stock. So he said, please, isko thoda aap dekhen, iski demand supply samjhe. मैंने कहा sir, price valuation ठीक है. Valuation transpires in 3-4 years. But वक्त किसके पास है? सब लोग impatient हो जाते हैं 6-6 महीने में, 3-3 महीने में. So demand and supply के आधार पे एक price का निर्णय होता है. So I was looking at this. This one I can tell you, KPIT is the business, right? Where the FIIs have sold, and in December the FII ownership was 21%. Now the ownership was 17%. FII ownership. Now ये 4% गया किसके हाथ में, वो देखना बड़ा जरूरी है. अगर ये 4% रिटेल के हाथ में गया है, तो I would not be so positive on the business. अगर ये हाथ बदल के FII से DII के हाथ में गया है, इंसिडेंटली इस स्टॉक में FII की ओनरशिप कम हुई, उतने की उतनी DII में बढ़ी. तो अगर ये होता है कि one institution handed over the shares it owns to another institution, that's a stronger bounce back and stability. If that was handed over to retail, I would be a little more. So when shares change hands, which hand gave and which hand took will decide what kind of bounce backs and stabilities lie ahead.
Right.
That's the
Firozji,
second
just as you, just a moment, just as you speak, please allow me to mark one important event. This is the cabinet, Union cabinet that Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is chairing. The visuals are right there in front of you. He shared the details of the military strike that India has conducted on 9 military targets within Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this is the visuals that are coming there on your screen. We'll now show you the chart of KPIT Technologies. This is another research stock that Anand Rathi Wealth has found out. A very, very simple but powerful logic. If FIIs are selling and reducing stake, who's buying? If that money is coming in from DIIs, that it means stronger hand is giving to a still stronger hand. But if the money is going in the hands of retailers, that is not something to be looked at. KPIT Tech is up 1.8% today. I'll request the PCR to kindly fire the longer term chart of KPIT Technologies over the last 6 months. So between December and March, FIIs have sold and DIIs have bought an equal amount. To you, Firozji.
Yes. So this is just for illustrative purpose. I was saying after a fall of 10, 11, 12%, you would want to see whether this is a still strong stock or should you want to have a stop loss. So this helps you determine. This doesn't tell you where the stock will go. It will at least tell you where the stock will not go. All right. So people don't do this analysis and they still hold large positions. This is one of the illustrative second analysis which is needed. People have to get into the depth of ownership and the free float to not get surprises from stock price movements.
Okay, fair point. So this is KPIT Tech and Alivus Life Sciences that are being discussed. Any more gems, Firozji, that you can share? Remember, actually Firozji talks about mutual funds and schemes in particular, but today he's giving you wonderful insights into stocks that you can actually look at based on very, very critical but wonderful research. Over to you, Firozji.
So these are stocks. I'm just highlighting the ways of looking at it. I'm trying to intrigue the viewer to get into the deeper analysis of ownership and what kind of strong ownerships should you buy price, should you buy business. These two come out as a data being pulled up. Now coming to see when you're recommending mutual funds and if there are 660 odd equity mutual funds index and active managed, underlying is still a stock. So if I have to have an opinion on a mutual fund, which is a basket of stocks, devolving as a research team the full responsibility of the underlying and saying fund manager karega, main sirf uski bhasha samjhunga, uski kabiliyat samjhunga, may not get the best output for our clients because we are in the top 10 mutual fund distributors in the country. So I'm responsible fiduciarily for a large portion. That's why we get deeper into the underlying of the mutual fund in certain forms and fashion. But coming back to what should you do? Again, I'm reiterating what I've already said. Buying small cap is not so bad. Now, yesterday's inflow, day before yesterday's inflow in small cap is 220 crores for that single day. We algorithmically try and compute what money came in a specific day before AMFI and SEBI also get to know. How do we do that is a separate story, but 220 crores approximately came on Monday. So what is Indian retail and HNI doing is they're doing something very smart. They're still buying small cap when there's uncertainty. That means they are not so bhavuk and emotional like they would be 10 years back. 10 years back, if there was uncertainty, people would not touch small cap funds with a barge pole. Today, they're buying on Monday when there was epitome of uncertainty of an attack. So be very clear that India's capital markets are going to be far more robust than they have been in the past. So your anxiety with respect to events should be significantly lower. Don't derive your experience from past. And in the past also, when these 4-5 events of Pakistan and India tension has happened, the fall, like Shailendraji said, was very small. And they recovered before the event is over.
Okay. Firozji, this 220 crores that has come in the small cap space, let's take the question into two parts. What, according to Anand Rathi Wealth, is the top 2 or 3 small cap funds which can be looked at now? And of the 220 crore rupees that came in the day that you mentioned, where did the money go the maximum?
I can tell you two funds which I like, because in small cap we have this one principle: whenever you buy a small cap, try to buy it in a company where the CIO is managing the small cap fund. If I am buying an HDFC fund, the CIO, Mr. Setalwad, is the fund manager for small cap. If I'm buying Invesco small cap, Tahir Badshah, who's the CIO, is the fund manager in the small cap. अगर मैं small cap खरीद ही रहा हूं तो रिस्क ज्यादा है, तो उस कंपनी के सबसे काबिल आदमी की अगर मुझे फंड मैनेजर सर्विस मिले और फी उतनी की उतनी देनी पड़े, तो मैं उसको क्या ना चुनूं, क्यों ना चुनूं, ये मेरा प्रश्न उठता है. That's the Aadhaar, one of the small Aadhaar on which these two schemes are attractive.
So, Invesco small cap fund run by the Badshah of small caps, our common friend Mr. Tahir Badshah, and of course the HDFC small cap fund run by the CIO of the AMC. So, these two ladies and gentlemen we'll analyze in detail, and this is what which have been coming up at Anand Rathi Wealth. This takes care of the small cap space. Now, Firozji, let's tackle the other three segments, which is large cap, mid cap and international funds. How are you looking at this space? Now, you say that the bias that you had towards large caps in December is even Stevens between large and small. But what are the large caps or flexi cap funds that will remain on the top of your radar?
Very contrarian, quant large cap, whose performance has been reasonably bad, would be my large cap pick. It's a small scheme, concentrated large cap portfolio. It has taken the disadvantage of the concentration because it has not been into banks. It has been largely into names like Reliance, Bajaj Finserv. These are the top holdings of that group. They have not done as well. So I personally think there's a potential of future prospect in this quant large cap. If you look at past performance, you would curse me to be even recommending it on the basis of past performance. But yeah, it's higher probability of future bounce backs is what I'm trying to do that on the basis of. And the mid cap space Kotak Emerging Fund, quite a few people didn't believe in this recommendation. It's been a part of our portfolio for 4 or 5 years, but Pankaj Tibrewal, who was the fund manager, moved out, but we still stuck our guns and stayed in this fund because the underlying portfolio which Pankaj Saab had created had the longevity of a year to year, and the new fund manager was great to use that runway to build performance potential for future. That's why Kotak Emerging has been in our mid-cap recommendation and done beautifully well. Quant large cap also we entered, but it's not done too well, but I still think that it can have a reasonable potential over the next 1-2 years to beat Nifty.
Okay, so again one of the funds that we've discussed many times is Kotak Emerging Equity, and Firozji has his sights firmly on it despite the change in fund manager. Of course, Mr. Tibrewal has now set up his own PMS which is doing fabulously well, but as Firoz mentions that the portfolio that he had created, the runway remains as robust as ever, and the new fund manager is doing immensely well in that one now. Flexi caps and large caps, Firozji, 1 or 2 picks there.
Flexi cap mein HDFC flexi cap. Contrary to people's belief, I would again say that that's the fund which is very large size and it's your favorite fund. It's been a part of your portfolio. Yes. And that is done so beautifully. Surprisingly, if you look at the scheme return, it has beaten Nifty by 5% from 1st of April 2024 in the last year and 1 month. It has beaten Nifty in spite of the broader market not supporting. It has beaten the tougher benchmark of Nifty. I think that's the flexi cap I'll continue to recommend unless I see signs of some change needed. It's not needed. If you look at large and mid cap, SBI large and mid cap is another fund which one could consider.
Okay, and Firozji, I must tell you this as a personal recollection about HDFC Flexi Cap Fund. This was of course earlier called HDFC Equity Fund. A cousin of mine came back from the US and he handed me a paper. When his daughter was born somewhere in 2003-2004, I had gifted her what was then HDFC Equity Fund. Of course, I had forgotten about it. He had forgotten about it. The net asset value of HDFC Equity Fund at that point of time in 2004 was I think 89 rupees, and today it's 2020 last time I checked. So in a span of 21 years, the money has gone up by 40 times. And I'm talking about a fund. I'm not talking about individual stocks. I'm not talking about a sectoral index. I'm talking about a broad equity mutual fund which has at any point of time 50, 80, 100 shares. And what all have we not seen? 5 military conflicts between India and Pakistan, global financial crisis, taper tantrum, China going up, China going down. But in all this time, an equity fund has appreciated, ladies and gentlemen, by 40 times. So when we come and recommend quality funds for you, please do buy them and hold them for the longer term. My regret in this conversation, Firozji, is that I did not get my cousin to put in a SIP, even of 500 rupees. But as we say, we live and learn. And this time I requested him to put in a SIP. So he was looking at me, he said, पहले क्यों नहीं बताया? पहले फिरोज जी से बात नहीं होती थी.
नहीं सर मेरे हिसाब से जब उठे तब हुआ सवेरा, एक फिलॉसफी है.
क्या बात
और दूसरा हमारी मिस्टेक से अगर कोई और यंगर इन्वेस्टर सीख जाए तो भी द मिस्टेक वेस्ट नहीं गई, जाया नहीं हुई वो. यही दो ही बिनतियां हैं इन्वेस्टर को. ये हम आज अफसोस होता है कि हमने म्यूचुअल फंड को बार बार ट्रैक क्यों किया. आज मेरे क्लाइंट साहब कहते हैं कि यार हर महीने मुझे देखना है. साहब प्रॉपर्टी के दाम आपको हर महीने नहीं देखने. 15 साल पहले खरीदे, आज तक IRR कैलकुलेट नहीं किया 15 सालों में. और म्यूचुअल फंड आपको हर महीने देखना. इतनी नाइंसाफी क्यों करते हो फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स के साथ? उसको भी रहने दो ना, जैसे प्रॉपर्टी को रहने देते हो, सोने को रहने देते हो. तो यही ये मूल मंत्र है फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में पैसे बनाने का. पैसे डालो और भूल जाओ और फिर बाद में योर किड्स विल एंजॉय.
Yes, and one thing I must again mention in this case, while 40 times looks to be a huge number in terms of compounding, ladies and gentlemen, the CAGR for that fund came 19% between January 2004 and May, let's just say April 2025. So I'm just saying how very simple numbers go on to build a huge mountain of wealth, provided you choose right and provided, as Firozji says, you remain in that particular fund. My own purchase of HDFC Flexi Cap is 14 rupees. So it's an impossible amount of wealth that has been created by doing absolutely nothing. All we have done is not sold. And that is how life is. And I must again say, I bought that at the fag end of the attacks on the Twin Towers in the US, September 2001. So a slight, how should I say, diversion from what we have been discussed, but that's how wealth is created very easily, provided you let wealth work for itself. Firozji.
Absolutely. शैल जी देखिए, किताबें कहती हैं बाय लो सेल हाई. जज्बात आपसे उल्टा करवाता है. क्या आपको बिल्कुल सर, जब भाग जाती है एसेट, हम कहते हैं अब सोना खरीद लूं लाख रुपए में, कोई कहता है बिटकॉइन खरीद लूं लाख रुपए में. तो यही प्रश्न 20,000 पे नहीं आता है, 50,000 पे नहीं आता है. सो जज्बात makes you do exactly the opposite, and I think 90% of the wealth manager's role is to highlight mathematics as against emotion. So you had the steel nerves to buy when there was a twin tower attack. That's what is correct as per the books. No book will tell you sell high, buy high, buy high and sell low. But we're all doing the same thing. I speak to people who say, यार मेरे बेचते ही शॉक बढ़ जाता है, मेरे खरीदते ही गिर जाता है, क्योंकि आप जज्बातों से काम कर रहे हैं.
जी.
राइट, आप खरीद तब रहे हैं जब पूरों ने पैसा बना लिया है.
करेक्ट, बिल्कुल सही बात. चलिए, आज कितनी बढ़िया चर्चाएं होती हुई दिख रही हैं. बाजार में थोड़ी शांति है. 19 पॉइंट नीचे निफ्टी 24,360 और निफ्टी बैंक फ्लैट 54,277. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tag Firozji on a couple of things that we will put out, quality funds that he has mentioned, along with the details of their individual holdings and a brief basic backbone data on small cap funds at Invesco and HDFC. Of course, Kotak Emerging Fund in the mid cap space and HDFC Flexi Cap Fund, SBI Large and Mid Cap Fund. These are the 5 that we'll be highlighting, and of course, Firozji has promised me those 5, 7, 10 stocks that outperformed in 2024. Let's see what that list holds. We will update as well. Before we let you go, Firozji, one final view on international funds. What looks good there?
शैल जी सी टू मी आई एम नॉट क्वालिफाइड टू कमेंट इंटरनेशनल फंड्स इतना मैं रेकमेंड नहीं करता क्योंकि इंडिया ही समझ में नहीं आ रहा है 160 लोगों की रिसर्च टीम लेके सो दैट्स व्हाई आई हैव नॉट डन इनफ रिसर्च टू इवन कमेंट but I would say I'll come back in the next show and tell you because we believe that India is a good story. If you want to do international investing, you can definitely use the LRS limit and do it. There's nothing very attractive. People went and bought Hansane at premiums or ETFs. Now they're struggling. So we don't recommend international funds to our clients in a nutshell.
Okay, and you mentioned in the early part of the conversation to look at debt funds which have a better tax profile. You mentioned they have 2/3 in debt and 1/3 in arbitrage. Any 1 or 2 funds that you can name from this space?
Shailji, actually we are still to finish one of the research. We've not put out the recommendation. I was just highlighting. It's called debt plus arbitrage category. There are quite a few funds there, and I'll give you specific recommendations for on Twitter to you, and then we could probably interact.
Okay, no issues.
We're just finishing the research in terms of the yields of the arbitrage component, but the tax advantage remains in the debt plus arbitrage category.
Okay, and would you have a view on the thematic space in the banking sector? 1 or 2 funds there are doing phenomenally well because of 2 rate cuts and of course the liquidity that was injected in the system by the RBI starting February.
Yes, I believe that 27-28% is of Nifty. Nifty weight is banks, and I think banks have gone through their pain. Of course, there is a structural pain. India's net interest margins of the banking system are one of the highest in the world, which I don't think justify. So that's the pressure which they are reeling under. And if you look at the P's which they command currently, already factors in that. So I personally think banking as a sector has the potential to beat Nifty. See, when we look at a sector, Shelsa, we always like to see how much more than Nifty can it give. We don't look at absolute performances. We look at relative performances. If it can beat Nifty by about 3 to 5% in a year, that's something which can be brought into the portfolio so that you can beat Nifty overall. So I think that is certainly a possibility. And I think Nippon's banking fund is one of the best managed one.
Whose banking fund?
Nippon, sir.
Nippon. Okay, fine. I'll take a look at that as well. Firozji, what are your portfolio? I mean, when you look at how money is flowing into funds and then you analyze how money that they are getting in SIPs is flowing into stocks, what is the gut feel that you are seeing over the last 1 or 2 months, seeing inflows remain constant or higher in top performing funds, and how are they utilizing that money into sectors? What is your gut feel when you see this inflow being deployed in the market?
See, I think as the theme has been domestic centric, I think that's where most of the mutual funds liquid money has gone. Liquid money in the form of their cash holdings has reduced and their purchases in domestic sectors has gone up. I think that's the theme which people are playing currently, and rightly so maybe.
Okay, so domestic space is moving up. Anything in the domestic space that you like where money is moving in, maybe cement?
Yes, I think cement is a little overdone because purchase हो गई है बहुत सारी. अगर आप ownerships देखते हैं तो there's been a lot of inflow already and the prices are where they are. So I would say I think I would it's great to accumulate cement because the kind of capital expenditure from the government side definitely gives it a huge push. If you're looking at 1-2 years, like Shelsa you said, it's a great nifty alpha generator. And that's how I think people should look at sectors. They should not look at sectors standalone. They should say, यार अगर कुछ ना करता तो निफ्टी कमाता. कुछ मेहनत करके सेक्टर पिक करके निफ्टी से कितना बीट करूंगा उस आधार पे आपने सेक्टर चुनना है.
Wonderful. So that's also one of the fundamental reasons to look at equity diversified funds, ladies and gentlemen. If you just want nifty returns, you can buy a low cost index fund, but we are in the market for an outperformance over and above nifty, and that should be in the vicinity of 16-17% CAGR. As usual, Firozji, It's such a pleasure to listen to you and drill deep into your picks, both in the fund space and as also quality research that Anand Rathi Wealth keeps on doing. Thank you so much for your time. And of course, I look forward to your tweet on that Nifty Small Cap 250 research that you've done. A pleasure as always.
WhatsApping it to you right away, sir.
Okay. So I'll also update you, ladies and gentlemen, with the tweet that he's going to send to me. But that was Mr. Firoz Aziz at the moment discussing quality mutual funds with us. He is, of course, the co-CEO of Anand Rathi Wealth, and the funds that were discussed, ladies and gentlemen, were HDFC Flexi Cap Fund, SBI Mid and Large Cap Fund, you have Invesco Small Cap Fund, and the one by HDFC in terms of the small cap scheme, and of course Kotak Emerging Market Equity. What we'll do is we'll take a detour into the markets at this point of time. At 1:33 p.m. The markets are flat as flat can be. The Nifty now down just 26 points. Remember, it's vacillating and in a range of 24,220 to 24,450. So that's an easy 230 point range in which the Nifty is moving. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, you have the Bank Nifty moving in a 500-600 point range. Overall now, in the broader markets, as I have been pointing out since morning, the advanced decline is now favoring the bulls. We started with an advanced decline ratio of 1:6 early morning when the markets opened in a knee-jerk reaction, negative 60 on the Nifty, and since then the number has improved dramatically. Now the advanced decline ratio is 1200 stocks in the green versus 1100 stocks in the red. So it's an even Stevens, but what has happened, ladies and gentlemen, dramatically is that the advanced decline ratio has improved by 3 times. In the morning there were 400 stocks in the green, now you have 1200 stocks in the green. As always, we tracked 19 indices for you. Amongst the 19 we have 15 that are in the green, led by Mid Cap Select and Nifty Mid Cap Auto Index. That's what has happened, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request the PCR to kindly fire the chart of the Nifty Mid Cap Select Index. Out of 24 stocks that are a part of this index, 20 are in the green. So the most aggressive index is showing the maximum gains. Apart from that, the Mid Cap 100 index is up 1.1%, the Small Cap 100 index is up 0.8%, and the advanced decline ratio in the Mid Cap index is 3:1, which means 75 stocks are in the green and 25 are in the red. It's even better in the Nifty 500 index. 304 stocks are in the green versus 193 in the red. I'll also mark some quality buying that has happened since the morning in terms of both price and volume action. You have textile stocks of all hues and colors doing phenomenally well against the backdrop of the signing of agreement between India and the UK in terms of free trade. Therefore, you have stocks like Welspun Living up 14%, KPR Mills up 7.6%. You have a strong move coming into Gokal Das Exports up 13%. Himmat Singh Seed is up 7%. Remember, Himmat Singh Seed is one of the well-known textile companies that ships out quality products in terms of furnishings as also curtain material. And shortly we'll have Mr. Zarabi, Siddharth Zarabi, joining us, managing editor at Business Today Television. He's getting mic'd up. He spent all of last night discussing the strikes on India Today, and we now have the pleasure of his company. Good morning, Siddharth.
Good afternoon, Shell, and very clearly a very, very interesting day to be here.
Yes.
And most of us, you, me and the rest of the team at Business Today Television was preparing to discuss the impact of what is clearly a historic breakthrough when it comes to our trade engagement, the United Kingdom FTA, and all the questions that people had on whether Scotch whisky is going to get cheaper. Those have been answered on businesstoday.in. And
so this is a person who doesn't consume Scotch whisky, but we'll discuss
but
it in
clearly
great details.
the big event is has panned out, which is the post midnight missile strikes. Nothing surgical about it. It's in fact quite a bloody nose that we have given to Pakistan operated, Pakistan backed terror infrastructure in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And what is you can also see that while most of these sites are in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, Bhavalpur, make no mistake, is well within Pakistan. So that is clearly the big macro picture. But Shell, before we perhaps get into trying and answering for our viewers what next and the implications, I wanted to toss this back to you and ask you about the market response after an initial bit of nervousness. The Nifty, the Sensex clearly shrugging it off.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, Siddharth, there are two very good reasons why this has happened. One, from whatever little I know compared to you as far as strikes were concerned, there was no crossing the IB and the LOC. They were fired from our side of the border. So that is a big relief. And secondly, there is no immediate retaliation that has come in from Pakistan. Now, whether that happens overnight or maybe later, only time will tell. But this is something which was expected and built up into Indian equities over the last 2 weeks or so. The markets had already risen up dramatically. And as time has taught us that buying the dip has been an extremely productive exercise as far as markets are concerned. And Indian investors are as fearless as Indian armed forces. They've backed this with their pockets, and that's the reason why you see a very, very strong, positive and mature reaction that the markets have come up with. Siddharth.
Is there a specific sort of play on defense stocks? On your earlier morning coverage, I was noticing Mazagon, for example, but Shell, is there a play that's happening? The defense index up there, perhaps not reflecting some of the optimism that people had that there will be many more wartime related orders for some of these companies.
Well, Siddharth, this is the intraday chart of Mazagon Docks, but I am requesting the PCR to fire maybe a 20-30 day chart. See, what has happened is that people have now sold on news and they were building up positions based on expectations. So this is what is there in front of you. In 1 month, the stock is up 22% to a record high. So this is now profit booking on actual event that has happened, and that's true for Garden Reach, that is true for Cochin Shipyard, that is true for Hindustan Aeronautics, BDL, BEML, and of course BEL. All stocks in the defense space rose over the last 1 month, not only because of this unfortunate incident that happened in Pahalgam, but they had bottomed out earlier. So this is classic sell on news, buy on expectation and hope.
Okay. Shell, the other point that I really wanted to understand at this stage, in terms of the risk that market participants see if this were to further escalate, what are the signals telling you?
Well, Siddharth, for the moment, the markets are now in suspended animation. We've had the press conference addressed by the Foreign Secretary and 2 defense officials in the morning, followed by the Union Cabinet meet and the meet on Cabinet Committee of Security Affairs. We are yet to get an update from the Pakistani side, and for the lack of a better idiom.
Well, since you said, response from the Pakistani side beyond what they have already made overnight, we can now inform our viewers that there is the likelihood of a press conference by the army-backed Prime Minister, some may even call him the puppet Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, who is expected to speak at 3:30 p.m. IST. Let's come back to this broader theme of the broader economic context in which this conflict and response that had to be delivered has happened, Shell. And I'm trying to answer several questions that you might have got on your direct message, and
Yes,
we are also being
correct.
asked, what does this mean for India's broader economic growth trajectory? And just to set this up for a conversation, look at the broader picture. Over the past several months, we have seen inflation trend downwards. Along with that, we have seen an easing in the monetary cycle, much higher liquidity within our banking system, and that clearly, with whatever lag effect that monetary action has, feeds into a positive sort of environment and growth impetus, broadly speaking. On the other hand, we had a very good union budget. The expenditure commitments in that budget are now roughly 37 days old. There is another nearly 11 months left to play out, but much of the capex driven spending cycle is also continuing. The third element that we see is the tariff war that United States President Donald Trump initiated. He called it Liberation Day, but the rest of the world went into a fright. And within that, you can see, not just from India's side, the US side, US Treasury Secretary saying a couple of times, and Donald Trump also indicating overnight, practically even as these strikes were happening around that time, saying that we are now, India has made an offer and we are perhaps very at an advanced stage to sign a new trade deal with the United States. The UK FTA, which hadn't been happening for quite some time, also being pushed through. India's Commerce Ministry calling it a gold standard for future trade engagement. We are also seeing several sectors within the domestic economy doing fairly well. And finally, and Shailen, I would ask you to add from that point onwards, in terms of the broader factor that had played out in the Indian stock markets over the past several months, including particularly after October last calendar year, which was the exit of FIIs, that also reversing. So the broad macro backdrop, viewers who are trying to understand the linkage between a conflict of the sort that we are seeing pan out and a very decisive step that happened literally just around 12 hours ago from now, and the linkage that it could have with the broader economy. I posit, as I throw it back to you, Shail, that as far as India's growth impetus and all the macroeconomic and political economy factors are concerned, we are completely on track. Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted about the signing of the FTA, and we can imagine he must have also parallelly, obviously top secret, provided the go ahead and the green signal for what has been a very decisive strike. So just gives you a sense of the breadth, depth and size of our economy versus a basket case economy like Pakistan, Shell.
Absolutely, Siddharth. And in this case, we'll also show you how the Pakistani rupee and the Karachi Stock Exchange have performed in the early part of the day today. Of course, a new low on the Pakistani rupee at 285 versus the US dollar. And this is a 5.5% knee-jerk reaction on the Karachi Stock Exchange 30 index, which is a mirror image of our Sensex. Siddharth, the one thing that I feel saw us not have sleepless nights was the fact that the retail investor held his nerve right from September of 2024, when the markets corrected, all the way down to, say, mid-February, early March, when the markets started to respond very positively. In that duration, all the problems that you mentioned about the tariff war, about the rupee hitting a record low, of all sorts of valuation concerns arising, were addressed with a lot of strong buying that happened by the DIIs on behalf of retail investors. Two very important things happened, Siddharth, in the last week. Now DIIs, or let me just say retail investors via domestic institutional funds, now own more of corporate India in terms of percentage versus foreign institutional investors. That's a welcome change happening after 22 years, which means that we as owners and creators of corporate India now are bigger owners of those assets compared with our foreign funds. It was a bit of an issue all of last 2 decades where foreigners had more faith in our companies than Indians. So that's a one big plus. And the economic strength that you mentioned, Siddharth, nothing better than the fact that India has overtaken Japan as the third largest economy in terms of GDP. So these two things must have strengthened the arm and thought process of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in articulating a very muscular response across the border. Siddharth.
Shell, if the macroeconomy impetus is what it is, and I must add another element to all the 4 or 5 different elements that I kind of spent some time on, this is the monsoon.
Yes.
India is to a large extent dependent on the monsoons. In fact, let's take this chart on air, and this is a very interesting chart. I'll request our producers to stay with this. What we are trying to show you is the Nifty performance around key events. And if you see, starting with 1999 Kargil War, and you can see the difference, Shell. Then we go to the Parliament attack of 2001, the Mumbai attacks, the Uri attack, the surgical strikes, Pulwama, and now Pahalgam.
Yes.
What is this chart telling us? That the markets have the ability to kind of absorb and ride it out?
Yes. And Siddharth, we'll also show our viewers a beautiful chart which represents this pain in a manner which is on the Nifty. You and I were, reporters, and I distinctly remember meeting you every day. We were working in different organizations, but we used to meet every day in the field all through 1999 and till 2011. So, ladies and gentlemen, Siddharth, this is the chart that I want to present to our viewers. This is the monthly chart of the Nifty, and let us start with the dastardly attack on Kargil that happened in 1999, May exactly. The Nifty was 1089. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the performance around key events, the one that I talk about. The month of May was terrible when the index fell dramatically. But look at 1 month after. Look at 3 months after, the first line that Siddharth is pointing out. Siddharth, over to you.
So, very clearly, does this also demonstrate the resilience of the Indian stock market? Events, news flows and fund flows may alter the trajectory. It may have an impact on index levels. But if you see the fundamental strength of the market, which is directly linked to the size of the economy, the Indian consumption base, X of China in this region, there is very clearly no one else. Does it also therefore justify in some ways some of the high premiums that our stocks have commanded, Shell?
Absolutely.
Is that also a way to look at it?
Yes. See, all through the 30 years that I have tracked Indian markets, Siddharth, I have always run across two parallel sentences. Indian markets are expensive compared with their emerging market peers. Bhai, आप हमारा consumption strength भी तो देखो. You know, at a point, at any given point of time, there are 100 crore people buying things daily, big or small, from a small pin to an aircraft carrier. It is purchased. All that is getting reflected in the numbers that you see. Look at the 26/11 Mumbai attacks.
The smartest rebound in 12 months.
Exactly. And now that was also because, you see, we had the global financial crisis. But people who have had sense have purchased the dip. Look at Pulwama, the 1 month after, 6.3%. And we will, both of us, 1 month after today, 6 months after today, 1 year after today, will tell you that the Indian markets are headed towards record highs. Siddharth, there is not anecdotal evidence, but evidence in front of you which says you buy the dip, you buy the pain, you buy events such as these and then hold for the long term. And that's what this index tells you. Just 20 minutes ago, I was discussing with a very serious mutual fund distributor about 1990, no, the strikes on the World Trade Center in September 2001. By some stroke of luck, on the last day of September in 2001, I purchased a mutual fund for my son, who was then 2 years old, and I have held it till now. The money is up an absurd 80-85 times, if not more. So if people buy this dip and hold on for the long term, making money is very easy, provided you have the patience and the understanding.
So, viewers, broadly, just to sort of wind up this broad strokes discussion that we are having, what is the fundamental point that we are seeking to make here? Look at the strength of the Indian economy. India's economy has gone from strength to strength, and as the markets teach us, there might be dips, but you have to take a long-term view, and in that long-term view, it's only rising. Strong decision making, a strong government at the center very clearly influences the strategic choices that we make beyond our economic decisions as well, which is our foreign policy, our national security policy, and how we approach the international domain, particularly the very troubled neighborhood that we live in. It's maybe a curse of geography or the fate of India, Bharat, that we are surrounded by failed basket case country like Pakistan, which is now left with just saber rattling and nuclear blackmail, and has very little to talk about for itself in economic terms, and also look at the average economic standard of people in that country. China, of course, a behemoth controlled economy in some ways, which has become gigantic, and therefore also a worry for us because of their alignment with Pakistan. In fact, that's the only country, Shell, that we can recall of in the last 12 hours who seem to have not come out clearly in support of India and have made an explicit statement for China. Turkey also in that basket, perhaps muted in its comments, but very clearly supporting the Pakistani military and its terror machine through provision of equipment and many other kinds of support. We have broadly seen support across the world, and that, viewers, is no small thing. Consider what happened after we did our nuclear test and the kind of pressure that the government and the nation had to face after late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee took that very historic decision to now. And therefore, it's very clear that India's economy will take this in stride. The markets are showing that it has taken it in stride, and if there is escalation, if the conflict broadens, very clearly our strength and ability to fight a war is far, far more than Pakistan can ever imagine. Wars cost money.
Yes.
Around 25 years ago, there was an estimate by the India Today magazine that a 1,000-day conflict would have cost 27,000 crore rupees at that stage. And that was called by India Today at that time the 27,000 crore war. But if you clearly see now, there is no comparison at all. The Pakistani economy in no position to bear perhaps even 10 days of war if it were to go to that stage, Shell.
Yes. Siddharth, what has been your reading of these hits that have happened on 9 locations? What are you gathering from your government sources?
Well, very clearly, we have had a very fantastic briefing, and I just want to say that while there is full-fledged strike that we have made, The fact is that if you saw that press conference, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, two very gallant warriors from our Air Force and from the army being represented by women officers, there is so much symbolism.
Yes.
There is so much a display of our strength, the display of how deep and layered our overall approach is, and that was on display. A fantastic presentation of what the objectives were: no jingoism, no communalism, no rabid thoughts. Of course, absolutely nothing like Pakistan and its Chief of Army Staff, who is now being called the Chief of Jihadi Staff, frankly, the kind of level that they descend to. So you see that, and that also tells you about the confidence that we have in managing any possible fallouts. In terms of your specific question, what is crucial to note here is these are non-military targets. These are also not civilian targets. It falls in between. These are places which are recognized as either the operating, training, or even to some extent residential or of office premises of known recognized terror groups and the supporting infrastructure. So a madrasa, while being a seminary, if you were to just go by the literal meaning of the word, in this context, if you see that strip of targets that have been done, these are very, very targeted, pinpointed, intelligence-based, intelligence-backed terrorist camps and support infrastructures that have been targeted. We will get more details. The casualties that may have been suffered by terrorists, there are now news reports that suggest that members, close supporters of one of the most dreaded terrorists and jihadis, Maulana Masood Azhar, have been targeted in one of those strikes. We will sort of get those details, but the broad picture very clearly is this is a targeted strike. We have not gone after the civilians in Pakistan occupied Kashmir or in Pakistan. That's number one. We haven't targeted the military. Our language, our explanation to the world, both in Hindi and English, that was provided, is very clear that we are responding to a very, very dastardly attack, which was communal in nature, which wanted to destroy peace in Kashmir Valley, very hard-earned peace, and destabilize the setup that we have there. So to that extent, I think most of the objectives will be met, and just as the young Air Force officer made it clear, if Pakistan chooses to respond or escalate in any manner, then the next act will perhaps be even more severe than what has already played out.
See, that a couple of points on the absence of Sabut gang. One is, of course, the documentary evidence that India has provided in terms of the actual footage of the strikes, and this time apparently it's the Pakistani population that is tweeting about the damage done. What do you think is the kind of message that has been sent by India in this relation?
Well, that's a brilliant point, and one could not help noticing how the information part of warfare is
has been won,
has been and changed. The touchstone or benchmark in some ways was the embedded journalism, but clearly we haven't done that, and I am not saying that we should be doing that. What you see here is far more advanced technological capability through the use of advanced drones, other manner of communication and image capturing abilities that show the before and the aftermath. So that Sabut issue, so to say, has been very decisively answered. What it does, in fact, I think the intention behind this is to prove to the world that this is a targeted strike. I don't think the objective primarily was to win PR brownie points. I think it is a calibrated, carefully thought out strategic decision to ensure that Pakistan and its masterful disinformation in the past, and sometimes frankly it has managed to sway public perception globally in the developed part of the world as well, by being sort of more flexible in the way they communicate. This time I think we are telling the world these are targeted strikes. That I think is the most fundamental change, and of course warfare has evolved. Drones are now fundamental to warfare. You may have deep strike aircraft, you may have long range missiles, you would have beyond visual range missiles, just as one small part of your overall armory and assets that you would have for a conflict zone. But what you're seeing, viewers, on the screen are pictures that have just come in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the Rashtrapati, and perhaps by all accounts briefing the Rashtrapati about what has panned out, what India has done. And the Council of Ministers serves at the pleasure of the President of India, and therefore only natural that when a significant decision like this has been executed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it is obvious that the Rashtrapati will be briefed about that. Still pictures, we will see if there is any form of readout. I don't expect that, but perhaps if there is a readout, we will bring that to you. But to conclude that point, I think credibility, accuracy, targeted strikes, minimizing any collateral damage possibility, and not definitely a strike that is done out of any anger or instinctive response. This is a plan which perhaps has other elements, other chapters that may unfold. As a former Chief of Army Staff, General Narane has tweeted, "Picture abhi baki hai." So we'll have to wait for what kind of picture plays out. This is clearly Act 1, and in some ways it's decades in the making. Maybe young investors in the market, first generation investors in the market who have never lived in a non-demat era and who find ease of buying shares one of the easiest things to do in a matter of seconds, have no idea of the 90s and the kind of security scenario that was present, and the kind of attacks that Pakistan perpetrated all over India, particularly in Kashmir starting in 1989, and the 1,000-year war that Pakistan had promised. And very clearly for those investors who have enjoyed peace and the fruits of peace in terms of higher returns on the markets, this is an event that has taken place after 6 years. The question that many people ask, what was achieved by the surgical strikes in Balakot? Well, very clearly 6 years of peace were achieved. So therefore the macro backdrop has changed. Our abilities to respond in tactical terms have also improved, and most importantly, most notably, the manner in which we communicate what we have done has also vastly improved, Shell.
Some of the statements that Siddharth has made come deep from his heart, and of course from the experience of being a very deeply embedded reporter within the Indian context of ministries as well as the defense space. We are getting a very well-known investor who's lived this journey. Joining us now is Mr. Sanjay Sinha, founder of Citrus Advisors, a person who spent a lot of these opportunities that we showed on the screen buying as a fund manager when he was helming AMCs such as SBI and L&T. Namaste Sanjay ji, and a very warm welcome to you, sir. Your reaction to the maturity that the Indian stock markets have shown against the backdrop of this military strike by India inside Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir?
So I will divide that into two parts. One is the emotional reaction that the markets have displayed in their levels, and the other one will be the more fundamental impact in case this escalates into something bigger. No doubt, the fact that India has demonstrated its very strong military ability by choosing 9 definite targets and hitting those targets without any civilian casualty speaks volumes about the capability of our armed forces. I think that is remarkable, and the fact that simultaneously we have chosen to hit 9 targets, that itself speaks about that India has arrived on the global military stage platform where it can compete with probably the best of the world powers in terms of surgical precision with which their armed forces are able to take out their enemies. So that is one part which is there, and the fact that 9 of them have been attacked. I don't think anywhere else in the world simultaneously 9 targets have been chosen simultaneously, and they have been taken out. So that is remarkable, and we have in the same vein displayed our ethos that it's we are not a hostile nation, nor do we mean any ill will to any civilian population, unlike what our neighbors have done in the very recent dastardly attack in Pahalgam, where only civilians were chosen. So I guess the one part of the reaction that we see from the market is the emotional reaction to all these things that I have stated. The other part is the more the fundamental part. On that, I was actually there in the markets when the Kargil war broke
Yes.
out. Okay. And you'll be surprised to note that, contrary to the popular impression that wars are bad for the markets, our markets actually rallied during the Kargil war. And not only in the context of India, if you see globally, wars are not that bad for the market in the sense that, your entire industrial machinery starts working overtime in a war scenario. And, that is normally seen to be also a stimulus for the economy, despite the common sense perception that, war is destructive and therefore a lot of damage happens to the economy. So I guess that would be another aspect that we need to take into cognizance based on the statistical evidence of the past. More
Right.
recently, if you've seen among the indices, our defense indices have performed probably the best, and our industrial sector is coming of age. So maybe in case God forbid this does not happen, in case this escalates into a larger
Mm.
confrontation with our neighbor, for all it might actually be good for us.
Right. Sanjay ji, just to get a fix on what your thought process is at the moment in terms of investing, we are in the middle of the fourth quarter earnings. What is something that you have liked in these earnings and something that has given you a bit of cause for worry?
Okay, so in terms of you can say some, and I'll put the negative first before I come to the more positive aspects of the earning. Uh, there has been some element of disappointment with some of the banking results in this quarter. Why do I say this? Is because if you have seen the first 3 quarters of the financial year 25, much of the heavy lifting for the year-on-year corporate performance improvement was done by the banking and financial sector. This sector, unfortunately, has not been so strident in the fourth quarter of financial year 25. So that is where some nagging worry is there. Also, I will say that the fact that some of the large banks have guided to a less than expected credit growth in the financial year 26 in a background when the interest rates have actually been reduced by the Reserve Bank of India is the second reason for that worry to emerge. The second pocket in which I would say that there are some worries are with one another leading sector of the market, which is the IT, where I find actually a dichotomy. The large cap IT stocks have by and large disappointed, but the mid cap IT stocks have actually done reasonably better. I hope that this trend does not sort of extrapolate into FY26, and the while the mid cap IT stocks continue to maintain their strong performance, and the fact that they have not only performed well, they've also guided to a good financial year 26. The fact that the large cap IT stocks have not done well in the fourth quarter, but going forward, if they do well, I think that would be one worry which you can put behind you. Where I think the optimism or the good results have come till now, I think there are pockets of enthusiasm which have come from the auto sector. I think from the industrials also there are I will say reasonably good results that have come. So on the whole, I think we are looking at FY26 with a background of muted expectation, and therefore there is every reason that the next few quarters could actually surprise on the positive.
Sanjay sir, good afternoon. Sakshi this side. Good to be speaking to you on this very important day. I want to first begin by understanding from you, so far over the last couple of weeks, of course, markets were on the edge, expecting something on the geopolitical front after that 22nd April incident. Do you think event risk is behind us, or do you think, the risk has just started to happen? We are still going to be looking at how Pakistan would really take it. Will there be any retaliation from their end at all? And how do you think, if at all things, again get into a conflict, how would you really expect the markets to trade then?
Okay, so I would say that, given the extent of the damage that we have caused to their terrorist infrastructure, as a face-saving measure, surely there will be some reaction from them. How the markets will react to them will depend to a large extent on the extent of the reaction and the damage that is caused to us by their reaction. Okay. As far as the path going forward is concerned, I would say that, look at the near past and see where there has been conflict and how has the market reacted to that. Globally, the markets reacted very negatively to the Russian invasion of Ukraine initially, and then after some time, market started ignoring them. The same was the case with the Israel-Hamas conflict. I don't think that our neighbor has the capacity to sustain a prolonged conflict with us, given the fact that we are now much better prepared both in terms of our approach, attitude, and capability, and therefore I don't expect this to be a long drawn affair, and therefore this will not, in my opinion, affect the market too much. But there are a couple of other factors, Sakshi, which I think we need to be cognizant of, which are beyond this event of the day. One of the factors is the very sharp depreciation in the value of dollar against some of the other Asian currencies, and the fact that even our currency has appreciated against the dollar over the last couple of weeks. So that has some implications in the medium term, and the Fed policy guidance and the tariff final outcome after the pause of 90 days gets over also has an implication for us.
Okay. Sanjay sir, do tell us then, of course, we are seeing that the markets more or less have probably looked at, this geopolitical tension at hand and discounted a large part of it. Secondly, we are also looking at a softer stance on the erstwhile uncertainty that was surrounding the tariffs front as well. There are newer statements that are coming in with the way of negotiations happening, even with China, which was, earlier imposed with 245% of steep tariffs. So if the two of the largest economies get into a discussion, get into a negotiation for softer tariffs, one can only hope better for India, which was already imposed with a 26-27% tariff right here. So that overhang also seems to be largely taken care of. From here on, what do you think the markets will have to keep an eye out on in terms of the triggers that will impact the journey ahead? Since you're saying it's going to be a muted expectation for fiscal year 2026, what are the key triggers you will be looking at?
So if you see the key stance that has changed in the market is now choosing to be more focused on the domestic oriented industries rather than the export oriented. Okay. On that, therefore, the expectations on the export oriented industries is muted. I would say that, there is therefore an element of an upside surprise from that sector. One of the key elements here is that, the outlook on the IT sector got subdued, more to do with the fact that, there are concerns that the US economy is going to slip into a recession. Now, if all these discussions on the tariff front actually leads to a more productive outcome, and, the US economy does not grind down or does not face heavy inflation, then I think, it should be business as usual for them, and therefore it should be a positive outcome for our IT companies, from which the market as of now does not have very high expectation. So therefore, the fact that, this sector is available at an attractive valuation, has a tremendous cash flow, I think, that is one reason for a positive upside from the market. There is some nagging doubts on the export oriented sector with reference to pharma, because, the sword continues to dangle on this sector because of the announcement which have been made over the last couple of days with reference to the tariff to be imposed and the cost of inspection to be hiked on the sector. In my opinion, these noises will keep this sector a little subdued. But, this sector has actually done quite well over the last 6 months and a year. And therefore, even if it consolidates at the current level, it's not a problem. The other significant event that the market needs to discount is the restoration of domestic consumption. And that, in my opinion, is going to be to some extent linked to how does the monsoon progress in the country. We are just now on the verge of getting into the monsoon season, and there is a cautious optimism about the revival of rural consumption. So that is the other factor that we need to keep an eye on.
Okay, Sanjay sir, just be with us. Our correspondent Karishma Sudani is now, who's been tracking the aviation space at large, is now joining in with all the fresh updates from all the airlines as to what are the fresh updates, advisories, and how things are progressing. In fact, we also have some photographs which we will actually show that indicate of how the air activity is happening. The entire large airspace over Pakistan is being avoided by worldwide or the airline. So it's a blank space, but it's all circling around right now. So everybody worldwide is avoiding that space of Pakistan and the border areas of India right now. What are the fresh updates, Karishma, that we have?
Well, Sakshi, you're absolutely right. And this has not just been happening today, it has been happening for quite some time, that there has been rerouting of flight paths taking, especially for important sectors that go to North America and Europe from India. It is all in the aftermath of Pahalgam that the Civil Aviation Ministry, along with the Ministry of External Affairs, had decided. And these decisions have costed the Indian Airlines financially, but they've expressed the appetite to take them, accept them, despite the fact that the aviation sector is not in a great space when you look at their financials. But they've been able to take this, have the appetite to absorb this economic shock, because for the sake of nationalism. With the number that we picked up from my sources are about close to 300 crore weekly that the sector, the Indian Airlines will be bearing a loss of 300 crore in order to put an extra pool, airfares, meet the demand, and also time, which also leads to paying parking space in different airports, which will now be the transit airports rather than the ones from Pakistan. In terms of our domestic...
Yeah, 200 flights cancelled, and at least 18 airports are temporarily shut. What is the fresh update from all the airlines? Until when? 10th of May we were hearing from, Air India. What about SpiceJet, Indigo? That's till 9th May?
Actually, we are yet to hear officially from SpiceJet and Akasa, but Indigo has said that they'll also be extending the ban until 10th May of 5:30 a.m. And again, this is for the same reason that the Ministry of Civil Aviation sources also told us in the morning that currently the priority and the prominence is given to safety of the passengers, and they wouldn't want any kind of risk coming to the passengers. And economic side of it is just a secondary concern, and if required, then government will extend support as and when needed.
Okay, thank you so much, Karishma, for all that update. We'll keep coming to you for all the fresh developments on that front. Sanjay sir, how would you really look at the aviation sector at large now amidst this kind of fresh advisories that are being issued? At least for 3 days, many of the sectors will suffer cancellations, no flights, and of course, longer routes to be taken by many other flights as well. The estimates that Karishma is suggesting is that 300 odd crore rupees of a financial loss by Indian Airlines could be seen because of these new advisories that have been issued. What would you do here?
Collateral impact of the tension that we are passing through. In terms of how long will this continue? I guess like you mentioned in your own version that the entire airspace above Pakistan is a blank, which means that it is not just the Indian airlines which are avoiding that airspace. Global airlines are also doing that, and I don't think global airlines would like to live in that situation for an extended period of time. So some sort of normalcy should come. But yes, in the short term, it is a pain, and I guess it will have a sentimental impact on the sector. But given the fact that we are seeing a very strong revival of not revival, but a very strong growth in the air traffic numbers, the airport capacity is also uh, increasing. So I would say that in case we get a correction in this sector in the short term, on a medium to long term perspective, this would be an opportunity to acquire rather than to stay away.
Sakshi, what's also interesting is that all airlines, irrespective of nationalities, have to get a clear mandate from respective countries. Remember, just 2 days ago, India had issued a NOTAM to all airlines to avoid this space. So, unless and until you get a clear direction from either India and Pakistan that these air routes are now available for commercial traffic, you will see airlines avoiding these as a matter of abundant caution. Sanjay ji, one sector that we wanted to take your view on, domestic oriented, of course, is cement. This is a space which is coming back on mutual fund radars, and also it being not impacted by this pseudo or real tariff war that's happening globally. How are you tracking the cement space? Any picks that you've made over the last 15-20 days in this sector, sir?
So, as a sector, there is reason for revival of interest, but driven by two things. That in terms of volume, there is going to be a much better offtake in FY26, and surprisingly, the companies are also seeing hardening of prices. So, in the past, also when both these factors have played out together, the sector has done well. The cautionary aspect to this is that there is a lot of increased capacity which is also coming up in the sector, but thankfully that is spread out over the second half of the year more than it is in the first half of the financial 26. We personally have not as of now taken a pick in the cement sector, but whether we are looking at this sector, of course we are.
Okay. And in the last 20 odd days, what have you picked?
So much of our interest in the last couple of weeks was to increase the weight in defense, which we had not managed to do in the past. We were lucky to get the correction of the month of February and March. We took advantage of that to increase our exposure there. In terms of our exposure to IT, on an overall basis, while we reduced our exposure, but our exposure to the mid cap segment of the IT space continues to be relatively higher. The third thing that we have done is that our overall exposure to financial sector continues to be much below where the index levels are.
What did you buy in the defense space, sir?
We have exposure to two stocks here, Bharat Electronics and Mazagon Dolls.
Okay, got that. Sanjay sir, do help us understand, when we talk about some of the other aspects as well. I wanted to also discuss with you, you've talked about defense. What about railways, sir? Where is that in the picture? We used to talk about railways and defense almost together in the same breath, at least 6 months back, with the kind of rallies that we were seeing in tandem. Defense, of course, has had some kind of a recovery, but railways, we haven't seen that kind of a recovery yet. How would you really look at that?
So, Sakshi, I guess part of that has got to do with the issue that these stocks had run up to a very high valuation, and even after the correction that we have seen, these valuations have not become so screamingly attractive that it is sort of reviving investor interest. I would say that the third sector that used to be discussed in the same breath, along with defense and railways, was power. That sector, I would say that continues to be promising, and both in terms of valuation also there are good picks to be had in that sector, and in terms of the traction on the ground also we see a lot happening.
Okay, so that's as far as the railway space is concerned. Is there anything that you would still not touch at this point in time, sir? What would you rather avoid even now, sir?
So I am still not very excited about the consumer staples or the FMCG as it is conventionally looked at. Uh, but that comes because of the bias that they trade at very expensive valuations, and I think they are at a point from where I do not see phenomenal growth, and therefore should they be trading at 50, 60, or even 70 times price earning multiples with just about 5%, 6% volume growth. I'm personally not very convinced. They may be very good cash generating engines, but in terms of valuation, not attractive. So therefore, I know I shy away from that sector.
Right. Sanjay ji, which side of the equation are you as far as the India-UK FTA is concerned? Anything that catches your fancy in the textile space, and maybe just Tata Motors?
So, for us, the US FTA deal has very strong implications for two sectors. One is, of course, the wine and spirits sector and the textile sector, because companies can also take advantage of this deal to now spread much better in the not just in UK, but probably use it as a head for reaching out to Europe, which is also is a substantially large market for the textile sector. So these two are the key opportunity sets that we see from that. With specific reference to Tata Motors, Tata Motors' bigger threat in India is the EV competition that is building up. Until the time that we see Tata Motors, which was still now the leader in the EV segment, being able to retain its leadership position, we will probably see a range bound movement from the company and not necessarily see a very large movement just because of the JLR imports that can become cheaper after the FTA deal.
It's just a curious question, Sanjay ji. Are you sitting in a JLR?
No, I'm actually not sitting in a JLR. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay sir, for being with us on the show today and helping us with all your insights. Always a pleasure to be talking to you, and hope to be talking to you in even better times when we meet next. Thank you so much for
Thank you so
being
much
with
for
us.
having me. Thank you so much.
Yes, viewers, we will now welcome another top market master. We've been getting you all the top market voices right from morning, undisrupted coverage on Business Today television on such an important day. And we have another very important voice joining in, Amit Goel, co-founder and chief global strategist at Pace 360, is now welcome. Welcome, sir, and thank you so much for taking the time out for this discussion. If you look at the markets, if somebody was absolutely living under a rock, he would not be able to find out what happened yesterday and today, because the markets look almost at a similar level. But scenario in the world has completely changed with what had occurred at 1:05 a.m. this morning till now that we have been discussing. How are you looking at the things how and the world how that has changed over the last about 12 hours or so?
Firstly, thanks for having me on, Shell and Sakshi. So, I think what I perceive is that there is a relief around in the capital markets, because markets have this habit of always discounting the worst when things are bad and always discounting the best when things are good. So my sense is that in the last few days, as this momentum was building up, and as there was a lot of suspense as to when India is going to move, because everybody knew that there is going to be a move, but a lot of different people had very different opinions, and a lot of people thought that this could be a full-scale war, this could be a full-scale invasion. Uh, I was always on the more optimistic side of things, that the Indian government would not push it so far. And my sense is that there is a relief now among many quarters who had already discounted the worst. And my sense is that things are going to settle down. Of course, Pakistan is saying that there is going to be a response. But we all remember that when Pulwama happened, and India had done some missile and bomb strikes on Balakot, and then followed by that, the the some of the Pakistani jets had crossed the Indian space. They had dropped a few bombs, and then they just promptly went back into their own space. And both sides eventually sort of claimed victory and claimed the upper hand. So my sense is that something similar is going to happen this time around as well. And the worst is probably now behind us, and we can now focus on of course, on the macros, the global dynamics, the global geopolitics, and the Indian corporate results, than be continuously focused on the situation at the border.
Right. Good afternoon, Amit Bhai. And while we continue with this discussion forward, I'll request the PCI to kindly fire a 3-month chart of the Nifty, in particular 3rd of March. This is the time when we had Amit on Business Today television, and he clearly stated that the worst is behind us as far as the correction is concerned. So, in the past month and a half or more, the Nifty itself as up somewhere in the vicinity of about 12% or so. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we get such wonderful people to talk about market, what they feel, and what actually happens with us. So with that background, Amit, a very warm welcome again. Now from the early part of April till May now, in the past maybe 12 odd sessions, what are the purchases that you have done on Indian equities, if at all?
Okay. Good afternoon, Shell, and again, thanks for having me on, and thank you so much for your very, very kind words. So, yes, in the first half of March, we had turned extremely bullish on the market, because we just thought that the worst case on every single front, on macros, on corporate results, on the Indian economy, on geopolitics, India was discounting literally the worst, when the whole world was actually pretty much in a good shape in the first half of March. And then subsequently, the world was in a somewhat bad shape in the last week, in the last few days of March and the first week of April. But India had clearly seen the worst in the first half of March. So markets have been rather kind since then. So what we have effectively done is that we were extremely overweight on Indian equities in the first half of March, and then we gradually took money off the table when the markets rallied very smartly. So when market went up to 23,700, 800 in March, we took a lot of money off the table, and then we were completely surprised when when the tariff wars took such an ugly shape, and the Nifty went all the way down back to 22,000 and lower levels. So we bought pretty much the same stuff which we had sold at that time. So, for example, we bought some of the OMCs, gas marketing companies, power companies. We even bought Nifty. We bought defense ETF. We bought banking. So we bought all those things in the first week of April when the markets came down. And then since then, ever since the rally happened and Nifty again came back to 23,800 plus, we have been taking money off the table gradually. So we actually haven't bought much in the last 2 weeks. Rather, we have sold many of our investments, and from a grossly overweight position where we were almost 96% on equities, we have now gone down to less than 25% on equities. Today in the early morning, we bought Yes Bank in a very big way because my sense is that there are a lot of good things to happen in case of Yes Bank over the next few months. And I believe the stock would definitely give us about 15 to 20% returns over the next few months. So we bought Yes Bank very aggressively today morning. But my sense is, Shell, that on a longer term basis, this market is now again pretty fully to richly valued. And I think I'm still of the opinion that within the next 1 year, the world is going to be much slower. The world is going to be in some sort of a recession, and US is going to be in a recession. And my sense is that the longer term picture and the longer term macros are not looking great at the moment to me. So we continuously take money off the table on every rise in the Indian market.
Okay, I'll come to you on the recession part in a bit, but you were talking about the banking space. PNB has also come out with its numbers right now. Net profit has jumped by 52% there at 4,567 odd crore rupees. That's the first number that we have. Remember, PSU banks and their numbers have been in focus, with SBI and Bank of Baroda also disappointing in the last few days. Now it's PNB that's coming out with the numbers. NI has just improved by 4% at 10,757 odd crores. The stock is down by 1%. Other income has in fact risen by a wide margin, so from 4,248 crores to 4,716 crores, although the profitability has improved at this point in time. Sir, do help us understand what's your view on the PSU banks. You did say in the private sector you're looking at Yes Bank. What about PSU banks?
We were actually very positive on PSU banks in the first half of March, and I pretty much said so in my last interview with your esteemed channel in the first half of March. But we have pretty much booked all our profits from that space because the returns that we got were simply phenomenal, and secondly, my sense is that credit growth is going to be an issue going forward. My sense is that net interest margins are going to be an issue. And sometime in the next 2 to 3 quarters, I do understand that the NPA cycle could take a turn for the worse again. So, because of all those factors, I am no longer very bullish on either the private banks or the PSU banking space. I think they had a beautiful rally between March to April and May, and we have almost entirely exited the banking space. It's only today that we bought Yes Bank because there, obviously, as you all understand, the dynamics are very different. I am hoping that all the required RBI clearances and approvals will come in, and this will effectively become a Sumitomo Bank in India. So, except for that, I am actually not very bullish on the banking space anymore because of all the factors which I just said.
Amitji, what is the percentage of cash in your Indian portfolio, and how are you viewing this rally on gold?
Fantastic question, Shell. So, basically, as far as the cash is concerned, we do not have any cash in at all. Whatever money we've taken off the table from equities, we put that money into bonds, into corporate bonds, where we are clocking something like 10.5 to 11% carry per annum. So we are not one of those who would usually invest the money into liquid funds or anything which is yielding less than 10%. So this is one. Secondly, as far as the gold is concerned, we are still of the opinion that while the long-term picture is still great, and gold has to cross many more milestones on the upside in the next 4 to 5 years. But I'm not so sanguine about the near term to medium term, because I think the rally in the last few months, and particularly the rally that happened in April from 2960 to 3500, I think that has pretty much discounted a lot of ugly things that have been happening in this world in the last few months. And what is everybody's safe haven looks like a bubble to me. So there was a time in April when literally everybody was buying gold, because whenever there was geopolitical concern, buy gold, tariff problem, buy gold, equity markets going down, buy gold, dollar index going down, buy gold, US bond yields going up, buy gold. So when one thing becomes like a panacea for all ills, answer to all questions, and safe haven for everybody, you can very well assume that that thing is becoming like a mini bubble in the near term to medium term. So that is where I am on gold for the near term to medium term. But on a longer term basis, I'm absolutely of the opinion that gold is going to go up a lot higher. But before that, before it does that, I would not be surprised if gold in dollar terms comes down from 3,400 to something like 27, 2,800
Okay.
over the next.
Okay, that would be
That-
music to ears for those who are looking out on the opportunity to now buy gold, who missed out on the earlier opportunity there.
That,
I'll-
by the way, was pricing in dollars for the ounce value of gold. So 34, we've seen 3,500 on gold.
We did see that, and it came down to almost $3,100 an ounce as well. Climbed up a tad bit yet again in the recent moves, and now Amit really expects that there could be a time when we could see testing of $2,700 an ounce as well on the international level. Amit, one more point that you pointed out, that you do expect the US to get into a recession and a slower economy. I want to ask you the key reasons why you believe so, because right now I think everybody was penciling in steep tariffs and a tariff-led trade war to be one of the key reasons why the US economy could slow down and get into a potential recession. Of late, the statements that are coming in point to the fact that there could be lower tariffs and even a more negotiatory approach with all the trade deals that could be coming in. There are statements from Scott Bessent as well, who's been talking about that in the coming weeks we could be seeing some deals getting struck. So what exactly are you penciling on? What could lead to slower growth or a recession possibility in the US?
That's a brilliant question, Sakshi, and I'm glad that you asked that. So my understanding of a slowdown in the world and US heading for a recession has got nothing to do with tariffs at all. I pretty much had this in my mind even in the middle of last year, because I could see that the US economy was exhausting a lot of the tailwinds that it had post post COVID. So those tailwinds came in the form of a very easy fiscal policy. Those tailwinds came in the form of easy availability of money, huge rise in consumer spending, huge rise in stock markets leading to wealth effect and leading to further rise in consumer spending, huge rise in capex in the last 2 years related to AI, data centers, and cloud. So my understanding of US has got nothing to do with tariffs or Trump. So when I started having this opinion sometime in the middle of last year that US is probably going to exhaust its tailwinds over the next few quarters, that time there was very little probability that Trump would become the next president. So this is one. Secondly, I am absolutely of the opinion that now the fiscal impulse for US economy is going to be largely neutral to negative, because while the fiscal deficit is not going to come down, a large part of fiscal deficit is now going to be because of the interest rates on the US government debt, which is piling up so very fast. So even if the fiscal deficit remains the same, the leeway with the government to spend that kind of money on social security and expansion and infrastructure is that much more limited. And a lot of the Biden era plans, they have already, the money has been spent, and all those programs have largely been exhausted. So I think a lot of the tailwinds which US economy had over the last 2-3 years, from consumer, from wealth effect, from the spending on AI, cloud, data centers, the green revolution, all of those tailwinds are either exhausting themselves or have already exhausted themselves, or at least the delta is going to be negative. So I'm not saying that the revolution on green energy is going to take a backseat. But one, the government policy right now in US is not that much in favor of green. And secondly, the incremental impact is going to be lower than what it had over the last 2 years. When there were so many nuclear plants which were planned and so many solar, wind, and all those things. So my sense is that the world is heading for a slowdown. US is heading for a slowdown. US is probably headed for a deep recession. And this should probably unfold over the next 2 to 4 quarters, in which case, obviously, we would not be able to avoid a bear market in equities in US or in Europe or in India or in most parts of the world.
Right. Amit, just a couple of minutes ago, you mentioned that the primary amount of money that pays 360 degrees is managing is into bonds. How are you playing this sector in India? Have you bought into AAA rated paper? Have you bought into government securities, or is this via a fund?
Okay, fantastic, Shell. So, no, this is not via a fund. These are all direct investments in bonds, one. Second, none of these are government securities, because while we played duration very aggressively till March, but in April, we have more or less got out of all our duration calls because the yields fell so precipitously that we thought that it was a good time to sell my government bonds which had been bought through funds, and enjoy a much higher carry, because now let's understand that the carry on the government bonds is now more like 6.5%. So where we have now put this money is corporate bonds. These are not AAA corporate bonds. This is, let's say, it varies from uh, A plus to AA. So this is our
Okay.
sweet spot. Within this space, you would be happy to know that you could get yields anywhere from 9 to 11% within this range. So on a blended basis, we have a yield of about 10.5% on the entire portfolio, and this is largely carry. This is not a duration call, because all these bonds are they have a maturity of anything from 1.5 to 3 years. So the idea is not to play duration at all. The idea is to just enjoy the carry. We are very confident that none of our bond portfolio bets are going to go ORI or will see a rating downgrade or a default or anything like that. So we'll continue to enjoy the carry till the time we see an opportunity either in Indian equities or in global equities or in gold, which is the time when we'll take money out of the corporate bonds and put the money back into works, either in equities or in precious metals.
So you're going to hold them to maturity?
Not necessarily, Shell. So let's say within the next 3 months, let's say there is now a tariff deadline in US on 9th of July. So now let's say in the run up to the 9th of July, there is again, Trump again changes his mind and he takes a more hardliner approach to tariffs and trade. And there is a sharp fall in the markets again. We would be very happy to get out of a lot of our corporate bonds and put that money back into the equities, which is exactly what we did in February and March. And we will do it yet again whenever there is a big fall in the markets. We were the most aggressive AMC in buying Indian equities in the first half of March, and hopefully we will have the dry powder to do it again whenever the global macros and the Indian macros take a turn for the worse, and the markets take a bigger hit than the macros would essentially govern.
Okay. Do help us understand, sir, when we talk about the spaces, you've discussed a lot of them as well. But say somebody has a horizon of say 1 to 3 years perspective, then what would you bet on?
Okay, fantastic question, Sakshi. So I would definitely not bet on equities. So if I have to buy equities today and shut my eyes and be out of market for the next 1 to 3 years, I'm not going to buy equities at all.
Okay.
Rather, I would, the balance equities in my portfolio, because I do believe that based on what has happened in the last 10 hours, I do believe that there could be a further relief rally in the Indian markets. because there is relief among few players that this is not taking the worst shape that it possibly could. Rather, it is a much more measured and a much more calibrated approach to handling the border situation. So my sense is that there is going to be a relief rally over the next few days or a couple of weeks, and I would use that to actually reduce my equity exposure again. For the next 1 to 3 years, I'm not going to buy equities right now unless and until there is a deep correction somewhere down the line. So as of now, I'm very happy building up my fixed income muscle, enjoying a carry of about 10.5% per annum, practically risk free. Of course, nothing is totally risk free, but I would say practically risk free. And then wait for my opportunity in global equities or Indian equities or gold. And I think one of those three are definitely going to give me an opportunity within the next 3 to 4 months. So the idea is that you earn 10.5%, and then when you get an opportunity, you buy an asset on the cheap, and then on the rally maybe you can book your profits. And by doing that, we hope to generate a return of about 17 to 18% per annum, even in these next 2 to 3 years, where we believe that the equity markets are going to underperform. They may give negative returns, and anybody who's in a buy and hold kind of an equity situation in a diversified portfolio will probably, in the best case scenario, not be able to get more than 10% return, and in the worst case scenario, end up with negative returns. We still hope that with our strategy, we could do about 17 to 18% per annum for the next few years, wait for the markets to clean out all the froth that has accumulated, wait for a recession oblique slowdown to have actually unfolded itself, and then go big on the Indian equities for the then subsequent 3 years and enjoy the bull market. But I don't see a bull market happening in Indian equities from this point over the next couple of years.
Okay, got that. Very clear thought on your part that 1 to 3 years there could be, slow, gradual, consolidative space, not too much of returns, and therefore you'd rather stay away and maybe look for a good opportunity to re-enter into the Indian markets. Beyond India also, which are the other markets that you would look at for a global diversification, sir?
So basically, we look at US equities, and you've got ETFs in India from Motilal, Mire, and others, where you could buy S&P 500, you could buy Nasdaq 100, you could buy European stocks, you could buy Chinese stocks. So Chinese stocks, I'm not going to buy anytime soon. Europe is too hot right now. European stocks, particularly German stocks, have been making new highs practically every single day. So again, it's not a contrarian bullish position that I can take there. But somewhere down the line, I guess US equities could present me an opportunity. So it could be US equities in the form of Indian ETFs, which I could buy. It could be Indian equities either through the ETF route or through the direct stocks route, or it could be precious metals. But as of now, none of them are looking attractive enough for me to take my money out of the bonds and put that money to work there.
With that lovely discussion and the fact that in markets, gentlemen have always preferred bonds, we'll call it a day, Amit, and we'll again get back to you in terms of the strategy that you've deployed. For the moment, Pace 360 seems to be content with its bond portfolio, playing for the carry and waiting for good opportunities to arise in the equity space where they can again dip their toes in. Thank you, Amit, and here's hoping we meet soon in person.
Thank you so much, Shell. Thank you so much, Sakshi.
Thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate your time. 2:55, last about 35 minutes to go in trade. We have seen a big event unfold, overnight, and the markets have been rather in a saner mood. 24,400 back with us, despite slight choppiness that was more or less already penciled in, and we are probably getting back into our own, findings of fundamentals, earnings, own triggers, domestic futures that we can definitely look at. As far as some updates on the geopolitical front is concerned, we are given to understand that Ajit Doval has actually spoken with counterparts of several countries. NSA, Ajit Doval, he's including US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, UK NSA, Jonathan Powell, Saudi NSA, Musaid AI Aban, and we've also seen UAE NSA Sheikh Tahoon. All of these he has spoken to and briefed about India's striking of Pakistan and POK terror camps as well. Let's also look at how, some of the other statements are actually coming in. Remember, amid the rising tensions between India and Pakistan, authorities have now completely barred visitors from attending the daily retreat ceremony at the Atari Wagah border. The announcement came hours after the armed forces launched a military strike on terror camps and launch pads in Pakistan and POK. What we are also given to understand in the key security meet held after India struck terror camps in Pakistan and POK, armed forces have been duly authorized to undertake corresponding actions as well. What we are also given to understand is that at this point in time, we have got some statements coming in from, the political corridors. Amit Shah is holding a high-level meeting at this point in time. It began at 2 p.m. and we are hearing that chief ministers, chief secretaries, GDPs, so that's something that we have seen as well. And we are constantly getting more and more visuals of the rubble that India's missiles have caused to the Pakistan terror camps as well. Let's now welcome another top guest on our show for the last half an hour of trade. Mr. Sharad Awasthi, Head of Research at Smiths, is now joining in on the program with us. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Awasthi. Thank you for joining in on this very, very important day of trade. Tell me, how have you, read through, seen, analyzed the situations on the geopolitical front all of last night and this afternoon, until this afternoon, and what would you say for all your clients, for investors at large? How should one view markets in that context?
See, I think largely this was something that was expected to happen. We had two prior incidences where some type of retaliation was done by the government. So I think this time also is nothing different. It's a much larger scale of operation this time. That's certainly the case. And the actual impact this time, actually, they are showing more proofs vis-a-vis last time. Maybe because of the backlash that they received last time, so many people asking for proofs. So I think this time it's a larger scale. Most probably it sets back, our neighbors by a few years again, maybe 3-4 years of peace for some more time. But I think it's a constant vigil that the country has to keep on. And as far as investments are concerned, I think these are events that will keep happening. We have troublesome neighbors all over the place, so I think these problems will happen. And China, Pakistan, that couple is a problematic couple for us, so they will remain that way. So I don't think you're getting out of that in any hurry, so that will remain there. So I think the best attitude for investors would be, whenever you get such dips based on such news flow, ideally used to buy into the India story in terms of what GDP growth. I think over the last 2 years, we have been one of the best. Next 3-4 years, we will be one of the best. The type of channelizing that the government is doing with respect to manufacturing, etc., I think it puts us in a very sweet spot. Add to that, the shift from China. Part of this disturbance could also be an impact of this, favoritism towards India vis-a-vis shifting of facilities to India, which obviously is the most potent, competition to China. So all this combined, geopolitics is a very complex game, hard to analyze and understand what plays out how. But I think on balance, I think India's story is strong. Valuations are also comfortable now. So I think one should continue to remain invested. And if you get some abnormal further action and some more dips, maybe you should use that to create positions in the market. The long-term structural story for India remains intact.
Okay, so how long would you actually believe that, the risks will pertain? The action that we were probably waiting for in anticipation, that's done and dusted. Now we'll just have to wait and find out whether there is any kind of a retaliation that happens at Pakistan's end. We are prepared fully to tackle any situation, but how long will this uncertainty remain on the Indian stock markets?
I think, see, the other part playing is that we have also seen a very good rally from the lows. So maybe some bit of profit booking or some bit of, sitting on the sidelines is happening. But I think a major part of the action is done if no further retaliation happens or no further action happens from our side also. I think the market should keep this event in the backyard only and then move on from here. I don't see it having a much larger impact. But yeah, 2 3 days maybe people want to settle down and see how the reactions are coming in, whether there is some retaliation from Pakistan, and whether we also do something else also in addition to what we have already done. And that's the uncertainty that will be there. So maybe 5 6 days would be the max, I think, where this uncertainty would remain. After that, more or less, the rubble would settle down.
Okay, got that. Now, help us understand, sir. Even if one has to look beyond what has happened on the geopolitical front or what may happen in the next couple of months or so, somebody who's an absolute long-term investor and who believes that things are likely to get back on track sooner or later, how should one be really looking at the opportunities? You did say that there will be opportunities, and whenever there are dips, one should look at adding fresh positions. Where exactly would you be confident of adding fresh funds to?
CIC within the PSU banks, I think the opportunities are good, the valuations are attractive. We are expecting advances, etc., to show good traction even in Q1 this financial year. And most probably this year we have seen a very subdued action in terms of lending, etc., because of the NBFC curves, etc. Now the RBI has relaxed those curves, so I think most NBFCs will grow at a rapid rate over the next 1.5 year. The MSME microfinance issues are behind us. I think they have more or less peaked out. Though this quarter's numbers, you do not see so much of an improvement in the asset quality across the board. But I think going forward, that will start showing as the advances start to grow. So I think private sector banks may be fairly fully valued, barring, say, maybe an Axis Bank, and maybe 200 or 150 rupee kind of upside on HDFC Bank. Kotak after this correction does offer some upside, but I think the PSU banks might be better placed, to outperform over the next 1.5 years. So that would be one space. NBFCs would be another space you could look at. I think that's an attractive space that could grow at very decent levels going ahead. Valuations are not very stretched there also. Some NBFCs like the Cholas and the Shrirams, Chola particularly, is a bit on the expensive side. But Shriram, etc., I think now after this correction, etc., they're all trading at 2.2 times. So that provides a decent upside. Even the MSME microfinance bets could do some good. IndusInd Bank, more and more clarity we have regarding the issues and the future course of action that the bank takes. I think that could be a very smart play to have books subject to those people who are comfortable with some volatility and some risk. So I think the returns would also be commensurate. So on the private side, I think Axis and IndusInd, if the deal happens, maybe the smaller Yes Bank looks like a good bet. The PSU banks across the board, I think, are favorable in terms of the valuation discount that they're trading at vis-a-vis private sector banks.
Sharaji, and a very warm welcome. Good to hear some sensible voices coming in favor of Yes Bank. Whether that's because of the transaction that was reported yesterday, that remains to be seen. But what's your view on this equally depleted valuation in the IT space? Where are you hunting, if at all, when it comes to software stocks?
Namaskar. Sir, across the board, I think most of the stocks across IT are very attractively valued. There has been too much ruckus around what would happen in the US and the slowdown, etc. Today, the FTA has been signed. It should have some positive effect on IT stocks as well in terms of demand, etc. So I think US would also not be so badly affected as was earlier expected. Over the next 2 3 weeks, and more clarity comes in regarding tariffs, etc., I think there is high probability that IT stocks largely would rebound. And most probably next quarter, the forward commentary that you would receive would be firmer vis-a-vis what we have listened to this time around, because it was at the height of uncertainty that most of the quarterly updates and phone calls happened. So I think at these valuations across the board, the front lines, the likes of an Infosys, TCS, Wipro, These are all very attractively valued at these prices, 18 times, 17 times forward maybe. I think easily once the normalization sets in, there is a high probability that these stocks could trade at around 24, 25 times. So that gives you a very decent upside from current levels. On the smaller names, I think Birlasoft looks like a good story to bet on from current levels, and Mphasis, Mashtec, these could be very good beneficiaries of a turnaround in the US, particularly the BFSI space. Add to that something like a Coforge. I think after this correction, it also looks decent. The long-term growth targets have been aggressive. Something like a Sand could also turn out to be very attractive on the similar space. Sand always trades at comfortable valuations with a Coforge. But I think from current valuations, even Sand could play a bit of catch-up.
Right. President Trump has still indicated that pharma is something that is on his radar and will not be spared. At this point of time, stocks have already corrected because of that threat. Do you feel any of them merit attention at this point of time? Maybe domestic pharma, maybe top 2 or 3 Indian pharma stocks that export extensively to the US. What looks good?
I think across the board, the likes of Cipla Sun Pharma look fairly to fully valued among the frontline names. The likes of DVs, etc., are trading at a bit on the higher side of valuation table. So I would not be comfortable. But I think Dr. Reddy looks like a decent bet because the type of improvement we are expecting from Dr. Reddy is largely because of increase in the India business, which is the higher margin business for them. So I think the growth trigger is not disrupted even if something very negative happens on the US. The India part keeps growing and the margins keep improving. Some dent maybe on the US business, but it should not be very material. So on the larger names, I think Dr. Reddy remains my preferred choice. Valuations are attractive. Not much is expected over the next 1.5 year. So any positives that crumble in because of the India business improving or ramping up at a faster clip, they could do very well. We were looking at something like an Alembic Pharma. It looks like a decent story to bet on at these levels. If you want to take a bit of risk and go for a high growth kind of story, I think a recent IPO, Acums Drugs, that looks like a decent story to bet on.
Okay. What did you make of the last evening's India-UK FTA deal that's been signed, sir? And how are you approaching some sectors in lieu of that? Textiles are clearly celebrating at this point in time. There is some mixed reaction as far as and some weakness on the Alco-Bev space at this point in time. Auto space, some of them like Tata Motors are celebrating again. How are you looking at the fresh opportunities in the wake of this new deal that's been signed, sir?
Yeah, I certainly think it's a positive development for the country as a whole. The type of growth that they are talking with respect to the trade with UK, I think it can be a substantial gay fillip for our exports. And particularly on the Alcobev side, I think they also have the challenges if the US tariffs are rationalized. That could be another level of competition for them. And valuations per se, they are never trading cheap. So I think that also plays out whenever you're trading at higher valuations, something negative hits, the reactions can be very steep. So I think at best, Alcobevs for the time being you should avoid. Tata Motors, we have spoken earlier also. I think these are very attractive valuations with the tariff whirlwind going out of the way. Now with an FTA with India for the luxury premium cars, what terms and conditions, final breakup, whatever it comes in, I think it would open up a very big market for them. China, they're already present. Today also China has induced some more measures to boost their economy. So I think Tata Motors certainly is a no-brainer. Samvardhan Motherson would be another gainer out of this. For Tata Motors, we are working with initial targets of 900, 950. For Samvardhan Motherson, 180, 90 would be the fair value, I think. So I think once these headwinds settle down, there is a high probability that these two stocks should do good. Textiles across the board should benefit, but the likes of Gokuldas Export, etc., or even something like a Pearl Global, they have some export businesses, but they trade at very high valuations. Compared to that, I think KPR Mill probably would be a good bet. We have a coverage on Nitin Spinners also, but I don't think they have too much of capacity left to exploit. So I think KPR Mill among the textile space, autos, I think Tata Motors and Samvardhan Motherson could be good ideas to look at.
Okay. Sharadji, how are you analyzing the market from the point of view of defense stocks now. We've had a very, very sharp rally over the last 3 months or so. And given the fact that India has retaliated, there's a profit booking that's happening on many of them. Uh, any one of the domestic defense PSUs that catch your attention, or is this a sector you want to stay away from?
No, I think after this correction, I would largely want to, budge in on every dip and acquire some bit of stake into these stocks. The stories of HAL, PDL, BEL, these are all synergistic stories that could do very well, over the next 2, 3, 4 years. So every dip you get, if you have that kind of horizon where you can extend your investment horizon beyond, say, 18 months, I think these could be stories that could substantially re-rate from current levels, particularly in terms of the order book and the numbers. Exports add a different dimension. I think those order conversions will be substantially higher. Big order wins for HAL we have already seen, and the type of order wins we are talking about is roughly what 30-40% of your existing order book. So these are substantially big wins. They substantially change how your numbers are going to come in over the next, 24 to 36 months, maybe not 12 months, because this is a long gestation business. On the other hand, I think the shipbuilding ones, which are also clubbed largely into defense, the shipbuilding and marine ones, I think those benefit out of the shipbuilding issues that are cropping up because of a ban on Chinese ships. That could result in a lot of demand there. So I think that is a new trigger for them. The numbers were not expected to report very handsome growth, but new order books and new orders, and I think new growth triggers. That could be the reason, that you could have the likes of Mazagon, Cochin, and a Garden Reach shipbuilder, grow substantially from here, and the forward numbers get re-rated. So I think the whole space, the generic view would be, to use the tips to accumulate. If you want a diversified play, I think even a BML looks good, for targets of around 4,000. That's probably the only stock within the whole list which is diversified, and probably the only stock that is usually traded at higher multiples. So I think BML for around 4,000. Rest of the pack, I think, keep accumulating the likes of BEL, BDL, Mazagon, or Cochin, or even a HAL. And I think extend your horizon to 18 to beyond 18 months to around 24 to 36 months. These are stocks that look very attractive to me.
Right. And now it's more or less certain, Sakshi. We have 17 minutes left for markets to close, that we would be in the green. This, as we've been pointing out since the very morning, is a very mature reaction that Indian stocks, Indian investors, and the rest of the country has given as a response to the military strike that was much needed across the border. And let me just show you the volume picture in the market today. It's not as if that you have a positive on the Nifty with the little volume. Bombay Stock Exchange is the top traded counter today, up 6%, and the volume is, Sakshi, hold your breath, 7,000 crores. Mazgaon Dock is the second most active counter, profit booking here 5.5% down, 2,500 crores worth of shares traded. Tata Motors, this is the direct impact of the the UK India FTA, 4.5% higher, 679 rupees, and about 1854 crores worth of shares have taken place. Another important stock is Welspun Living, 14% higher. I have never seen Welspun Living in the top traded list, up about 12%, and 1400 crores worth of shares have been traded. Let me just try and find out Welspun Living stock graph in front of you. Forget the price chart, but this 1400 crore volume would probably be one of the best in its lifetime, if not the best. I have data till almost 4 years, and Sakshi, this is peak volume.
Absolutely. And that suggests the kind of optimism that exists in this entire space right
Yes.
after these statements and announcements yesterday. So we'll keep an eye out on this one as well. Now, Mr. Awasthi, also help us understand your view on the IT pack. We've largely seen all the large caps and some of the mid caps also come out with the earnings now. after the earnings, what would you do? Is there a fresh perspective here that you have to share with us?
Yeah, I think as I was saying earlier, you should continue to, you should look at investing in this whole sector. I think the long-term trajectory remains very bullish. The demand side pull would be very strong because post-COVID, I think it has been generalized that the requirement of IT is not limited to the top tier or the upper and strata of the companies. Everyone wants to use IT as an enabler in their businesses. So I think that democratization has happened. On the Indian side, a lot of consultancy focus has started for most of the companies, which erstwhile they were not doing. If you look at the speed of adoption of various technologies, which were erstwhile with a lag, now there's no lag. We are more or less moving in sync with the larger players on the international scale. So I think maybe you are not going to see such a subdued IT sector performance over the next, 3-4 years. We'll move in tandem with what's happening globally, catching up faster with, changes in trends and preferences within the space. And the consulting business might have long gestation and a lot of money poured into it, but it will the results it will generate will also be much larger, and they would also generate ancillary business for the rest of the company. So I think these are very interesting developments that have happened in the IT sector, which we are not looking at. We are still looking at it like a sweat factory, as we used to look at it earlier. But I think that's changing now, and the results of it should be visible, over the next 3 to 4 years. Something like an Tech Mahindra could really transform big time with the management changes and the BFSI business starting to contribute. Similarly, LTIM after the integration could transform into something else. So I think there are a lot of opportunities within that space, and now with this correction, valuations are attractive. So we are certainly advising to build positions on the IT side.
Sakshi, what's really interesting is the way the Nifty is closing. I'll request the PCR to kindly fire the intraday chart of the index. We are now on 24,410. The day's high is 24,450. So it's closer towards the day's highs than it is towards the low, which was 22,220. And ditto for the Bank Nifty. Remember, the Bank Nifty actually had also slipped into negative territory. But given the fact that it's a far higher volatility index compared with the Nifty, you see the Bank Nifty adding 365 points to its tally. And the day's high on the Bank Nifty is somewhat similar to what you see now. So the day high was 54,684. We are on 54,630. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, the maturity that one has been talking about. Both of the response that the Indian government has given to, the Indian military has given to Pakistan, and of course the way that Indian investors have reacted to this potential opportunity. Of course, we don't know what the escalation, if any, will happen. But for the markets, it seems that it's been an opportunity where the dip has been purchased. Stocks that have helped the Nifty up: HDFC Bank, Tata Motors, Bajaj Finance, M&M and ICICI Bank. Stocks that have pulled the Nifty a bit lower: Reliance, Sun Pharma, ITC, Asian Paints and HCL Technologies. Sakshi.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, what we have seen is that there is Pakistan's finance ministry has released a statement after the country's stock market collapsed in one of the sharpest single-day declines in its recent history, the Karachi Stock Exchange. In the official statement that they gave, they said that a rapid risk assessment was conducted, evaluating current threat perception with an emphasis on ensuring national financial stability and security. They also said that robust measures are being implemented to safeguard Pakistan's economic infrastructure and provide clarity and confidence to the financial markets. But you've actually seen a sharp fall after India and Indian armed forces have struck Pakistan terror camps at this point in time, whereas India is now, and Indian stock markets are now inching towards the day's high point at the close of the session today as well. So, and even broader markets, look at it, for 1.5% rally on mid caps, 800 point of a move. So they are actually near the day's high move. All the sectors, barring just slight losses on pharma and FMCG, all the sectors have moved up yet again. The advanced decline ratio is now towards the positive, something that you marked out, Shell, in the morning, that you hope it would be 1:1. Now it's higher.
Yeah, we started at 400 shares in the green versus maybe 1500 shares in the red. Now look at how the tables have turned dramatically. 1442 shares are in the green on the National Stock Exchange versus 852 that are in the red. So that, ladies and gentlemen, has once again proved that sensible people buy the dip in India and are hoping that this is behind us. Of course, if it escalates, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh had given a very strong warning that everybody is ready at this end. We hope that day does not come. Nevertheless, look at the advanced decline ratio in the NSE 500. Sakshi, early morning there were about 200 stocks in the green. Now 366 are in the green versus 132 in the red. Look at how the small cap index has reacted. 76 out of 100 shares are in the green in the small cap index, up 1.5%, and the mid cap index is way better. Out of 100, 84 are in the green, and 1.6% is the tally that you have on the Nifty mid cap index. And the two most aggressive ones, which is the Nifty Alpha 50 and the mid cap select index, are both up nearly 2%. They are the top gainers. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reaction of the market, and nothing else could be better, unless Sharadji wants to add a few more gems from his side.
No, we recently have been looking at rights and something like an RHI Magnesita. I think RHI Magnesita I have told earlier also. So I think rights is a good idea that we are looking at. 2021 times can easily trade at 25 times, largely engineering projects. They had a decent tie-up with Etihad Rail also. I think over the next 6 months, 1 year, you would start seeing conversion from that side also. There have been some slowdown in the past because of various issues, particularly the export side of the business slowing down. But now the management is guiding towards recovery there also. And I think that is an idea that you could look at. So rights, we are initially working with targets of around 325, 350. And RHI Magnesita, again, a refractory company working for cement, steel, and the likes. They also had some trouble regarding raw material prices, particularly alumina and chromite. Now those prices are coming down, and they have also started negotiating with the clients. So most probably margins would go back to around 15% over the next 3 to 6 months post the negotiations. And long term, if we look at it, I think the growth rates have been robust. So this would be one very good idea to indirectly play the metal space. Lesser volatility in the numbers, and I think long term the growth rates have been very stable. It's a leader with around 30% market share. So I think these are the two ideas that we are looking at right now.
Okay, we'll note that down. Yes, Shell.
Sakshi, I was just pointing out that Pakistan has two major indices, KSE 30 and KSE 100. Both of them are down 2.5% each. And more importantly, the Pakistani rupee has yet again hit a record low versus the dollar. Now that is something that the Pakistani establishment will take due note of in case they decide to retaliate, because then there will be an escalation from this side, and that is not something that any sensible Pakistani is looking forward to. A continuous fall in the Pakistani rupee, and then the bottom being taken out of your equity markets. So let's hope sensible voices will prevail in Pakistan and there will be no retaliation. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes away as far as the markets are to be closed in India, the Nifty up 33 points, IT index back in the green. Remember, it was down 300 points in the morning. Sensex is up 100 points, and the star of the day, the mid cap 100 and the Nifty Alpha 50 plus the Nifty mid cap select up 2% each.
Absolutely. Sharad ji, just before we let you go, what are the chances this year, as more and more uncertainties get out of the way, in FY26 we will retest the earlier all-time highs and probably see a new high?
Yeah, I believe there are very high chances because the valuations are attractive and most probably the second half will be very robust. First quarter number onwards, once they start rolling around, April, May, June, around July, you will start seeing those numbers. I think from there on, it will start recovering substantially because the quarterly numbers have not been very promising. So I'm very hopeful that, even the calendar year wise, the second half could be very enterprising and most probably we will be crossing these highs pretty earlier.
Okay, got that. Well, Sharad ji, thank you so much for all your deep insights. We always appreciate them and value them. And thank you for coming on this very important day. And we'll see you again very soon on another edition of Market Today yet again. Thank you so much for being with us. 24,415, 35 points higher in trade on a day when, right after we have undertaken such a massive operation against terrorists, Pakistani terrorists in Pakistan, in POK. 9 terrorist camps have been destroyed by the Indian Armed Forces. It was a 25-minute of operation that was undertaken between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. And what has followed is a sharp fall on the Pakistan stock exchanges, a record low for Pakistan's rupee. Indian markets, meanwhile, are ending comfortably in the green, already discounting that this were to happen, and finally this uncertainty is also behind and we can back focus on the fundamentals, the earnings and the other triggers at this point in time. Mid-cap index is in fact the best performing index today, 900 points higher. It's ending near the day's high point, and all the sectors barring just FMCG and pharma, they're all up into the green. Top movers at this point in time, if you see a whole host of them that are buzzing in trade today, from Tata Motors, to even Adani stocks that are doing very well. Bajaj Finance, Geo Finance, look at the kind of moves that we are seeing there. Shriram Finance, Eternal is back. That's Zomato, M&M, 1.5% higher. That's the kind of move we are seeing at this point in time. Advance decline ratio favoring the advances too. On the F&O, we have Piramal Enterprises, BSE, Paytm. All of these stocks ending with 7-8% kind of moves. PSU index also up by about 1%. IT, autos, consumer durables, realty, metals, all of them comfortable 1% higher in trade as well. So that's the kind of move that we are seeing across the board. So we are going to be ending this day on a better note, and let's hope that tomorrow will be an even better day as we see in the markets. Share.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, 328. Now that my hair has started to whiten a bit, Sakshi, this is what I started covering equities in 1994, and I have seen Kargil, the parliament attacks, the border face-off,
Mumbai attack.
The Mumbai attack.
22nd, 11.
Then, of course, so many of them that happened in 2007, as also Uri, Balakot and Pathankot, and now Pahalgam. That is 9 in 33 years. It's right there in front of you.
And in all the instances, over the next 6 months or 1 year, we have not just recovered, but in fact massively gained on the Indian stock markets as well. So this is clearly, if you can imagine, on the day when the markets were to react to the strikes, we are ending higher. What could follow? As Mr. Sharad Awasthi did point out, there are very high chances that he believes that markets can retest the previous highs of 26,277, but even look at a record high, especially Q1 onwards. He hopes things are likely to speed up, and once again we are going to be seeing higher highs into the markets yet again. 330 and 24,400 has been protected on the higher side on the Nifty, 29 points higher. Despite all the choppiness, we are on a comfortable, calm note on the day that India has struck Pakistan very hard and the terror camps extremely hard.
230 points higher from the intraday low of 24,220, ladies and gentlemen. A salute to our armed forces, a salute to all those investors who've put in their hard-earned money to work and bought this dip in the hope in the expectation that this will be an opportunity to get into assets. Again, we thank all the armed forces families who put their men in harm's way so that we can sleep peacefully within the confines of our safe borders. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching what has been a very exciting day in the markets, a day when India has avenged that dastardly strike that happened in Pahalgam on April 22 with a measured, proportionate and non-escalatory response on Pakistan by hitting 9 terror modules and of course terror infrastructure across the border. Sakshi.
Jai Hind and Jai Hind Ki Sena. We will see you soon. On the other side, our news coverage continues beyond the stock market hours. So stay tuned on Business Today Television.